Уважаемые гости, просим занять места. Через 5 минут мы начинаем наш саммит.
Қымбатты мырзалар, баршаларыңызды орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. 5 минуттан кейін бүгінгі саммитті бастайтын боламыз. Қош келдіңіздер.
Dear guests, you are requested to come to the hall. Take your seats, please. We are starting just in a few minutes.
Дорогие дамы и господа, просим занять свои почетные места. Через 3 минуты мы начинаем. Кымбаттуу кандыдарымыздар, орундарыңызга келип жайгашууларыңызды сурайбыз. Саналуу минуттардан кийин бүгүнкү саммит башталады.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you are requested to occupy your seats. In several minutes, we are starting.
Кымбаттуу кандыдарымыздар, бизде тикелей трансляция жүрүп жатыр. Казырдын өзүндө көп адам бизди онлайн тамашалауда.
Уважаемые гости, просим занять свои места.
And dear guests, please, you are requested to take your seats. We are starting in a minute.
Good
morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. We are inviting you to take part in the In the second summit in Fintech Asia, the participants of the second day, we are glad to welcome you again, and we do hope that today's session will be saturated as yesterday. We're looking forward to having informative sessions and new ideas for us to better understand financial technologies in our region. And today we are gliding to the second day of the panel session. Today's session will be focused on regional innovations, challenges, and opportunities for collaboration in the financial and technological sector. The moderator of the sector, Mr. Koktyshev, the founder of Most Hub. Among the participants, Oskar Amaro, head of the product decisions on Eastern Europe MasterCard. Let us clap to him. Akbar Gulyamov, Director on Strategy and Analysis of IT, Park, Uzbekistan. Bakas Ulu Bakhtiyar, Financial Director of the Directorate of the Park of High Technologies of Kyrgyzstan. Kalbekova Jansaya, Director Office of the Regulation of Participants of Astana Hub. And also Janturina Aynur, Director, RISE Research. We are inviting you for a discussion. Let us support our speakers, and the first session is starting. I am glad that we are beginning with our session of the second day of this wonderful summit. I have been already introduced, and in addition I can say that we are the most active venture fund in the region. We have 130 startups from the region, including companies from Kyrgyzstan, including companies from Malaysia and other countries. We believe that the innovations, including in the sphere of fintech, are developing here and now, thanks to small starting but very prospective in the future prospective teams and startups, and I'm glad that today among speakers we have representatives of important infrastructure actors who just nurse these teams and companies. And it is clear that the sessions, the time is limited, and among speakers we have the presentations with the presentations and comments without presentation. And I believe this diversity is good, and we'll have time for questions and answers, and I'm calling upon you to take part in today's session. And we are going to have a demo day of startups, and there will be several awards and investments of $50,000 on behalf of our venture fund, and from the company of Visa company. The trip to the innovation center, Visa Innovation Center. Let us clap to each other. Let us energize before we start. And I respect this person. I terrifically respect this person, and I was happy to work with him for several organizations. And I know that today she performs a very important role of the contemporary think tank with a wide range of complex research, and one of the research is devoted to fintech, and it would be logical to give the first floor to Aynur and for her to make us feel in this reality.
Кликер можно?
Good morning, dear guests of the conference and dear participants. My thanks go to Pavel for kind words and to organizers for this invitation. I'm glad to be with you here. In fact, we deal with the research, market research, sources and venture capital, and I'd like to introduce a piece of the results of our research that we undertook this year together with our partners. This is NPK, MasterCard and Entertainment. On the whole, the report comprises several chapters. In the report, you'll find the review of infrastructure. We collected the whole statistics on fintech and showed the dynamics of the market. And the fourth chapter, this is the major chapter. We performed a deep dive analysis on 7 trends. This is artificial intelligence, digital assets, open banking, and artificial intelligence. And all in all, there are 5 trends. Because now we are talking about fintech ecosystem, I'd like to share the second and third chapter with you. On the whole, it is clear that in every country, fintech develops in its own way, but we have identified the 4 major archetypes. The players of the consumer market, typical representatives of USA, then digital consumer platforms, like China, for example, and the fourth model or the archetype is then the actors of the financial market. And here we focused on Sweden, because several banks have transformed into the digital operations and involved more users, and this archetypes describes Kazakhstan as well and a whole range of countries, the CIS countries. Our fintech ecosystem moves and develops, and the main contribution was made by the second-tier banks and the competition between the second-tier banks. But nevertheless, when we were holding research, for us it was important to look at the development of market over the recent 10 years. We understand that not only the banks develop the market, but there are some other players that contributed to the development of fintech alongside with the banks. This is regulator as well, and over the recent years the regulators was proactively testing various innovation models, technologies. Yesterday we were talking at length about this. This is digital tenge, single QR, and the system of instant payments and many other things. The second actor who made a great contribution, this is the support of the state. These are the decisions, that support the startups and innovation companies. These are sandpits, accelerators, incubators, and something which supports new talents and raises the competition. And the fourth actor I'd like to dwell upon this. This is fintech startups. Especially over recently, we have seen the number of fintech startups growing. Not only quantity, but their quality is improving. Last time we carried out survey on startups. At that time, they were 50. This year, we counted 200 fintech startups. These are active, they are live, and this is a minimum minimal number. Now we are making research into the venture capital in Central Asia and Caucasus, and over the recently, Fintech and e-commerce, they are on top of the list in terms of the volume of deals. And on this graph, you can see that Fintech is number one, and this is the data for 2023. Also, we have a hypothesis that our fintech startups are raising their quality, and this hypothesis is true. And we created a table, and in this table you can see that now banks started to work with startups, they buy them. There are more such partnerships as a bank plus startups. Financial institutions and banks have more trust in startups, and this is a publicly available data. We accumulated them within one table, and I'd like to note here that, in fact, this is a single table, but it does motivate and moves the market forward, because fintechs become aware that yes, banks work and banks are interested in them, and when we hold interviews with them, startups say we won't accost the banks and financial institutions, they do not trust us, but when we interview banks, we hear the same. They say we're not prepared, not yet, there are not enough good startups. But now the situation is changing, and such reports and such a table can change the opinion of both startups and financial institutions. As an illustration, I'd like to show you Freedom Holding. This is special thanks to Freedom. This is one of the banks or holdings who openly tell about their deals. When we come to them, they make all the information available for us, because such information can develop the market. And this is my personal request to I'm asking the banks and financial institutions to share the information with us. If we look at Freedom, it buys not only fintech startups, they work with startups from various industries. They enrich their ecosystem, they use the data from fintech startups. They employ highly competitive IT talents. And when in 2024 we accosted to them, we addressed to them, they said they had made a lot of investments. It was previously it was 136 million. Well, I will not dwell upon this, but I must say that this slide accumulates all the fintech companies on one sheet. The banks are presented on another slide, so their number is growing, and on the whole, the people in the market should know what companies are in place. When we were making the recent map, there was no licensed crypto stock exchange, but now there are more actors dealing with digital assets. Acquiring and things like that are the advantages of our startups. There are new innovation solutions, and on the whole, the market is developing well. This is the last slide. On the whole, we know what banks we have, what is going on with the banks, and I'd like to quote several figures, statistical figures. 67 assets of the market belong to 5 banks. If we compare the figures with 2014, we can see that there is a consolidation of market. There used to be 38 banks, now we have 21. The assets enlarged and return on equity in 2014 was 13.4, now 61 and 7. This indicator is one of the highest. We have a profitable banking sector, and if we compare it with the global indicator, their indicator is 13%. On the whole, that's it. And the details or the reports you'll find on our website, and hard copy is available in the lobby in Russian and English. Thank you very much, Aynur. I believe that you also have some. You have a report on Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct, yes. Last year we have issued Fintech together with MasterCard. So our kind of wish, we wish to see more reports, not only Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, but we would like to cover other countries in the region to make our market more transparent. And as you know, we receive lots of requests and inquiries from especially overseas, and they don't see a clear picture of what's happening in our markets. So this kind of report usually is a very good information source. Thank you. Excellent. It's clear that all the trends are happening right now, obviously, and thanks to Aynur, she managed to present it and to demonstrate the news, the update of the teams from Fintech, and they're motivated. They motivate others. They motivate classic actors of this market, especially when it's related to new business models, taxation, and its significant role, significant input is completed by these companies, by this type of organizations. Therefore, the next speaker, I would like to give the floor to one of the players in this market, a very significant actor, Tech Park, and it's Ms. Zhantseya Kalabekova, who is a director of Astana Hub. Thank you, colleagues. So yes, just from my experience here, what I witnessed, and some part of the startup presentations are actually participants of Astana Hub, the members. So my presentation is not so big, it's not so long. Therefore, I would like to start with statistics, just to prove Aynur's confirmation report. So if you look at Astana Hub, we can see the obvious growth starting from 2019. We had 7 fintech startup companies. So if you consider e-commerce, so until 2023, we have about 100 startup companies. So if you look at the income, and actually look at the income of fintech companies, considering that we have 1,500 participants of IT companies, and just 100 companies out of 1,500 are fintech, and they are leading in income indicators of income, which demonstrates the quality, growth, and development of startups. And as it was mentioned in Aynur's report, just to confirm, sort of a confirmation of the trend. Therefore, for the future development of fintech and the strategy that is issued by the regulator, and recent years that we noticed the development of digital tenge as well is something It's something extra, out of 36 countries that have already decided to create the digital currency. We always share that in Kazakhstan we have these initiatives. All of the countries in the world are quite surprised, and that it's linked to the state authorities and government initiative. That's the source of our development. If we talk about us as a Astana hub, we are developing IT, digitalization in general. We don't have a particular, we don't emphasize on the fintech, but if you look at the range of activities that we have, starting from investment, receiving the investment, and then on and on, all the stages, we can start training at the early stage and train ours to start companies in fintech and all other initiatives that we have created in order to develop the business entrepreneurship society. And probably the most experienced startup company is the Draper University. And probably you heard about the program that is launched in order to start up companies in the Silicon Valley, where they can get acquainted with all the infrastructure, how it works, how it's developing, and how it's supposed to be, because it's different from US and the way we do it here. Improve the networking, increase the list of contacts, and there are some software programs that also are dedicated to train people and to train different perspectives like trainers, etc. So if we just summarize your speech, you just mentioned we don't have the particular focus on the fintech startups, but if you look in general, we are an IT ecosystem. Therefore, the fintech startups, they receive the full support considering their indicators. So apart from the boost support, or what else are you providing in order to support their growth and support the initial stages? Yes, we do emphasize on the selection of technology. Everybody knows about artificial intelligence. It's a trend all over the world, so we follow the world trends. Let's say some of the programs have a specific section for AI, and that's why we call it AI movement. So you probably noticed, and we started conducting quests with AI. So if we talk about AI only in a section, and considering that fintech is applying AI actively, therefore we are also pushing and emphasizing on application of artificial intelligence in the best style or manner. And also additionally, the blockchain technology is also applied in our everyday operations. We had partnership with Binance exchange. We receive support from Binance and provide support back to Binance. What we recently started, Centraton. All over the Kazakhstan, we are conducting this event, and people receive tasks related to blockchain technology and related industries. So Binance was quite surprised when we started this Centraton event. Yes, I agree, and I believe that we need to conduct a certain discussion, a separate discussion, what needs to be called, what needs to be classified as fintech or not. And even if you look at the presentation by Ainur, the diversification and the diversity of companies, for example, that are engaged in biometric technologies, it's a bit different. It's not quite fintech, but the key users, key clients of the financial market are concerned about safety. Therefore, it makes sense, and then it becomes a large share, large grade of fintech companies and fintech innovations, and the initiatives that is provided and and promoted by Astana Hub is very useful. Well, if you have anything to add, yes, talking about fintech, it's difficult to identify because it's a wide definition. Thank you. Yes, let's continue. I would like to share the floor with Mr. Akbar Gulamov, who is the Director of Strategic and Analysis of IT Park in Uzbekistan. So, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say hello to everyone and to thank everyone to participate in the first FinTech Summit in Central Asia and share my presentation, share my report on behalf of Uzbekistan IT Park. For me, it's a great honor. And so briefly, to summarize, if you talk about FinTech in the ecosystem of Uzbekistan, how quick the development is progressing, and what's an IT park in Uzbekistan. So, as you all know, the FinTech innovations, they transform the financial market as a whole. It makes it more accessible, more suitable, more comfortable for public use. So Uzbekistan, considering that the modern Uzbekistan is very ambitious and hoping to develop in all directions, in all areas, and follow other Central Asia countries like Kazakhstan and others, considering that we are all striving to become leaders in this area. So in general, the ecosystem of Uzbekistan is developing with a fair pace, transforming the financial sector, making it more accessible, more useful, more comfortable and effective by implementing and introducing some financial tools for. Considering that the market of Uzbekistan is supported by several factors like fuel to our financial sector. First of all, it's a growth, the recent growth in economy of the country, then the growth in population, and the third is access to internet and communications. From this perspective, Uzbekistan is currently in a very great position, in a very comfortable position, considering that our population is almost equal to 37 plus million. Therefore, it means the population is expanding and growing at a pace of about 1 million per year. And hopefully, in several years, it will excess 50 plus million people. Secondly, for the previous year, the economy have grown. And third, I would like to mention is that we achieved 99% of internet coverage throughout the country. Over 31 million people are using internet, and mobile access penetration is roughly about 80%. And another note, urbanization, etc. All of these factors, they allow to create new products, new services, new companies, and allows us to become members of worldwide, overseas, major financial and fintech players and actors. And additionally, on top of that, our government, the government of Uzbekistan, is providing an extra support in the form of creating the IT park for us. 5 years ago, that's when the project started in 2019. We launched this project and provide full support, emphasizing as well in taxation, providing tax evasions, etc. So if you look at Central Asian countries, we have very similar approach for IT companies in terms of taxation. And additionally, for your information, as for today, over 2,300 IT companies are considered as residents of Uzbekistan IT Park. If we look at the last year, we have received services for amount of over $1 billion, and and IT services we expect to grow this year at least twice. So we hopefully we will see the numbers over the $1 billion in the turnover. So majority of our companies that are registered are directly connected with fintech sector, like communication companies, fintech companies, IT companies, other areas like Islamic banking or insurance companies and others. However, we believe that the support is supposed to be provided in general to everyone equally. Therefore, that's why we are creating the infrastructure, and as for today, we have created a large area to provide space for all technological companies, including fintech. So additionally, we also provide training to staff, considering that we believe the human capital is the foundation for success. So we have organized several different plans, training plans, programs for kids, for students, for disabled people, for ladies all over the regions, and reviewing a large variety of specialties, professions, and especially in IT sector. Additionally, we also emphasize the support of small and medium businesses, like sort of creating projects for incubation for startup businessmen. They go through initial training, initial incubation, participation in different competitions and contests organized by our local companies and venture funds, and also some of the expatriate actors. So if we look at the statistics for the previous periods, if we look at the investment that was attracted, probably all of you know what's Uzum. It's one of the oldest companies from Uzbekistan. They have the over 1 billion capital evaluation. So they're a very good example of the experience. How do they connect it? Like e-commerce, they have created their own bank, their own payment systems. So they have services to provide different minor loans. So if we look at the investment that was attracted by Uzum and startup projects that have been launched for the past 2 years, they have attracted over $700 million, and 60% of which have been invested in the fintech, back into the fintech projects. Moreover, if we look at the IT park of Uzbekistan and consider 400 startup projects which passed the incubational period, and if you look at the total number, 25% of the total number are related to the IT fintech sector. And additionally, we are planning to create more venture funds for direct investments into the projects and support startup projects. Hopefully this will be completed and performed directly and within the financial sector. So we understand that for the previous years there's been a lot of effort, a lot of input, but still it's not enough. When we communicate with companies locally all over the world, when we traveled overseas to communicate with other companies, it was clear that we still have a lot to achieve, a lot of things ahead of us. Therefore, we decided to create a project in Uzbekistan, which is called the International Center of IT, Information Technology. So under the order by the President of Uzbekistan, starting from the 1st January of 2025, in the framework of this experiment, we have this IT park. If you look at the picture, this is the territory of the IT park in Tashkent city. more than 60 hectares of land, and partially it's occupied. Some sections are still not developed. So we are planning to introduce a new kind of regulatory zone similar to what you have in Astana, or similar to the free zone in Dubai. Also, we have studied the experience of Ireland, Singapore, South Korea, and other. So similar to what we've seen, we are planning to create this special regulatory area to support financial companies, to support IT companies, to help them and provide them with a simplified business activity registration, and it's kind of a mixture of Astana Financial Center and yes, exactly. We have selected all the best and decided to make a hybrid format. So this will be launched next year and until 2100, 75 years ahead. On top of that, I am the manager of a similar project in Uzbekistan. We are in cooperation with Ernst & Young to develop the conceptual design, to develop the processes, procedures, and regulatory documentation, hopefully until the end of this year. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I wish you success and all the luck in our region. Every state, every country in the Central Asian region has its own strategical peculiarities. So let me share the next word to Mr. Bakhtiar Makas, who is the financial director of Information Technologies of Kyrgyzstan. So similar to Kazakhstan, just like Kaspi Bank, we have similar banks.
And it creates its own ecosystem. In Kyrgyzstan, there is a trend when the banks and the banking institutions and startups compete and they try to find their niche. For example, one of the providers bought out the branch of Halyk Bank Kazakhstan, and together with big data, they acquired a banking license. On the whole, talking on the development of IT, we should mention two main things. In 2021, we adopted a law on virtual assets, and at present in Kyrgyzstan, you can buy and sell cryptocurrency. Yesterday, it was mentioned that the turnover of cryptocurrency was $10 million. For statistics, in Kyrgyzstan, we have 9 crypto stocks, 119 operators of the exchange of crypto dollars, and our GDP is 9 billion. So at present, both the companies and individuals can buy and sell cryptocurrency. The second point to be mentioned is the Park of High Technologies. This park was created in 2011, and annually it increases its profit twofold. Last year, their profit was $11 million, and we are, by our law, we are to provide 80% of our revenue to the state. We have a success. So our Park of High Technologies enjoys the tax relief and preferences. For this park, the conditions are even better than for
И в
other
завершение я хотел бы
businesses. And in the end, I'd like to
высказать вот следующую мысль.
say the
Недавно
following.
мы встречались с
Recently, we
представителем
met
Всемирного банка,
the representative of the
посетили
World Bank,
прошлой неделе Казахстан.
who
Ими была
visited
высказана мысль,
Kazakhstan
что мы,
last week. And
среднеазиатские
they
страны,
said
должны
that
двигать
the Central
IT
Asian
на мировой
countries
рынке
should
кооперации.
move IT,
Потому что у нас действительно
move
не
IT
хватает
forward together in cooperation, because we are
кадров,
lacking
не хватает, у нас недостаточно пока
manpower,
навыков.
we do not
Мы,
have
может быть,
enough
некоторые
skills.
конкурируем между собой. У
In
нас нет
some way, we are
продуктовой
competing
ниши.
between
И
ourselves.
чтобы
We
конкурировать на
don't
мировом
have the
рынке,
product
именно
niche, and in
кооперация
order
должна
to compete at
позволить
the international
развивать
market,
IT-сектор.
the
Поэтому,
cooperation
надеюсь,
should allow to
чаще
develop
участвовать
IT
в
sector.
таких шикарных конференциях, чтобы мы обменивались опытом,
And we are looking forward to more such conferences and events in order for us to promote the IT market, to be promoted at the IT market. Yes, thank you for your brief presentation, a very brief and very targeted presentation. I myself, I'm proud that I took part in launching of Astana Hub, and I was responsible for this launch. And as of that time, we were looking at the experience of Belarus, the park of high technologies, and all the Central Asian countries almost simultaneously saw a great potential of IT. Some people from Fintech may feel that this is not fair, because why do IT businesses get these funds and others don't? But nevertheless, it happened because of global trend, because of a regional trend, and it was important to make the situation fair for all, for us to develop IT growth, and now we see this growth which is quite natural, and the investors will also be involved.
Надо признаться, да, что классическая финансовая система,
we must confess that the classical financial systems was not aware of this growing trend, and today not a single IT specialist will be able to obtain a loan in the bank, and tax reliefs was one of the decisions so that companies have more of their resources, and for the companies to reinvest their own funds. If we look at the statistics of various companies, you will see that the companies in the IT segment are oriented at growth and scaling up. They invest this money. The venture that I'm representing and the figures were quoted as $10 million. Last year, we made a research together with INOR on the research on the venture market, and we were forecasting the lack of financing about 50 million per year in Kazakhstan only. And you may understand that the creation of even 5 funds, 10 million each, will not change the situation. And Akbar had the presentation, for example, the Quinte company is accelerating in the top accelerator of the United States. And we understand that many prospective companies will go abroad and they will be scaling up there. But the center of their development and center of decision-making, their programmers, will probably stay here. And this is the story of the export and currency revenues will increase rapidly. I'd like to give the floor to our next speaker. Last but not least, Mr. Askar Amarov, head of product solutions in Eastern Europe of MasterCard, for him to identify the global trends.
Спасибо. Доброе утро. Большое спасибо.
Good morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present and tell about the services that we provide and in what way MasterCard collaborates with Fintechs and other companies which do not function and are not classical licensed banks. I'll try to be brief, but I'll try to provide details. MasterCard functions in our region, and this is a big region, including East Europe, Central Asia, Middle East and Africa, more than 80 countries and jurisdiction. MasterCard actively works with fintechs and startups globally, and in this region, in Dubai, we have several branches whose goal is to work with USP companies and startups and fintechs. And we understand that in order to propose something, you should be aware of what are the goals and objectives of this or that company. And we understand what fintech needs and what they want. I mean, the major part of fintechs. And we have certain assets, and being aware of needs, we are quite aware of what we can propose. So the MasterCard was written with 3 S's to attract the attention. We have a lot of solutions in cyber safety, venture financing. It is clear that the team accumulated a lot of experience during many years. And talking about the package solution, we focused on 4 of them. We have a resource which is called MasterCard Engage. It is very flexible and helps in scaling up or selecting a certain business model and partners. We have a program which is called Fintech Express, which involves instant emission in order to launch its own target pilot card products. We have a program which is called Start Path. We grow up startup ideas in order to create strategies and scaling up, and it opens up a planet. This is a global market for startups from various regions. And there is another resource which is like a sandpit, which makes available all services for all the partners. What is MasterCard Engage? This is a connector which allows you to find an appropriate partner of those who are available on this platform. And there are about 100. There are some companies that have grown up from such enablers, and they are functioning in the world market. You can see them in mass media. There are companies targeted at our region. They are represented in Central Asia region. There are companies which belong to MasterCard and are part of it, and many other things. And this is a company which this is a good facility for the companies to try themselves in ecosystem of MasterCard. MasterCard Fintech Express is a package solution for the instant emission. As I mentioned, for the Fintech, which is not a holder and owner of the license
может
of MasterCard,
настроить работу со своим
can
партнером,
tune
спонсором в виде
the work
принципала,
with the
эмитента,
partner
для того,
as a
чтобы
principal or
буквально там в
emittent,
течение недели, да,
and
может быть, даже и меньше,
within
в
a week's
зависимости от
time
технической
or
подготовки,
less,
можно было бы настроить эмиссию определенного
they
количества
could
карточек, да, или
they could
определенных
tune in
карточных
an
продуктов. То
emission
есть это очень такой
of certain
легкий
card
и быстрый способ
product. This
посмотреть и
is
подобрать
an
для себя
easy
какую-то
way
нишу, да, где я могу
to
поучаствовать там,
select a
которая еще
niche
не
where
закрыта крупными банковскими игроками.
which is not
Вот. И
occupied by
здесь, в
big
принципе, да, это
banking
решение достаточно
players.
sellable само по себе. Да, то есть, в
This
принципе,
this
как
solution
enabler
is
этого
quite
Fintech
sellable
Express,
as
да,
an
тот же самый Fintech может
enabler
привлекать
of
на коммерческой
Infinitive
основе, конечно, и своих
Express.
партнеров для того,
On
чтобы
commercial
настроить эмиссию,
basis,
там,
it can
компания А на
attract
5000
its
карт, компания Б
its
3000 карт, там,
partners
2000 карт, да, и
in
в
order
рамках
to
недели
tune
можно
in the
это
emission of
настраивать там, на
cards,
условиях там,
and this
предоплаченной
happens
карточки.
very quickly.
Вот. И по сути мы
And in
предлагаем,
fact,
конечно, не только
we propose not
карту
only a
как
card
сервис, да,
as a
для этих партнеров,
service
потому что,
for
ну,
our
по сути, это
partners, but in fact,
не самое интересное
this is
предложение,
not
которое
the
можно
most
получить. Но мы
interesting
предлагаем еще
proposal
и
you can get. We
все
also
сервисы экосистемы
propose all
MasterCard,
the
которая может помочь
services
вам
of the
оставить этот
system of
продукт на плаву, в том
MasterCard,
числе и
which
платформу лояльности,
can help you to keep this
систему,
product
партнерскую
afloat,
сеть, мерчантскую сеть, которая работает с
and
MasterCard
merchant
глобально,
network,
то есть включая, но не
global
ограничиваясь всем
merchant
тем, как мы это
network
называем, lifecycle
which
management,
works with
который поможет вывести вашу карту
MasterCard,
в
so lifecycle management,
top of
which
full,
will
так скажем.
help you
Да, и last but
to
not least,
bring your card to the top.
интересная платформа, интересная
And
программа, очень
there
популярная, на
is
самом деле,
another
глобальная. И
program,
все, что я описал, да,
a
оно доступно для
global
любой
one.
финтеха, который
It
функционирует
is
в Казахстане, в
available.
Кыргызстане,
What I
в
have
любой стране нашего
described is
региона.
available in any
StartPath —
country
это
of the region.
платформа, которая
StartPath
позволяет,
is a
которая
platform
обеспечивает именно стартапам, которые
which
достигли
provides
определенного уровня развития,
which
да,
works with the
определенного
startups
уровня
which reached
реализации
the
своей
certain
бизнес-модели,
rate of
попробовать
development
себя и зайти в такой своего рода
to try
воронку,
themselves
акселератор MasterCard,
and
который поможет им,
to
во-первых,
become part of the
найти правильных
accelerator of
партнеров,
MasterCard,
да, как
which will
итог,
help
конечно,
them to
найти правильного
find
инвестора, да, но и в целом
proper
посмотреть,
partners and
протестировать те
as
идеи,
a
которые
result
они,
to find a good
которые имеет
investor
эта
and test
компания,
the
как она бы выглядела
ideas of
на
the
мировом
company
уровне, каким
as
образом
it
можно
could.
было бы
So for the
реализовать себя там
company
и с точки зрения
to
стратегии, с точки зрения партнерств, может быть,
implement
каких-то
its
коллабораций,
strategy and
коопераций, ну и,
partners
конечно,
and
получить
collaborations and
бесконечно
cooperations
полезный
and
и
to obtain
монументальный
useful
опыт от
and
инсайдеров
monumental
MasterCard, от наших
experience
партнеров.
from the inside of
Вот.
MasterCard from
Программа
of our
StartPath имеет
partners.
определенное направление, да,
StartPath
которое
has
там,
its own
так
directions,
скажем, калибруется
or it
по
is
актуальности.
calibrated
В принципе, можно
that
открыть
are calibrated
StartPath для
according to
цифровых
their
активов и крипто-программ.
typicality
Можно
for
открыть StartPath для
crypto
open banking, для
assets, for
микробизнесов,
open
для
banking, for
кибербезопасности и
microbusiness,
многие другие. У
cyber
нас есть, там, по
security,
сути,
and
так скажем, 5
many others.
категорий,
There are
где
5
мы ранжируем
categories
наших партнеров и
according to
клиентов, которые
which we
участвуют в
range
этой
our
программе.
partners
Да,
and
то есть это и
clients
коммерческий
participating in
банкинг, и
this
розничный
program.
банкинг, и
Commercial
платежные
banking,
фасилитаторы, enablerы,
retail
и
banking,
секторальные
payment
участники, да, там
facilitators
компании,
and
которые
enablers,
заинтересованы в работе
the
в паблик
companies
секторе, в
that are
транспорте,
interested
здравоохранении,
in
городской среде
in the
и
work
так далее, и
in
так далее.
public
Некоторые из
sector,
нас сейчас
transport,
очень,
and
некоторые из
some
тех
of us,
компаний, которые прошли через
some of the
StartPath, да, очень активно
companies
сейчас
that
смотрят на
have
те
gone
изменения,
through
которые
startup
происходят
are
в
looking at the
Казахстане,
changes
да,
that are
заинтересованы
currently
в сотрудничестве
underway
не
in
только с муниципалитетами,
Kazakhstan,
да, но и
and
в
they're
паблик секторе
interested to
и так
collaborate
далее.
not only
Вот.
with
Ну и резюмируя, хотелось бы отметить, что сама
municipals,
программа
but with
функционирует уже
companies
порядка
as well.
10 лет.
The program has
Через нее
been
прошло, то есть
functioning for
вышло
10
через
years,
начальные
and
стадии, пройдя через весь пищеварительный трек. Вы вышли в лайв-режим порядка около 400
about
компаний.
400
За эти
companies
последние 10 лет,
have
что, в
gone
принципе,
through the
около
whole
плюс-минус 40 компаний в
system,
год, а всего
through its
подается
whole
около 2000
system,
заявок
and
ежегодно
all
по
in
всему
all
миру.
there are 2,000 applications
Был
globally
пройден
per
после того,
year.
как StartPath был реализован, и компании
And
обросли, так
when
скажем, мясом, да, и поняли, каким образом они
the
могут себя
companies became
демонстрировать
fully
инвесторам.
operational and understood how they
Был
could
поднят фандрейзинг этими
demonstrate
компаниями на сумму
themselves
более
to
15
investor,
миллиардов долларов.
investors,
Вот. Ну и,
the
в
fund
принципе, мы
was
предлагаем, помимо самой
created
программы,
for
дающей
them
около 15
for
тысяч
to
коннекторов глобально, то есть тех компаний и людей, которые могут
a
помочь
certain amount
стартапу,
of
да, но и при
doors,
этом являются активными партнерами
and
MasterCard.
there are
Вот.
companies
У меня
that
всё.
are
Спасибо
actively
большое.
collaborating with MasterCard.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very
Действительно, вот
much.
на примере выступления Оскара видно,
Yes,
что
with this example,
а,
we can see that
взаимодействие маленьких
the
инновационных
interaction of
компаний,
small
крупных
innovation
корпораций,
companies, big
это не всегда вот,
corporations, is not always an allegory
большая
when
рыба
a
ест
small
маленькую рыбу или быстрая рыба ест медленную рыбу,
big
да, это
fish
иногда
eats a small fish or quick fish
сочетание, да, то есть
eats
сожительство, да, то есть
small fish.
внутри экосистемы.
Sometimes there may
Вот
be a
мне кажется,
combination
Оскар, может, присаживаться, да,
or
то есть вопрос
collaboration
всем
within
спикерам, да, выглядит следующим образом.
a whole
Вот
structure.
на примере, опять же, каждого выступающего, ну,
With the
там,
example
MasterCard
of
это,
each
наверное, эталон
presenter,
международного, да, такого
so MasterCard
осознанного,
is
комплексного подхода взаимодействия и сотрудничества со стартапами, да, целых
a
набор
company
программ,
showing the
да.
whole
Вот.
range
Из
of
выступающих
programs.
до было видно, что, ну, на страну переходится
But
условно
from what we have heard
вот
that
какая-то национальная экосистема, да, которая в виде там, такого
there
который
is
это
usually a
стимулирует, и
national
максимум
ecosystem
один-два банка
and
или,
at
может быть,
least one or two
телеком-оператор.
banks or
Но
telecom
почему такая, скажем так,
operators.
такой диссонанс и такое
Why is there
несправедливое разделение,
dissonance
да,
or
то есть
unfair
и вовлечение, да, то
division
есть
and
лидеров
unfair
рынка.
involvement of the
Чаще
leaders
всего,
of the
кстати, вот
market?
в этих странах
Most often in
были
these
названы
countries,
не самые крупные, например,
not the
банки, да, то есть
biggest
М-банк не
banks
самый крупный
were
банк, а Локо-банк не
mentioned.
самый крупный банк,
Embark is not the
Фридом
biggest
не самый
bank, Local
крупный банк,
Bank or
да?
Freedom are
Почему
not
вот
the biggest
по-вашему
bank.
пока вот в
Why
нашей лиге поддержки стартапов такое маленькое
Why do we
количество
have such a small
старых,
amount of old
застоявшихся классических игроков?
classical players?
Кто-то инициативно хочет ответить?
Maybe someone would like to
Айнур,
comment upon
может быть, с
this.
тебя начнем. Почему
And
только
maybe we'll
Freedom вот
start
там
with you.
взял
Why
и
only
занял вот
Freedom
такую лидерскую
occupy
позицию, да? То
this
есть почему все
leadership
остальные так
position?
слабо
Why don't
реагируют?
others
Спасибо за вопрос.
react?
Я думаю, здесь
Thank you for this question.
важен, да, размер.
I believe that this is the size of the bank that matters. It is important when a traditionally big bank, when you are a big traditional bank, it is harder to be flexible. But if you are younger, you are looking for some new prospects, new business solutions, new technologies in order to be. And we saw that such banks become more mature and they have good data, they have good IT specialists, and on the whole they are younger and proactive, and their growth
Как вот,
is quicker.
по-вашему, коллеги, вот там, стимулировать большие компании
So,
к формату
colleagues, what do you
открытых
think
инноваций? Ну, например,
about stimulating more
самых
companies
крупных там,
in
Красный
terms
банк в
of
Казахстане, да, то есть,
innovations?
при всем при том, что он
The
самый инновационный,
Kaspi
скажем, на
is the biggest
сегодняшний
bank
день,
in
да, то
Kazakhstan and the
есть
most
последние
innovation
их
one.
немножко там потрепало.
And over
Тем не менее, это
recently
пример
they were attacked a
закрытой
little bit.
инновации, да, ну, то есть
But
это закрытая
nevertheless, these are
экосистема.
so closed,
Вот во что вы
so to
верите
say,
больше, в
closed
открытые,
innovations or
закрытые
closed
экосистемы?
ecosystem. What
Вообще, на самом деле, кажется, и то хорошо.
both things are good because Kaspi is an innovation in Kazakhstan, innovational. And for example, not all the companies, not all the foreign companies succeed that way. And Kaspi, being a closed ecosystem inside the country, made a breakthrough and showed an example to other companies and banks. And Jusan Bank developed something, and Halik.
Вот, у меня есть мнение такое, что вот вы
I
упомянули один
feel
оранжевый
that
банк, да, ну,
so
то есть, ну, который на
you mentioned
протяжении
one
долгого
orange
времени,
bank,
ну, по сути,
which over a
копировал
long period of
большой
time was
красный банк, да,
copying
то есть и
a
делал
big
это
red bank and
даже
was
не в формате
making
закрытой
that not
инновации, а
only
просто
within
вот
the
как
format of a
поручение,
closed
вот
innovation, but
департамент,
there
вы
was
занимаетесь, вот там,
so there was
соразмерный
an
бюджет,
instruction
попробуйте
from a
что-то из
higher
этого сделать.
level.
Ну как, видно,
So
ни к чему не
and
пришли. То есть,
they didn't
ну,
achieve
вроде бы, да,
anything, in
тоже
fact.
меньший банк пытались дограть в
Yes, a
крупный банк. Вот,
smaller bank
у
tried
меня
to
есть просто
pretend to be a
собственное
bigger
мнение в
bank.
данном
So
контексте,
this
что
is my
открытые
personal
инновации в
opinion.
лонгране, они
So
более,
open
да, то есть
innovations
устойчивая
in the long
модель, да, то есть
run
когда ты
are
не пытаешься
a more sustainable model. when you are not trying
того, что ты
to
большой, ты можешь все.
realize that
На самом деле это
you are big and you
даже
can
вот
do
пример
all.
MasterCard, да, мне кажется, вот такого
As an example of MasterCard, you can see that there's very sensitive interface with startup projects. So it obviously means that MasterCard is not aware of all innovative initiatives and possibly internally, in-house. I believe that the strategy of loss is that when we decide to build everything classically, internally, internal purchasing, internal distribution, internal divisional segregation. So for several months now, we are facing the interface with a regulator where we need to reiterate that we need to support venture investments, and when they expand their ecosystems, and in general they could make bets on, they could bet on some innovations which are not possibly relative to banks, but in general in our Central Asian region, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and the main liquidity is focused in the holdings in financial groups. I agree that we have several government structures, government agencies that are currently responsible for development of investment, development of innovations, fintech, and we have accumulated some funds as well, mostly in banks, in financial institutions. And actually, but in reality, we don't see the strong support for fintech and innovations. Yes, if you allow my opinion, yesterday I noticed that we had some representatives of fintech and banks, and in Kazakhstan, I noticed that we have this attitude of remaining kind of. So as I noticed also in Kazakhstan, for example, Kazakhstan banks are very active. In Kyrgyzstan, it's a bit different. We are all trying to increase the pace of development, and I hope that we have the advantage that we limit our banks in development. We don't allow them so much freedom. And as I mentioned before, many years ago and now, I believe that banks are a very good foundation of development of financial IT market. Wonderful, we have the first applause for today. Dear Ainur, your opinion? Well, Ainur is saying that I would like to share that it's not so bad. It's, as you see, I see clear development, clear growth of IT projects, fintech projects in all financial institutions. Everybody is moving forward, moving upwards to this goal. And when we reviewed the market a couple of years, 4 years ago, the situation was completely different. Now we have a very positive and transparent, open-minded desire for development. Thank you. Yes, just to summarize our panel section, we notice that the trend is obvious. The startups is not something new. It's already an active market segment, which is actually pushing other industries to develop. Hopefully that the different methodologies and approaches of future actors, future market players will become more progressive, more contemporary and up-to-date. So hopefully the actual integration will help everyone provide appropriate motivation and stimulation to develop our economies in the region. Thank you speakers, thank you everyone for participation and reports. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the first panel section is complete. So I would like to thank all the speakers and opinions. The next subject that we're planning to review is also related to fintech
Да, это тоже очень важная тема,
And
тема женского лидерства в финтехе. В этой
the next
сессии мы
section
обсудим
is
ключевые
called
достижения
so-called
женщин-лидеров в цифровой
female
экономике.
participation and female leadership in financial technologies. So please, you're welcome to, I would like to introduce Mrs. Zaure Rozmat, Alina Aldambergen, who is the chairman of Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, KASE.
Жалғастырамыз. Және сахнада Есмуханова Алия Каримовна, заместитель председателя РБК Банк.
Additionally, we would like to invite Lazat Sativa, chairman of Eurasian Bank.
Қолсау қошеметтен қолдап отырсаңыздар. Сондай сахнаға Болатшан Әсемді шақырамыз, директор Казпост Digital.
Asem Boladjan, who is the director of Казпост Digital.
Марченко Асель, заместитель председателя Национальной платежной корпорации.
Asel Marchenko is the deputy chairman of the National Payment Corporation. And Dana Altabay is HP General Director. The partner of this session is GSC Glamour, and we are welcoming all the participants of the next panel session. Good morning. I would like to greet guests and participants of the Fintech Summit of the Central Asia, especially for this panel section of female leadership in the financial sector. When I was getting prepared for this speech, and you all are very well informed that in our region we have a gender gap in employment. If you look at the statistics and separation of women and men, I am happy to note that we have a very significant portion of women employed in this section. And the next question is how the digital technology assists to develop this gender diversification, let's say, in our region. So, dear colleagues, good morning. Dear participants of the summit, I'm glad to see you. So, the subject of the current panel sections in the summit is very current and exciting, and the actual section of the panel, the gender leadership in the fintech industry. This is a very popular topic, a popular subject. So if you look at the panel right now at the stage, 5 of us, we are all ladies. And from my experience in practical everyday activity, always men have an interesting comments about female leadership in the fintech. So traditionally, we have the situation that in the financial sector, the majority of employment is covered by women, by ladies. And as we know, it's also written in the Constitution, we have a fair, equal rights. If we compare other countries with other countries in UN, not all countries have this opportunity that we all have the equal rights for labor, for education, for all the benefits of our life. And considering that our country is transformed into the market economy, so automatically we have more women engaged in these processes, and especially fintech and etc. Probably I need to point out and underline several sections, several areas that is related to digitalization of the country and of the economy. First of all, if we are discussing gender equality and creation of opportunities for women in Kazakhstan, one of the main obstacles, one of the main items for agenda is to create continuous learning circumstances, because it's usually conditioned by ladies becoming mothers and giving birth to kids. There are some gaps in the career. So after a certain age, we notice less women taking roles as leaders or participation in some active projects. So education and the IT education that is available. Also another trend that we can see is remote activity, remote work. It creates more opportunities for ladies, for women to get educated in fintech, in financial literacy and financial science. And secondly, probably we notice in other countries, and hopefully my colleagues will share, it's necessary to employ more IT specialists. And as you are all aware, in our economy, in our IT sector, when we hire people, we are always requesting some IT skills to be in the full set of skills. Additionally, on top of that will require more education in math and different sciences. So fairly in Kazakhstan, I believe that we need to support the general movement, the general desire to improve and expand the set of skills of soft skills, hard skills for ladies, and create more opportunities for employment. Another important area of concern is the actual fintech industry is also developing new opportunities for us as finance specialists. And for ladies, we notice that more and more fintech services occur on daily basis, on yearly basis, in B2B relationships and via online format. As we discussed before, our banks are very well trained, very well equipped. Like Kaspi Bank is one of the most popular example, maybe not similar to Halyk Bank or other banks, where also multiple services are allocated, introduced. So this also assists the female share of our population to follow the development of minor or small and medium business in our economy. Fairly, that's all on my part. Yes, I agree, totally agree that education is very important and training is important. And when we discuss access to education sources and based on the data collected, ladies in the urban areas, in the outskirts of the cities, let's say, on the remote locations, they have less access in appropriate language, in Kazakh language, and less access to the internet, other means of communications. Thank you very much, dear Lazat. Dear Lazat, please share your opinion how... Oh, sorry. Sorry, my name is Aliya. No, my question was to Lazat. Yes, the speaker was replaced. Sorry for the confusion. Dear Lazat, please share your professional opinion how the banks are managing gender equality issues and inclusiveness. I'm sure that you have a presentation to share. Good morning. Unfortunately, I don't have my colleague Jandos is not present, so usually we make fun of each other who will present. So I'm alone today. Anyway, good morning. Well, first of all, I would like to state that I'm not an IT girl, and if you look at my colleagues here, Aselia, they are more of a bright representatives of the fintech, of the IT world. So let's start. So, yeah, you see, when you're not IT, it's even hard to use the clicker. Let me start from the historical information. The lady with the name of Margaret Hamilton, she's the IT programmer of NASA for many years, and she was responsible for organizing landing and launching spacemen. The history of this lady is a great example of that. For example, ladies in IT, software development is unusual, and if we look at 50 years ago and compare to historical facts and what happened, based from what her quote says, is that
это лишь говорит о том, что мужчины прошлого не понимали всю сложность программирования и считали это не более сложной темой, нежели печатание на машинке.
The quote of Margaret says that it doesn't mean that the managers of the previous years were not respecting women than if you compare to today. They just had an impression, they had a fantasy that program software engineering is an easy task. And what changed for the past 50 years is that the world have comprehended, understood and realized that IT software programming means equal to large amounts of money. So if that represents a large amount of money, men decided that it doesn't have to do anything with with ladies, and decided to grasp the opportunity. So if we look at the statistics for the past years, and IT is not supposed to be the platform for gender inequality, so we decided to refer to the largest country, the most developed country in the world, especially if we talk about Silicon Valley, and Silicon Valley, where we have largest IT companies as residents. So if you pay attention to Amazon, you have significant difference, and Google and Amazon, this is an indicator of total quantity of women in the companies. So if you noticed, it's roughly around 24%. And other workers not over 31%. What does it mean to us? Is that in a country with democracy, with vast history, and lacking any gender stereotypes, women in the most advanced industry are still covering only 25% of the overall headcount of the company. What do you think happens in Kazakhstan? What's happening in Kazakhstan? What's the percentage in IT? And we decided to look at our own bank as an example. If we compare ourselves with Amazon, Google, I believe we have a fairly good result. We have roughly 30% in IT and roughly 30% plus as management by ladies. And considering all the differences, cultural, mental, religious differences in general, I believe that in Kazakhstan we have a fairly global statistics equal to other countries. However, when I was getting prepared for this presentation, we decided to go deeper and try to understand the expectations of our ladies and of our men, and how they visualize, how they expect. We decided to conduct a questionnaire process and ask people what are the glass ceilings and what are the obstacles to develop in IT and under our bank framework. So if you look at the screen, based on reports, based on the results of our questionnaire, we were trying to evaluate and assess how many women do we have in IT, how many ladies do we have in management. However, the questionnaire was conducted generally for women and for men. So I will not get into detail of every question. However, the exciting indication is that we noticed a huge gap, a huge difference between women and men. When you ask the man what's the barriers, what's the obstacles for women to develop in the IT, in the banking sector, and we asked ladies, so 70% of the answers were related to the life and work balance. So let me ask Asem, for example, do you have any problem with private life? So 20% of our own employees, our ladies, they raised this issue and they mentioned that the life and work balance is a challenge for them. So
both men and women stressed that the involvement of a woman, her empathy and the requirement of discipline yield a good result. And as to the division between opinions, they do differ. A very interesting result of this survey is that men do not think whether women should be in the leading positions. All the information men think about it by default, but they think that there are no limits between the gender. I mean, what the women think, and they have the right and the opportunity to create a new career. Women believe that there should be more quotas or more possibilities for women to be in leading positions, but men do not see the necessity of this. In fact, from 2019, from the beginning of the pandemic, we see that there are less women in the bank, in the IT sector. And now we have the projects with the women's face, so to say, the automatization of custodial operations and digital tangi and many others were implemented by the women in our bank. Coming back to the previous information, in this block we have almost 50% of women. In 2019, we had many women coming into an IT sector, and the most popular specialty is business analytics, system analysis, and testers. And it should be mentioned that from 2019, the new Z generation of women came to the market. But maybe there were some guys, but we are focusing on women. In yesterday's discussion, I mentioned that this generation is different. This is the generation of consumers. These are the young people who were born with the iPhone or Samsung in their hands. And the girls of this generation start to code before 15 years of age. So the demands of this generation is different from those who were born a little bit earlier. These young women and men want or have high requirements to the employer. They expect flexibility and a balance between their career and their personal life. And for them, the mission of the company is important. They want to belong something great, and they have a demand for career development. And as employers, we need to be prepared to that, because they can easily change the place of work, the place of employment, and feedback is very important for them. If you have done something well, you need to praise them. You need to be aware of that. And as
в работе вот с молодым поколением.
As a
Мы
person in a leading
понимаем, что
position,
запрос
I am
общества на
aware that we
развитие
need to
именно женского IT-сообщества,
deal
он
with the
достаточно широко назрел
women's
в нашей стране.
society
Мы уже
in
на
a
протяжении
different
3
way.
лет являемся,
Over 3 years, we have been,
поддерживаем
or we have
определенные
been
программы в
supporting
определенных тех. И исходя из вот опросов,
certain
которые мы
programs,
сделали в банке, я
and
понимаю,
basing
что
on the
подобные
survey
программы
that we
нужны
have
и
done
у
in the
нас
bank,
в нашей
we
организации.
understand that
Зачем
such
вообще
programs
поддерживать женщин?
are
Вопрос в том,
required
что
in
не
our
должно быть
bank.
деления женщины или
Why should
мужчины.
we
Вот
support
мы, как
women?
представители
There should
бизнеса,
not be
для
a
нас
division
важно,
between
чтобы
men and
мы
women,
отвечали
but
запросам
in
клиента.
business it
Мы
is
могли
important for
быстро
us
вывести на рынок новые
to
продукты. Мы могли качественно оказывать
to
сервис.
bring new
Если у
products
нас
to the market.
девушки
We need to
будут также
conform to
вовлекаться
the
в
needs of our
IT-индустрию,
clients. And
становиться
if
крутыми
if
профессионалами, то у
women
нас просто на
become top
рынке будет
professionals
у
in
нас, как у работодателей,
to
будет достаточно широкий
in
выбор
this case,
крутых
we'll
специалистов.
have a good
Нам без
choice of
разницы,
specialists in the
парень или
market.
девушка.
And
Для нас
will
важно, чтобы
not make
специалист
any
мог
difference
отвечать
between
требованиям,
men and
которые
women,
предъявляем в том
but we
числе
should
мы.
have
Что нам
high,
это даст?
the
Это даст, опять
specialists
же,
of high
повторюсь,
class.
достаточно быстрый выход
What are the
на
benefits?
рынок новых продуктов.
We'll
Это даст
have more new
развитие,
products
дополнительный
in the
импульс
market.
экономике страны.
It will give a
И
new impetus
мы
to
видим,
the
что, по
economy,
сути,
and
я
we
сейчас
see
говорю
that
очень
now I'm
расчетливые вещи.
talking
Чем больше
about
девушек
a
будет в
very
IT-индустрии, тем больше
pragmatic
специалистов
things.
будет в
The
IT-индустрии, тем больше и
the
выше
more
будет
women we
конкуренция.
have,
И с
the
большего
more women we
количества
have in IT
работодателей сможет
industry, the more
выбирать крутых
successful it will
специалистов.
be,
Это даст импульс развития.
and it
Для
will give
девушек
an impetus for
основное,
development.
мне кажется, на
For the
сегодняшний
women,
день
the major
это
thing as of
наличие,
today is
необходимость наличия ролевых моделей, таких как вот Аселя, Асема, мне кажется, это очень важно. Они должны видеть, что в IT есть крутые
role
специалисты.
models are in place.
Нам далеко до каких-то там
For example,
мировых
women,
примеров, я не знаю, там,
Asema or Aselia can be
Мелинда
good
Гейтс или
specialists.
там
It
Ада
doesn't
Лайвлих,
matter
да, там, дочка.
what the example
Но на
should
самом
be. I
деле
mean,
для наших казахстанских девушек нужны
for
ролевые
our
модели, которые
Kazakhstani
говорят о том,
girls,
что
we
в
request
IT
role
это
models
доступно,
and that show
можно
that
учиться, можно найти работу,
they can
и
cope
можно
with
построить карьеру
IT,
и
they can
не
find employment
переживать о
and
будущем. На мой взгляд, это вот
develop their career, not thinking about
Спасибо
their
большое.
future.
Лязат, пока вы здесь, я бы вот хотела отметить,
Lazat, while you are here, I'd like to mention that there is a gender gap, and such personal qualities as empathy, they affect the decision making. They can affect some products that are implemented or introduced in
опять
your
же,
company.
возвращаясь, это не мои слова, это слова моих коллег
Coming
в рамках
back to
опроса. И
the
мужчины, и
words of
девушки
my colleagues,
подчеркнули, что
both men
проекты
and women
идут
said that the projects
легче,
were
гибче,
fulfilled
наверное,
more easily
более мягче,
or
если
softer
проект
when the
в
project
менеджменте, если менеджером проекта
when the
является
project is
девушка. То
managed
есть
by
вот эта
a lady.
договороспособность, возможность
So,
сделать
due
два
to
шага
some
назад, а вперед
characteristics
один
of
шаг назад,
women,
она больше присуща женщинам.
mentality
Вопрос
is very
дипломатии и
valuable.
гибкости, мне
This is
кажется,
the issue of
в
diplomacy
большей
and
стороне женщины. Это очень
flexibility,
важный
and
аспект.
these are the
Это с точки
advantages of
зрения,
women.
наверное, ведения проекта. С точки зрения
From the point of
конкретного
view of
цивилного, наверное,
implementation
здесь в меньшей
of
степени
projects,
нужны
from
софт-скиллы,
the
если там парень или девушка пишут,
from the
им
point of
проще
view of coding,
И,
hard
на мой взгляд,
skills
здесь
are
вообще
more
нет разделения
important.
мужчин или женщин.
And
Просто
here
подходит
there is
за
no
компьютером,
importance whether there is a
С
man
точки
who
зрения
codes or a
уже
woman.
ступени чуть выше, то есть middle management и
In terms of middle management and level -1, here women, the female charisma allows to move the project forward.
следующий мой вопрос к Алие.
My next question goes to Aliyah. Aliyah, what do you think? What unique advantages or challenges you see for women
В том числе
in the financial and fintech companies?
добрый день всем присутствующим. Спасибо большое.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your question.
Наверное, здесь уже
The advantages,
упомянула, то есть на самом деле
Lina said that, and the previous speaker mentioned that the female hand or the female presence gives a good impetus or a personal touch, the empathy, emotional intellect and emotionality. In some projects or for some projects or for solving some problems in IT projects are very welcome. And this is something that is often unites the project, makes it more solid and helps the participants of the project to feel in a more comfortable environment, and it creates an atmosphere. All these qualities create an atmosphere in the project and make it more productive. As far as fintechs are concerned, there is such a female feature as adaptiveness, which has a big role to play. Because still, I don't want to offend men, but women are biologically more adapted, and it allows them to take compromised decisions on some not non-standard decisions, or undertake some projects that are traditionally not appropriate or wouldn't be appropriate, or some approaches that might seem inappropriate, but nevertheless, this adaptiveness, female adaptiveness, plays a big role when we implement projects, and there is no secret that sometimes very big tasks fail in terms of resources and time frame, and this ladies' adaptiveness allows to change something in the flow of the project, and this is important. And creativity is also something that matters, more artistic view on things, non-trivial approach or non-trivial glance of a woman. Sometimes it is necessary to look at the possible development of fintech or bank allows to see something at which you can see from another angle. Sometimes a woman can see some requirements of the client that would otherwise be missed. So this creativity gives a certain flavor, certain vision of the project and the development of the IT industry. In our bank, now we have the fifth member of the board, and in fact 50% were women, myself and the chairman, and it was something valuable for the development of our bank. As a bank, we develop in such a way that we do not make our ecosystem very visible, but we do not want to copy red, orange, or colored, or whatever, but we have found our unique niche, and at a later stage it will be clear. And this niche was a challenge for women in this industry, and my colleagues, my lady colleagues will support me here. So the role of the woman in IT industry is the combination of personal life and career development. In our personal private life, we are all mothers, wives, and daughters, and at home we have a different role, but we have to create a family ecosystem. We have to deal with food, with travel, planning, and whatever. And in this connection, we
экосистемы банка видим как раз-таки более в стиле
We regard the development of the bank's ecosystem as the lifestyle development. And we are not providing only some financial services, but we seek to come to the expectations of our clients, and it will be useful for the women. And from the emotional point of view, this is a very good thing. I'd like to mention that such panel sessions are always interesting when there are so many personal insights and when you share your own insights and ideas. So you personally, have you confronted with the lack of equality? For example, I made a survey in the Z generation who works in Halik, Freedom, Kaspi, and they said that though there are a lot of women in the staff, they say that you are emotional, your decisions may be not right, and this adaptiveness is sometimes in the way. It is an impediment. Maybe our adaptiveness sometimes has a negative connotation. Have you confronted with this? You know, in fact, just to support what Alina has said, Kazakhstan is a unique place because the global trends that we witness in the developed markets, they are not very widespread here. There is no big gap between men and women in the IT sector and in other sectors. No, there is no big gap in salaries or other things. And in this respect, in Kazakhstan, there are great opportunities. There are almost no limitations and opportunities for growth and development. As far as the emotionality is concerned, I personally do not welcome those Western tendencies when they establish quotas. Ursula von der Leyen wanted so many women in the Euro Commission, and I do not welcome when they establish quotas in terms of race, sex, or age. Everything should, at the level of the meritocracy, we can see that women and girls take advantage of many social lifts, and we should not support them artificially. And I know that in Kazakhstan, many things happen by itself. As far as emotionality is concerned, it's true that the women are more emotional, but I believe that women become calm quicker, and this flash of emotions is even good because you have given to your emotions, then you understood that you are right, and you go on. I don't think there are any problems with that. I do not want to take time of other speakers, but I'd like to add something. In fact, because I'm a chairman of the company, I'm self-made, I was developing my career myself. For me, it was a question, are we really not equal? I was representing Kazakhstan at one session when I went to another country, and then I understood what is equality on inequality and why Kazakhstan ranks the 6th in the report by the World Economic Forum. When we started to deal with gender equality, we were ranking 52, and now we are 6th. And very often in our company they say there are so many women and we'll have to defend the rights of men. And in our company we are act. Well, we judge people according to their merit, and so hence, what's the problem? The problem is that when I stay at the UN session and listen, and people are saying that in India, girls cannot go to school because they have problems with hygiene, and there is a lack of the items of hygiene in India. But in Kazakhstan, we have a different situation. In Kazakhstan, children, 99.9% have access to education, and in some countries, children do not have this. And we realize that till a certain age, women go together with men, but after a certain threshold, they start to be unequal. Many problems arise in the family. Both have to work, but someone has to stay with children. If they change the place of residence, what should happen in the family? We have kindergartens, but nevertheless, we have problems with the provision and support of parents, and we do not have these asylums for the old people. So the women have to do with this.
So that's where the delay happens, and what we discussed during the Forbes meeting, and I cannot recall the name, but one of the participants, she mentioned that regardless of the status of the government of our country, still we notice the gaps in the society, and this can be reduced due to creation of additional opportunities for ladies, and all the factors that I've mentioned usually influence our ratings, and you know, it's hard to imagine the traditions that we used to have and that we still have, that some of the girls are stolen for marriage and kidnapped for marriage. So what means gender inclusiveness, and why many countries conduct reports and allocate quotations. So they considering the structure of the family, and we all can recognize that usually the family issues are led by women, so that's why we need to create. So we need to evaluate what is the women, what are they like. We have the difference in mentality, in the way the decision making happens. If we compare men and women, we need to consider all the factors in order to create a successful business. So we are not talking about emotional or non-emotional, but I believe that women have to become a part of groups in order to develop business in the best shape. So that's why it's discussed in this forum, in this summit. I would like to add from my side. I agree totally, and actually that's how it happens when we talk about women, supporting women in business, and to reduce the gap, we probably need to implement some new products, new initiatives. And myself, not a player of Fintech, however, I'm familiar with your corporate terminology. I would like to share that for me, you are in a way of a remote, closed world for me. So if we talk about girls, ladies in the financial sector, on the other hand, I believe that we need to create more role models, more ladies that are great examples of achievements, and how do you combine your household duties and your professional duties. So the next question is to Asiel, you are the participant of the group. I decided to change my approach, change my attitude to the hiring strategy, considering that we are all equal, ladies and men. Maybe you know that in 60% of cases in medical diagnosis, because let's say female in heart conditions are usually diagnosed not correctly because we have a completely different system. We need to understand it for our own need, that we are different. We are different physically and mentally. And in Kazakhstan, we have a great variety of cultures and gender, therefore, but we need to consider only the positive sides of all the changes. If we look at the development of United States, I have an opinion that they had this development just because of their diversity and variety of cultural and other varieties. Therefore, I decided to continue with the society, women takers makers, and to achieve and to provide mental support, to provide training and all kind of support. Any girl can become a member of this society, and I decided to start up this in this area in order to share my experience, provide support, organize events where we get full support from other players, especially receive support from leaders in the market, universities, in IT companies, financial companies, where we create these events to discuss, to motivate, and to help other ladies to enter the STEM. First of all, this is the great exit into the free economic world, and when the lady is free, she is influencing the economy, and on top of that, she is raising kids to develop a better society, better generation. Comparing to men, of course, we are just training men, but in this case, we're training women and other kids under her care. So it's important not just because it's a very modern or popular activity, popular area of development, but in many cases women believe that they are not worth of something, and they set a very high standards. Just a very basic example. For example, ladies are very easy to engage and very easy to respond to vacancies when they're confident that all the requirements are appropriate and that she is up to date and trained enough. But men are different. They apply in any case, even if it's less 60% of compatibility. Let's say, for example, for men, they're just trustworthy, and in many cases, like credit-based approach. So, but the attitude towards women is different. It's based on experience, based on proven task completed. So this is the peculiarity of our own mentality, our own way of thinking, and maybe we need to look at our own habits and improve and try to act better in terms of attitude to other people, women and men. And it's not only women, sometimes it's just a youngster, a newbie who is very ambitious and full of energy, and sometimes we consider only professionals for this particular position. So this process of decision making and selection process is covering every aspect of our lifestyle. So our task is to expand, be open-minded, consider the variety, the diversity. We are all different. We're all differently brought up and raised, and we have a different perception. But in the end, just few statistical figures. Let's say in the board of the companies, when we have ladies members, at least 15% more income is received by the company. So if we expand this globally on the level of the state, level of the world, you can imagine what significance it will bring to our economy in terms of improvement and incomes. Thank you very much, Asel. Myself, personally, I would like to come back to discussion about Fintech and as I mentioned before the panel session, I could not find women leaders who have became like founders of fintech startups, young, ambitious, and solely founded by ladies, if I'm not mistaken. So I would just like to make sure that I'm up to date. I'm correct in my judgments. And also, next, what would you do? What would you like to share with ladies who are planning to start their career in this industry? What obstacles did you find on your way up? Let's say. I would like to, and thank you very much, Zauria, for the question. Actually, I would like to share a lot about myself, but the discussion is slightly different. But just briefly, let me just share with you what we're doing in Kaz Post office related to fintech, which is a classic preparation information for this particular summit. I'm so happy to see when we are witnessing female sessions. First of all, it's a fully occupied audience, and this is the second day. If we talk about second day from the perspective of event management, it's very difficult to gather full audience. And just judging roughly from what I see, it's 60% occupancy. If we go back to the gender subject, and we notice that every event is occupied by, and also they segregate female leadership sessions. This is, of course, related to the current trends in the world to highlight female participation, and we are now reaching a level of expertise when we talk about experts in general, not only men but also including women. Many years ago, there was more separation, but recently, for the recent decade, the situation improved. Let me share my presentation about the Kaz Post transformation. As you know, everything that's related with the cell, like yesterday we had a presentation about Kaz Post, and today let me share with you all our initiatives related to fintech. I believe that we need to announce, we need to share, and besides the issues that we have discussed today, Lazat have mentioned that my social life is very active, very fruitful, and just a week ago I went to the Berlin marathon participation. Now I'm here. Next week we have Be Woman event. So the balance that we're trying to catch in our life and work balance attempts, actually I believe that it doesn't exist. It's a myth, and anybody who is telling you that they have perfect balance in life, it's obviously a lie. Always in life, in some areas you fall behind, some areas you are ahead. So ladies who are dedicating their life more to career strategy, they have less time for the family. However, we are always trying to keep up this balance. Starting this year, I'm a leader of a woman Tech Kazakhstan, Woman in Tech of the Year, just similar to Woman Tech Makers. It's a global division, global movement, and we're trying to achieve worldwide results, worldwide exposure of our startup projects. If we come back to the Kaz Post company, and I'll probably skip the main activity, that the postal office, but more of a banking services. When I joined Kaz Post, as you know, we have two main activities, logistics and banking services. As it clearly that we paid less attention to the banking services, and you can imagine the positioning of the financial services, apart from inclusiveness, apart from what Asel have mentioned yesterday. In some of the villages, in some of the remote locations, we are providing services physically. then this is probably the only point in some of the remote areas where they can receive financial services. So if we talk about banking services, we were supposed to find a niche where it will be profitable for us and easy to find the best boosting solutions. And as a corporate banking solutions, this is a large scope of work, and as a core bank, we are providing services to a lot of portfolio companies for Samruk Kazana Fund, and this creates some of the competition to private banks. However, nevertheless, talking from myself, as a corporate bank, we are working in the market conditions, and if we touch the infrastructure, the fintech infrastructure, I would like to thank Binur Asil Janar's team that created amazing tools, assisting us and assisting other players and actors. And we entered the market as a startup in fintech, and currently we are actually launched the application with biometric identification based on the recent technology. We can now introduce more digital channels and reduce some of the physical branches in order to create less load on the remote and other branches of our company. We will transfer into digital channels, which will hopefully allow us to reduce the fraud, the scope of fraud events happening, considering our staff of 20,000 people and 800,000 pension, elderly people who are receiving pensions through our company. Therefore, all the tools, especially identification tools, allow us to stay secure, keep the secure entering processes. And as you know, we launched the anti-fraud center together with Asel Dina, and she's here somewhere in the room. We have started the digital Tenge process project, and we have the second stage of pilot project this year. It's an exciting project that we hope will be successful, and we are participating just as administrative partners. Hopefully next year we will introduce the new case in open API with development of our digital banks with one of the players from other industries. So we decided to create the bank service. And hopefully all the banking services will be conducted under this structure, under the KazPost infrastructure. So this is the brief summary about our banking and financial services in KazPost JGC. So.
I'd like to continue a little bit. I mean, about women in tech Kazakhstan, I'd like to share this. Now on the advisory board we have Lizat and Alina, women in tech Kazakhstan, and Ildar Abrazakov and Kusainov and Abdrahmanov. Both men and women work at raising the number of girls and women in technologies. And in fact, we have many topics that relate not only to women and technologies. This is about women. And recently, Janat Berdalin, this is one of our advisors, he says that I'm scared by the statistics, and many believe that childbirth leave for childbirth is a threat for the career development of women. This is something that we'd like to deal with. My thanks to all who support this community of women tech makers and our Kazakhstani banks, and the women themselves who are successful and who find the time to share their insights. As to the issue of fintech, I can say that I came to fintech it happened suddenly. I have my own fintech platform and get the information from different experts. And coming back to the question of Zauriya, we have a lot of startups and fintechs in Kazakhstan, and unfortunately, female founders of startups is very small. We have a Telegram channel or Telegram group, about 20 startups included. Maybe women are not as strong as businessmen as men, but within the framework of fintech, we select a deep niche, and the development of female founders is one of such trends. And some people from advisory board. So we'll develop this for startup industries. And when fintech startups are organized, many people address me to get a consultation. And one of the main insights or the main problem of fintech startups is lack of legal literacy, because it is not so easy to approach fintech. This is the most difficult sphere in terms of regulation. And when we start to analyze business models, it is felt that some people do not know what is compliance. There are many options like fundraising on financial pyramids, but in fact we need to make people more knowledgeable about this in terms of regulatory details. So this is the main insight. Thank you very much. I'm sure that all the participants of this panel session confirm the fact that there is a gender gap in place, and there are some problems in terms of access to information. There are many women who can act as role model for younger generation, but we want them to be the incarnation of their occupation or profession. And when the women go on leave to take care of, to give a birth to a child, a woman has to devote herself and to sacrifice her time in this case. Thank you for your insights, for your input in this industry. It was interesting to listen to you, and it is good that we have such a good feedback.
Да, благодарим и просим спикеров остаться на сцене до вручения подарков.
Please, we are requesting speakers to stay on the stage. The company ENG, since the year of 2000, is the official representatives of such companies as Fendi, Max Mara, and so on. We are inviting ENG Glamour on this stage. Please support our panelists. Thank you very much.
Естелік суретке субылайық, рәсменде еліміздің түрлі салаларында көшбасшы болып елдің
These are present in the memory of today's session. These are the leading ladies from different spheres. Many thanks to all our leaders and speakers who develop this sphere.
Рахмет, қол соғып қошемете қойсаңыздар тағы да бір мәрте қандar мырзалар.
Да, еще раз благодарим наших спикеров и
Let
просим
us,
занять свои места.
Clap to
Далее
speakers.
продолжим. Следующий
And
доклад
the next
посвящен
presentation
трансформации
is
подходов к
devoted to
данным
the
и аналитике в
transformation of the
Национальном
access to
банке
data and
Казахстана.
analytics in the
Приглашаем на
National
сцену
Bank of
заместителя председателя
Kazakhstan.
Национального
We
банка
are
Казахстана
inviting
Баймагамбетова
Deputy
Акылжана
Chairman of
Маликовича.
National Bank of Kazakhstan, Mr. Baymagambetov.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good afternoon, dear friends. This is the second day after such an impressive session on women leadership. It is difficult to hold your attention. The first thing that came to my mind, I am now going to talk about data management and analysis. And so what is going on in our bank with the management of data in terms of availability of women. And we have a famous woman, Aygul Baranbayeva, Director of Financial Statistics, and her deputies are also women. And in IT we have Ayjan Arinova, who is a famous person in IT sphere and in the data management. The software company is the National Credit Bureau. We also have a woman, member of our staff, who is head of this. She is a famous woman in Fintech. Aseljan Debava. She is also a chief data analyst, also a woman. And basing on the results of this panel, I believe that in order to create data fabric, I believe that will be quite successful. Now I'm going to share our vision of the data agenda of the National Bank. There is no secret that the data is like new oil, new asset, the driver of changes. The National Bank is one of the data-consuming organizations. We collect a great amount of data and process them. And behind our key decisions, there is deep analytical work. We collect data, analyze them, and we make research-driven solutions, and for this we need a lot of data. We need to be able to process them and to be successful. And in this respect, the National Bank is a great example. Our key initiative of the digital transformation, yesterday we discussed this issue, and Binur made his presentation and myself. Our ambitions for the following 5 years is to create a data-driven central bank, so that data is available everywhere and every decision is taken on the basis of a large spectrum of data, processed and analyzed with the help of the most up-to-date technologies. We make decisions in a situation of the lack of data, and we need the results of research and analysis, and everything is based on data. Therefore, we started to create and develop the modern infrastructure of data management. It will be called data
Национального банка, каких-то внешних источников и
data
обеспечить наших
plant or
аналитиков
data fabric,
таким современным инструментарием работы с данными.
and it will
Мы
provide the
надеемся, что
modern
этот
tools
шаг
of
позволит нам быстро адаптироваться к изменениям на
working
рынке,
with
лучше
data.
понимать потребности
This step
участников
will
финансового
enable
рынка,
us to
лучше понимать
better
самих участников
adapt
финансового
to
рынка, в
the
том числе их
market,
состояние,
better
и повысить
understand the
оперативность и точность
participants of the
принимаемых
financial system,
нами решений.
and improve the quality of the decisions that we
Что мы
make.
делаем? Мы,
What we
конечно,
do,
изучили тоже международный опыт,
we have studied the
лучшие
international
практики
experience and the
ведущих
best
регуляторов
practices of
разных
the
стран
leading
и закладываем
regulators,
стратегию управления данными наиболее, так
and
скажем,
we create the
перспективные
strategy of
направления. Мы видим
management
очевидные
of
тренды
data. We
на
see
унификацию
the
сбора,
trend for the
стандартизацию,
unification of the
методологии расчетов
collection,
показателей, применение различных
standardization,
инструментов продвинутой аналитики,
methodology of
использование
indicators.
много различных
We use
источников данных, не
various
только
sources
регуляторные,
of data, not
административные
only
данные, которые
regulatory
сам банк
or
собирает, много
administrative
коммерческих
data collected
источников,
by the National
много есть
Bank, but
открытых данных,
also
которые
commercial
big
research
data, да, не
data, and
структурированные,
there are
большие
many
данные.
sources
Все это можно
non-structured
использовать в
of
своей работе. И
non-structured
для
data.
этого
All this
необходимо
can be used in our work.
стандартизация методологии
And
расчета различных показателей, да,
we have the
применение разных инструментов
standardization and
продвинутой аналитики,
methodologies
ну
of
и так называемое
calculation
внедрение
and the
принципа разумной
implementation of the
открытости
principle of
данных. И вот с
fair
учетом всех этих международных
openness of
трендов,
data.
понимая
And
текущий уровень
in line with
зрелости
all these
данными,
trends
управления данными
and
на своем
in
банке, мы
line
видим
with the
таких
level
три
of
ключевых
maturity,
направления в нашей
we
дата-повестке.
see three
Первое – это
key
апгрейд
trends.
текущего
The first one is
аналитического
upgrading the
ландшафта
current
разработки
analytical
этой
landscape
фабрики
in
данных.
the
Мы думаем,
development
что
of
это
the
нам
factory
позволит
of data.
сделать существенный
It will help
технологический
us
и
to
операционный,
create
под операционным я понимаю, новые
technological
процессы,
and
аналитики новой
operational
информации с
new
новыми инструментами,
process of
апгрейд этого всего аналитического
the
ландшафта.
upgrade of all the
Второй – это
analytical
масштабное
landscape.
проникновение
The
и
second is
использование
the
искусственного
large-scale
интеллекта. Вчера об этом
application of
уже затрагивали,
artificial
сегодня уже будут
intelligence.
тоже кейноты
Yesterday
и
we mentioned
сессии,
this, and
посвященные
the
искусственному
keynote
интеллекту. Я
sessions
думаю,
will
мы
be
все это
devoted
видим,
to
что
artificial
это активно
intelligence
проникает.
today. This
И
is
там,
something
одна из идей – это разработка AI-ассистента
penetrating
для
into
аналитиков
our
Национального
life.
банка. Ну и
And the
в-третьих,
third,
понятно, что все это
changing of
однозначно
the
затрагивает наше взаимодействие
paradigm of
с
the
участниками
interaction
рынка.
between the
То, как мы
financial
собираем
market
данные.
in terms of
Наш
collection
все больше и
information,
больше
collecting the
прицел на
information.
гранулированность этих данных, на то,
We
как мы
are
будем
aiming at
распространять
the
эти данные. И вот дальше я
granulated
постараюсь на
data,
каждом из этих
and we think how we are
направлений
going to
остановиться чуть
disseminate this
подробнее.
data.
Ну,
I will dwell
внедрение
upon
фабрики
each
данных,
of these
здесь
trends. The
основная цель –
introduction of
это
the
на
factory of
основе
data will,
современных
so
технологических
on the
решений
basis of the contemporary
выстроить гибкие
technological
бизнес-процессы
solutions, we are
и
seeking to
обеспечить такой
create
целостный подход
flexible business
к сбору,
process
хранению и
and
анализу данных. По
provide the
большому счету,
holistic
речь
approach
идет о том,
to
что мы
the
планируем
collection,
существенно расширить
processing and storage of
перечень
data.
источников
We are
данных,
going to
обеспечить их
extend the
интегрированность. Наш банк уже обладает
the number of sources
большим
of
набором
data.
данных.
Our
Не всегда,
bank
к сожалению,
possesses
они
great number
интегрированы
of
друг с
data.
другом.
They are not
Мы говорим о том,
always
что необходимо
integrated with
построить
each other. We
промышленную
need to
платформу,
create an
основанную
industrial
на самых
platform
передовых
based on the
технологиях,
most up-to-date
обновить
technologies,
максимально весь
update
аналитический
the whole
ландшафт и весь
analytical
ландшафт
landscape and
управления
all the
данными
landscape
на
of
всем их
data
цикле
managing
жизненном, от самого сбора до
during their
конечного
life
выхода уже
cycle,
на результат
from
анализа,
the
чтобы
initial
все эти
point
метрики
to the
time
end
to market,
point,
time to analysis
so
существенно улучшились на
so
современном рынке.
as to improve
И
all the metrics.
да, вот я уже говорил про
I
нацеленность
have
на
already
гранулированность
mentioned
данных.
the
И, естественно, здесь
granulated data,
будут вопросы качества
and
данных.
hence there are the
Это наша
issues of
работа с финансовым, но
quality.
это и работа внутри Национального банка.
This
Это
is the
много
work inside the
организационных
National
изменений,
Bank, many
вопросов управления
organizational
данными,
changes, the
внедрение
issues
института
of
владельцев
managing
данных,
data,
дата-стюарды.
the
Все это
introduction of
у нас в
the
банке, может быть, и существует, но мы хотим
issue
поднять это на
related to the
определенный
owners of
новый уровень
data.
и пронизать этой
So
вот
we
новой
are going to upgrade
отношением к
this
данным
and create a new attitude to data. I mean, the whole structure of the National Bank and change the paradigm of thinking. It involves various technological solutions. I will not give any details. This is up to my colleagues. I'm not an IT person and I will not quote any brands, but by and large, we are going to implement new and reliable technical solutions such as MDM, data quality, and many other things. In fact, in the National Bank itself, we have accumulated a great analytical potential, including various models of stress testing. This bank was helping the agency to develop the methodology of QR. The agency looks at the banks and the approaches from bottom to the top, bottom up, and the analytical specialists in the National Bank, they have a great pack of models, and they develop the top-down approach. We have a lot of research in the market of immobile property, and we use a certain algorithm of machine-assisted learning, and an important component of the factory of data, there will be a laboratory of machine-assisted learning. It will become a sandpit for the analytical experts, which will improve their capabilities for deeper and all-round analysis. And by and large, this factory is going to become a platform which has having good skills. The analytical experts will be able to do everything much quicker, and providing the maximum volume of the information to the decision makers. The decisions will be made, the decisions will be data-driven, research-driven, and up-to-date. So several examples to optimize the models of stress testing, taking into account more factors, to adapt the models to the changing environment in the market. So in the real time, almost real-time regime, this will be done, and it will give an access to timely, condensed and operative analytics when on your fingertip, opening your planchette or computer, you get an answer to 9 of your 10 questions using great amount of data accumulated by the National Bank and analyzed from outside. So we are on this path, and an inalienable part of the creation of the data consuming process is the creation of this artificial intelligence, and we are planning to create a special tool which enables us to automate many routine tasks and decision making. We are testing and using the various models of machine-assisted learning. My colleagues are going to make a presentation on this. The idea is to create a platform, an industrial platform, and create a good assistance for our team. My staff members were passing many jokes on that, and were offering the name to this assistance, but we decided not to experiment. And this is a great challenge and a great help, a great assistant for us. And it is clear that we have a certain relationship within the
So all the supervision technology, as mentioned yesterday, from the agency, the regulatory technology, and based on the data from the credit register, we are kind of developing a sort of a matrix shape reporting, which includes all statistics for credits and gathered to the National Bank database registers. So we cancelled all the matrix reporting forms and created a new form for loans reporting, and which kind of condensates all key parameters, all key indicators, which are after that published on the websites, on all the sources, to confirm that they have. Now we're preparing the statistics of the credit loan market, and this approach will be distributed further into the future. So we are planning also to improve granulation, improve collection of data in order to improve and increase integration level and to avoid lack of usage. We want to open access to all divisions in our bank and implement kind of cross usage. Next, we hope to create logical kind of open access to data. And now, just to mention, we're planning to create a open data database which could be accessible to everyone, and we're working to develop that, and hopefully in the next few years we will launch this project and provide access to all groups of society. And currently it's presented, it's saved, and in the future we are planning to transform to automation, to machine learning material. Therefore, hopefully, we will expect increase and growth in the volumes of data usage, and to create a certain culture on data usage in our country. Very important point to highlight is application of modern technology, of state-of-art technology, data, AI governance. We believe, and we are stating, that data needs to be processed with a moral approach. State-of-the-art technology, considering AI governance, this is like a set of events to follow up with ethics, with responsibility, with data access, data transparency, safety and security of data. We believe that will be the most important points. And dear colleagues, we are now witnessing that data is becoming one of the most important tools in order to make decisions in the future. So we are trying to apply our data to increase the understanding and comprehension of the situation, in order to make precise and very fairly weighted decisions. And if we consider our future, we want to create a very sustainable system, allowing us to make decisions in a better way. Hopefully, our data will create and improve our future and our growth of the country in many other social areas, and hopefully reduce inflations down to the target of 5%. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, dear Akıncan Malikovic, for your report. So let's continue. The next report, the next presentation is dedicated to a very important subject. Our next speaker is dear Madalina Popa. She's a regional director for artificial intelligence and Azure in Central Europe with Microsoft. So, round of applause for our wonderful speaker ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. So happy to be here with you today. The second time for me in Almaty. The first time it was in 2019 in July, and I fell in love with this wonderful city. Thank you very much, National Bank of Kazakhstan, for the invitation. Thank you very much to my colleagues for the warm welcoming. Today we will be discussing about how the power of AI can influence and really shape the future of the financial services. I'm hoping that I will use the... Oh. Maybe someone suggests me how I can change the slides? Oh, this one. Thank you very much. And going back, now that I found out, I started using AI when I first designed this presentation. The first slide is done with generative AI, with a tool which is called Microsoft Designer. And I asked him to envision how Almaty will look like maybe in 100 years. And he discovered this kind of picture. It's some sort of very futuristic picture for Almaty. We are hoping that it will be green and sunny as it is today. But coming back to today Almaty and what is happening today and how AI is shaping the reality, let's start understanding the relevance and importance of artificial intelligence. Let's start with the leaders. What the leaders want from artificial intelligence? Well, this is an amazing study which was done with Microsoft and LinkedIn. It was done in a lot of countries across the entire globe. And we had around more than 20,000 respondents for this. And it's amazing that the leaders and the employees, they want the same thing. They really want to increase the employee productivity with the tools of artificial intelligence. And with this, I also want to maybe demystify one of the fears that everybody has. It's related to the fear of losing the jobs if we are going through AI world, which is not the case. As you see, the leaders, they want AI in order to sustain the employees' productivity, not to replace them. If you see in the study, the latest one is replacing headcount with AI. It's not the first one. And happily, the employees, they want the same thing. They want AI to help them increase the productivity, find answers, summarizing meetings, helping with administrative tasks and planning the day. Now, let's see how we are building this AI world and where do we see AI influencing the companies. We see 4 big areas. One is enriching the employee experience, coming back again to idea of productivity. Another one is related to the customer engagement and the customer experience. Third one is related to the business processes and the operations and how we can use AI to automate, to make the lives easier, better when we are working, and also to identify the potential financial crime or risks. Last but not least, AI is helping us to promote innovation and to start imagining new products, new things, new services, and new revenue streams for different companies. When we are working with AI, we have to start thinking in bits and pieces because we cannot eat the elephant. AI is a big elephant. We cannot eat it all at once. So if we are looking on the study that I have shared on how AI is influencing the companies, we see three big areas. One is related to the productivity, and these ones we are addressing it with the Microsoft Copilot, and we will go further to discuss more on this. Another one is related to building a platform for AI and OpenAI. And the third one is related to the security, because when you start using AI, you have to think also how to make the data of your employees and of your customers to be more secure. Let's start with the Copilot. So, what Copilot can do for you? A lot of stuff. If you are a programmer and you are coding, you can code 55% faster with Copilot. If you are a domain expert, you can create workflows in half time. If you are looking for employee performance, you can reduce the employee attrition by 20% with Copilot. If you work in marketing, then 67% of the persons in marketing are saying that when they are using Copilot, it saves time, and 50% they are saying it improves the work quality. If you are in customer service, then you can resolve faster your customer challenges and issues. If you are in security, you can respond in minutes to threats, not in hours. And last but not least, if you are in sales, you can streamline the processes of checking and answering emails. You can summarize meetings. You can be proactive to your client. You can do so many stuff. This world of Copilot, it's amazing. So, indeed, Microsoft has a Copilot for everything. As I was saying, if you just identify the problem, if you identify the person that needs to be helped, then you can immediately decide which kind of, let's call it assistant. Microsoft is calling it Copilot, but let's call it assistant. So you can decide what kind of assistant you need, either for developers, either a GitHub Copilot, for productivity, we are talking about Microsoft 365 Copilot, and so on and so forth. Now we finished very fast with Copilot. We are going also very fast to the use of generative AI, which are the best use case scenarios that we see across different type of companies, and we will get afterwards to the financial services. So, when we are looking at companies using generative AI, which is the most spoiled child of AI family, and the last one, the newborn, let's call it, they are looking to enterprise ChatGPT type of solutions. Everybody is using ChatGPT. Even myself, when I'm doing some of my homeworks for school, because I'm in university, sometimes I use ChatGPT. But this is not an enterprise type of solution. So if you want your employees to be secure and to use the power of OpenAI, then we are talking about a better knowledge mining with an enterprise GPT solution. Of course, we are talking about intelligent call centers that when you are starting using generative AI, the life of the person which responds in the call center and the customer experience in the call center is much better. It's also a scenario where you can build your own Copilot or your own assistant. You can decide which department in your company has the biggest need of support. And you can create with your IT colleagues, with Microsoft and with our partners, you can create that specific assistant that will help and support your employee. Content generation, it's another use case for new products and services. And last but not least, in the ranking of top use cases for generative AI, we are seeing hyper-personalization for better sales and marketing. Now, resuming and going with the niche industry of financial services, we have questioned 122 customers across banking, insurance, and capital markets industries across different countries. And we asked them, what do you use when you are starting your journey for generative AI. And we see here some reports. 50% of the use cases are from knowledge search, know your product, 13% empowering advisors, 14% contact center, not too much of usage in the area of claims and risk and fraud, because it still needs to be with a lot of human touch, of course. Other areas that we are seeing, it's customer-facing generative AI, copilot type of solutions, market research, and content generation. Well, in order to have the best generative AI use case, and in order to have the best experience for your employee and for your customer, you need to have a platform, because generative AI without a data governance, without data cleaning, without everything that the Mr. Governor was mentioning before, and by the way, congratulations to the National Bank of Kazakhstan for doing this. I will be very happy to share what you are doing this in the other countries. It's an inspiration. And this is how the journey starts, actually, you know, because you cannot put on top juicy stuff. You cannot buy gadgets if your house is still an old house. If you buy a gadget on a very old house where everything, the pipes are leaking and everything is not in a safe place, it will not be a good experience. This is why building a platform, a layer, which in our case it's Microsoft Fabric. This is how the platform is called. It's one of the best platform that is helping and supporting AI use cases and generative AI use cases, because it offers the possibility of centralization and curating all the data, because you can build fit-for-purpose industry analytics and AI models on top of it, because you can scale transformative analytics applications, and you can democratize analytics responsibly, securely, and you can build trust. Well, this is how the journey looks like. I was talking about the journey, what to start, how to start. Is very important and relevant, the executive sponsorship. When your company wants to start an AI journey, having the sponsorship of the leadership team, it's imperative, because it needs to start with a culture of artificial intelligence, a culture of how to use data securely, a culture of skilling, because not everybody knows how to use AI tools. And if you don't go through an adoption process or skilling process, you will buy the best tool and the best AI solution, but your employees will not use it because they are not accustomed to use it, because it will be very hard for them to adopt it in their day-to-day life. Then it's the securing the foundation, the data governance and security. I'm emphasizing security many times because it's very important. Then the next step is the modernizing and migrating the data platform and the applications. And only after these 3 steps, you start to put the juicy stuff, as I was calling them, the line of business solutions, the generative AI use cases, the ones that are attracting customers and employees. And last but not least is the executive engagement and the adoption of the employees. Another step, very important, it needs to be addressed, because otherwise, as I was saying, the employees will not use it. Very, very fast, I will go through some examples of banks and fintechs that started using generative AI solutions. OCBC Bank, it's a bank in Singapore. They are using generative AI for contact center agents. Before, they were spending a lot of time responding to complicated questions from the customers. The bank decided to reach out to Microsoft, and we deployed a generative AI bot built on Azure OpenAI service. And now the bot is helping the customers, the call center agents, to respond. So the call center agents are not eliminated. It's very important to understand this. They are just helped by these AI assistants that are providing answers very fast for them. PayPal is another example. They are using Microsoft Copilot Studio. It's a tool that is helping the employees of PayPal to create citizen development solutions and to create different kind of applications in a very easy way and very, very fast. Standard Bank, it's a bank in Africa. They had some challenges with business processes and operations. A lot of manual processes that needed to be addressed. And again, they reached out to Microsoft and we offered them the Copilot Studio, the one that, as I was mentioning in the PayPal case, is helping the employees to build their own applications that are solving any situation. In the case of Standard Bank, they identified 1,500 types of problems that were addressed with the help of artificial intelligence in real time. Mitsuo Bank, it's a bank in Japan, a very innovative one, where of course the employees were using ChatGPT in their personal life, but also in the office. So they identified this as a potential security breach. But in the same time, they didn't want to upset their employees because it was clear the employees wanted and needed a solution to help answer faster with answers. This is why Mitsuo reached out to Microsoft and we offered them Azure OpenAI service in order to create this enterprise GPT capability and platform. They have the same experience and now it's even better because it's enhanced also with the information coming from their own tools. The ChatGPT doesn't offer this. You cannot interrogate your own legacy system or the information that you have in your emails. But with an enterprise GPT solution based on Azure OpenAI, you can incorporate all this information in a secure way. Commerzbank, this one is a pretty cool one, very advanced and very futuristic. It's a bank in Germany. They wanted to build a next level customer experience with their mobile application for 2.2 million active users. And they deployed an AI avatar based on Azure OpenAI services. The text-to-speech service was the most used in this case. And right now they have an avatar and they are showcasing a very interesting customer experience. Akbank, it's a bank in Turkey. These guys, they also reached out to Microsoft because they have 10.8 million active customers. They have 700 branches and 12,000 employees. A lot of customers to be managed by only 12,000 employees. So they decided to create an AI assistant for each one of the contact center agents that they have in order for the contact center agents to answer to their customers very easy. They didn't stop here. Right now with Akbank, we are working on other AI assistants to be developed for each type of department. So imagine that if you are working on Akbank, you can ask for having your own assistant, your own business development executive, your own secretary to do things. This is the nice and cool image of using AI. In Swift, they are also using AI from Microsoft. Everybody knows what Swift is. I don't need to explain, I'm sure. With Swift, they had some challenges with the fraudulent attacks and financial crime and the cyber crime. They approached Microsoft for collaboration and for helping them to identify the best way to decrease the fraudulent financial crime. And right now they are using federated machine learning, which is another component from the AI family, and also Azure Confidential Compute. Of course, the impact was a very good one related to how they are being proactive in terms of financial crime and being proactive in terms of the fraudulent attacks. In NASDAQ, the AI solution is used by the board members because they were having a lot of meetings and discussing a lot of important things. Before generative AI appeared, someone was taking notes. And right now, all the meetings that are happening there are summarized by with the generative AI. And after each meeting, they have the recording, they have the summarization, everything which is very clear. The Deutsche Börse case, they are using a centralized data platform based on Azure and Power BI. Power BI is a business intelligence tool from Microsoft. And in this way, they are enabling the automated processes and the development of new advanced analytic services. The best use case for them was related to the data silos that is happening there and the centralization and the automated data processing. This is what they solved with artificial intelligence. Well, I'm coming to the end of my presentation. It's definitely and very clear that AI is important, and you need to start addressing it and implementing it and thinking about how to do it if you didn't start it already. The potential is very clear. I'm very happy again to see the National Bank of Kazakhstan interest in exploring AI solutions. And because AI, it's impossible without cloud, I'm happy to see that National Bank of Kazakhstan is exploring also cloud solutions because of AI. I also noticed during these 2 days while discussing with different representatives of National Bank that you are also encouraging other companies also by doing this event, and huge congrats for what you are doing here, gathering the fintechs and the banks in Central Asia here for this summit, and encouraging them to use AI, to start exploring AI. This is something that definitely it should be done by any other national bank in any other country. So having all this in mind, I really hope that you enjoyed this presentation, and I really hope that we can meet and discuss more during the breaks. Me and my colleagues, we are here. For the fintechs and startups, we have some very cool programs, Microsoft Program for Startup, Microsoft Founders Hub. If you want to hear about this, we are here and we can discuss about it. Thank you very much.
Көп рахмет, алғысын береміз спикерімізге. Ал біз одан ары қарай жалғастырамыз.
А сейчас мы с нетерпением ждем на этой сцене следующего выступления, которое раскроет нам подходы компании Visa,
which will disclose the approaches of Visa. Sanjar Suleymanov is on the stage, head of the Department of Visa Money Movement Solutions in Ukraine, Georgia, and the countries of CIS and Southeast Europe. Hello, colleagues. My name is Timur Suleimanov. I'm Sanjar Suleimanov. I'm responsible for all the products in the countries of CIS, Eastern Europe, Ukraine, and Georgia. I'd like to touch upon three topics of my presentation. I'm going to tell you how Visa works with startups and in what way we support them. I'll tell you about our acquisitions that we have done over several recent years, for you to clearly understand whom we are seeking for to develop technologies, and I'll tell you about tokenization. As you may know, Visa is a world leader in payments. We are one of the first startups and the first Fintech company in the world. We have been developing the technologies for 60 years. And listening to your presentations, we realize that many spheres are not covered. Still, there are many problems and tasks. And every day we are looking for new solutions to create new products together with the banks, merchants, fintechs. We have a lot of interaction with the various actors in the market, not only globally, but in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia. One of such important trends that we have, we call it Visa Everywhere Initiative. This is a platform. It was launched in 2015. It was created in USA. It was a local initiative. But since then, we replicated this platform to all markets. This is more than 200 countries, and the total amount of startups is 15,000, and general finance is $48 billion. In San Francisco, our partner TechCrunch, so there will be an event in San Francisco, and you will be able to find out what partners we are aiming at. Well, it was last year that there was a competition won by drug stock company. This company helps to make the buying. So they create a link between the suppliers of drugs and hospitals and health facilities. It was in Africa that poor quality drugs and medications were sold, and there were great problems. There were people who suffered, and finally they introduced a seamless process when all the line of the creation of drugs was going through their platform. They won the grant of $50,000. Now this grant will amount to $100,000, and there is a prize from the audience, so to say. This is $10,000. We do not only support, but we look at the future projects. We just find out the niches where we can create new products. So here you can see new trends. This is AI and everything related to cloud solutions, tokenization, cryptocurrency, and we look at creators of economics. Gen D uses it at various platforms, and we try to support young companies. Well, looking at our level in Kazakhstan, we deal with supporting startups every day, and we launched the service earned wage access, which allows you to get your salary according to your request, you have worked for 10 days, you are eligible to get a certain sum, you press a button, and your money go to eligible Visa card, no matter which bank it is geared to. This service is available throughout the year, and thanks to the company Buchta, we are going to replicate this service to in other countries. We signed a strategic agreement and will replicate it to other markets. It's important that the company Visa allows to go out to other markets. Another case, and this is EasyTap company who live in generations D. They don't want to stay in the office from 9 to 6. They want to earn money just everywhere. They select their own employer, and we started to work with them when they had small turnovers and had no big names, but now they're working with big global brands, and their staff can get the money that they have earned at any point of time. Previously, the procedure was rather cumbersome, and the accountant had to create a big file, and we advised to insert our solutions here. Now they have a very flexible platform. We have various formats of supporting startups. The company doesn't have to be very large and had billions of turnover. This is just the strategy of the development of the markets where we operate. Talking globally, over the recent time, we have been trying a lot of things not to be associated only with card business. Yesterday, our speakers mentioned that in order to compete in the contemporary world, in line with the development of technologies, we can't deal only with cards. We are going to become a network of networks. Now we go into the accounts and digital accounts, wallets. We can provide interesting solutions in terms of wallets. For example, Alipay. There are 3 startups. In fact, they are big companies, and all in all, we have spent more than $5 billion and the company Earth Sport was registered in London. This company helped to optimize the international transfers. In fact, it was a competitor of SWIFT. When you send money go via the correspondent bank. Sometimes it happens quickly due to SWIFT, but statistics shows that these transfers take 2 or 3 days, and there are problems with commission and transparency. And so our guys created a solution which allows you to make transfers to different countries in the currency of where the money is received. And the sum of money comes without commissions. If you send liras, you get 100 liras without commission and so on. So this startup was bought in 2007, and in Central Asia we have live launches. In Central Asia, if you have clients in various countries, you can send the transfers more than to 100 countries of the world. The second startup I'd like to mention, this is Yellow Pepper company. It was launched in Latin America that had a Yapex platform that allowed to unite all the banks within one platform in order to make transfers according to the phone number. For the Central Asia and the countries of the region, it is not something brand new, but to unite all the banks within one platform, this is a big task. The company began with Peru, and we liked their stack technologies, and we merged this company, and now their solutions are integrated into Visa decisions. Now you can make transfers according to phone numbers. You can send money to Uzbekistan knowing his phone number, and you'll see the bank of the receiver, the name and the first letter of the second name, and you'll know that you are transferring money to the right person. And the last startup, maybe you have heard, this is Tink, the greatest open API platform in Europe. It allows the users, the bank and business to get connected to API, and on the basis of Tink you can create your own solution of startup. You can optimize all the accounts payables, accounts receivables for business, and this service can be you can resell this business to other companies and technologies. You don't have to spend your energy getting connected to every bank or platform in Europe. We're developing this startup for other markets. It will depend on the regulatory requirements, and this technology has good prospects, and all the three startups were dealing with the card business. They were aimed at different directions with which Visa never worked. So you'll ask, what is about AI? Well, in what way Visa uses AI? Probably we are the first financial company that uses AI. This is the third year that we were using AI for preventing fraud. When you pay in the internet, your transaction is 99% safe because we check many factors in real time in order to find out. So this is due to the machine learning and AI, and we're going to invest $100 million into the startups using artificial intelligence. You can read our recent press releases. We are going to merge the company space, and this company just tracks the fraud seamlessly so that all the banks can get connected and prevent fraud transactions. This company has existed for several years, and these technologies will allow us to integrate our solutions in a seamless manner. So we use more than 250 models of AI. 60 of them work in real time, and they guarantee the safety of transactions for the users and business. Our clients do not look for the information in pricing of Visa, and they can just via the GPT chat, they can request the information about the work of this or that service, and we use AI in real time in the technologies, not only providing service to the clients, but within the company. Now let us talk about the most trendy thing. We were discussing the issues of tokenization, crypto, and blockchain.
Therefore, we started to test CBDC introduction, and this is nothing new. As you remember, together with National Bank of Kazakhstan, we were exploring, and the Hong Kong location was one of the pioneers of CBDC allocation. So that we decided to join them in a pilot project. The two largest banks, HSBC and Hang Seng Bank, located in Hong Kong and based on Hong Kong dollar, CBDC dollar. So we tested a couple of cases as tokenized deposit, so purchasing real estate and settlement between acquirers and merchants. So the idea behind this is for example, monies that you have allocated for purchasing real estate sometimes is not safe transaction. People who are receiving funds are supposed to get confirmation that they received. The other party is supposed to check how legit is the deal, considering that there's a lot of processes in parallel, simultaneous. This creates a higher cost for this deal, and if we talk about deposit is a different meaning to the word for deposit. It's not just storage of money in banks. In this case, deposit is used as many cases usage. Application, for example, for company to deposit funds to a different location during kind of delivery or logistics transaction. So if you imagine this, we program the functions in order to optimize the financial streams. So we successfully completed tests, and last week, 4th of October, we have launched the Visa tokenized asset platform, which allows us to tokenize assets of any kind, of any character, any nature, assets related or connected to what you have current flats, automobiles, stock exchange, shares, etc. So this platform allows you, if you're a financial company, to issue stablecoin based on Ethereum blockchain technology and conduct transactions. So the quantity of areas where you can apply this technology is wide, and we're planning to become live next year. So you can actually now enter the Visa platform and try and see how it works. So trust me, that's where the future is, and we can see obviously that there's a lot of replacements will be made, regardless if it's physical entities or legal entities, and eventually this will replace all types of transactions, money settlements between large corporations, large companies via tokenizations, and including usage of state CBDC currencies, so that the transaction can be done in any currency, in fiat or other currencies of the country. So all the above mentioned, let's say, things are composed of three parts. Let's say, first of all, it's an easy integration, the light integration, when you have to integrate open API, accessibly play it in a sandbox, and get prepared for startup or launch of some kind of a solution. Maybe it's a loyalty or some other service. Next item is easy to program, easy to develop, the development opportunity. So the funds, let's say, will be so you don't, in this case, it makes it easier from the client's perspective. You don't need to contact your manager. It's going to be a simplified process of money management, very flexible, very significant. And in the future, I see that we will develop not only based on the Ethereum platform, but also DeFi, which means decentralized finance, where we can link to other blockchain platforms, and no one will face any obstacles or issue to work. Somebody's working with Bitcoin, somebody's working with Ethereum, somebody created their own stable coin. So big thanks to all of you. I'm finished. I hope I was capable to tell you everything that our company is planning for. So let's continue. We are moving on to the next panel, a very important panel. So the moderator of the next panel session is Ms. Aynur Janturina, who is the CEO of Rising Research. The leading experts of the panel session is Yerkali Yedinbayev, who is managing director of the licensing office at Astana Financial Center. Bakhjan Seyitgazin, who is a managing director for joint stock company's central deposit for valuable shares for stocks. Next is Yesengilde Rahimbekov, who is the managing director of Skybridge Digital Finance. Talgat Dosavanov, who is a co-founder and general director of Intibix, and Puanish Koishaibula, who is a compliance officer for ATEX Eurasia. So dear ladies and gentlemen, good day, and let's start our panel session for digital financial assets. My name is Aynur Janturina. I'm a CEO of Rise Research. We conduct various types of researches and surveys. So together with our partners KPMG, MasterCard, Freedom Horizon, and others, we are in the process of survey and researching digital assets for Central Asia and Caucasus. In particular, countries like Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Armenia. The actual results will be available in November. We have done a significant amount of interviews with all players, and we have witnessed so many different opinions. Majority is usually expressing a very pessimistic approach. However, on the other hand, a large amount of partners are very optimistic, so the opinions are different, various. Therefore, today we have an excellent panel with main players, main actors of the market to discuss this issue, if it's worth imposing prohibitions or allow full freedom for digital assets to be applied. So I believe our panel session is very useful for everyone. Let me introduce everyone available. Mr. Yerkali Yedinbayev, Managing Director for Astana Financial Center. Bakhjan Seyitgazin, the Managing Director for Central Stock Exchange Deposit Database. And Mr. Talgat Dosanov, who is co-founder and the CEO of Intibix. So I believe we have like 7 to 10 minutes for every speaker, and after they're completed, after they're done, we can move on to Q&A session. So, dear Yerkali, let's start with your report, your presentation. Thank you very much, Aynura. Thanks, Aynur. Greetings to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this event, and for all the discussions that I've heard. So if we want to continue the discussion for what's happening in the International Finance Center of Astana, let me share just briefly about the history of our center. Everything happened together with the foundation of the Astana Financial Center, International Center, especially what's related to Fintech for digital assets, considering that the main mandate of Astana Financial Center is And one of the activities, one of the objectives is to develop digital markets and digital assets in our economy. So this started way back in 2017 in a certain manner of regulatory sandbox discussion. The title for Fintech Laboratory, Fintech Lab. So again, as just to reiterate, we started in 2017, and if we decide to speak the most important stage in our development is the pilot project. A pilot project under our initiative, when we already invited digital asset exchange companies. However, the main issue, the main obstacle is for them was the lack of fiat channels, and of course, likewise for us. Together with the National Bank, together with other agencies, the financial monitoring agency, we developed like highlights of the pilot projects, and started in June 2022 until December last year, 2023. Therefore, we came up with an opinion that the pilot project was completed in a successful. The pilot project was completed successfully. As I mentioned, the main criteria parameters that we have announced, the main 6 exchanges, the scope, the overall volume of trading. So we ended up with 39 million tenge. Over 63,000 transactions were completed. Some of the exchange companies were on board. Roughly 52,000 clients participated in the project. However, the main outcome, the main result is that based on experience that we received under this project, under this pilot project, is that we had a chance to develop a basic regulation, basic legislative baseline, basically. So how to start working with digital assets. We have discussed and created a full-scale regulatory kind of strategy in terms of digital assets, and respectively to payment services providers, we decided to discuss the stablecoin issuance. And one more point to the results of this project is that from the pilot mode we upgraded to real-time project for development of interface relationships between providers and second-tier banks. Altogether, as a result, it started operating from the beginning of this year, beginning of 2024, and as a result of a pilot project, we consider this pilot project as successfully completed. So for today, for this particular moment, what's available in the Fintech Lab and in our sandbox. We have 18 members. We have a new pipeline of requests to join the Fintech Lab. However, the structure is as follows: 8 exchange, 5 crypto brokers, 3 providers of payment services, and 2 exchanges for tokenized stocks. It's a very interesting area to discuss. So if we look at the trends of this year, after completion of the project, the digital assets passed the graduation stage. which means that they have successfully escaped the sandbox, the regulatory sandbox stage, and moved on to the full-time regulation with a license available for the exchanging activities of digital assets and trading. And the second major outcome, major result, of course, there's still a lot to achieve, but for the previous period, the trading turnover equals to $616 million, which exceeds like three times the previous period, the previous year. As I mentioned before, and just to point out, to note one more interesting area is the tokenized stock exchange, stocks. Yeah. Yes, and we are on top of that. We are still in process of developing, but if we look at the sandbox, the regulatory sandbox, we accepted the framework, and it was activated beginning of this year. And just to elaborate a little bit, what's a securities token? And securities tokens is a digital representation of securities. From the perspective of regulation and application of methodologies, it makes the regulatory function very easy to comprehend. And we have the tokenization option. Of course, it's specific, and it's created for under the blockchain protocols. And additional requirements are imposed to the traditional securities. However, it looks logical. It looks easy to comprehend, to understand. So the organizers of the event, they requested to open a couple of cases, and I would like to point out one of the actors in our market, which is the Bitfinex Securities. They have a license starting from 2021. The first initial emission was significant and very exciting to research, to review. So considering that the tokenization was still under the testing mode, however, the emittent was interesting. The company of Adam Beck, one of the founders, one of the creators of Hashcash, which was initially used as one of the concepts of digital mining. And this is his company. This company was created by him. Therefore, the volume wasn't so big, slightly above 6 million euros. However, the placement happened very quickly, within 20 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. And this is one of the advantages of tokenization. So the third emission was also very interesting edition, considering that it was a tokenized bonds from Microcapital, which is a company considered to be traditionally finance institution. As you know, many microfinance companies were using this and they've issued this emission of tokenization was conducted under Bitfinex Securities. And when we can observe traditional financial actors applying tokenization in the market, therefore also on top of everything I've mentioned, the fourth edition was approved by the committee of Astana International Financial Center, but we're still waiting for the October to announce the further news. And in general, I can complete my report on this point.
Thank you very much for the information. The increase of the amount of trades is impressive. Now, over the 8 months, now you have shown 720, and we are waiting for the end of this year. May I introduce the next speaker? This is Kuanish Kuyshabayev. You've got 7 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kuanish Kuyshabayev. I'm representing the interests of one of the biggest licensed exchanges in our country, and I'm a compliance controller. Our stock exchange is one of the biggest crypto stocks in the territory of Kazakhstan. At present, we have six fiat currencies. More than 30 currency couples and 8 banks actively collaborate, and on our stock exchange we are trying to make the commissions minimal, and we are supporting 4 languages, and also the license of the Astana Financial Center, and we got 3 licenses. The first license is the license for the operator to buy and sell the assets. Then we got a dealer's license. At present, on our exchange, we have spot trade, and our favorite clients can buy and sell their digital assets within the framework of legal regulations, requirements. They don't conflict with other state bodies, and our team works in the field of P2P between natural persons, OTC trade, and then crypto card. As to crypto card, our favorite clients, if we launch this business, will be surprised. Using the card, they will be able to pay, to use various terminals, and so they will be connected to the whole world via this product. As to other trends, we are going to develop them, but step by step, because we are going to move gradually and safely. I'd like to describe the main requirements by our financial regulator. I have shown 7 products. When we launch 7 products, some of them we are launching right now, they should conform to the following requirements: the ban on replication and withdrawal of fiat assets by third persons. Clients cannot insert and withdraw money via third persons. The second is the classification of client. At present, the classification is done according to wholesale and professional client, retail and professional client. Retail clients are more protected. So there are legal exchanges, they closely collaborate with the second-tier banks, and they look at the source of origin. They look at the cleanness of the sources of origin. So when we launch a product, we are to observe the procedures QIC, QIT, QIW, and AML. The first one is the identification of clients. QIT is the checking the transaction for cleanness, the checking of crypto wallets, and the financial monitoring of transactions. This is to minimize the risks of financing terrorism. And clients, if they trade on a stock exchange, and if they buy something and use their wallet, they're going to buy very clean crypts, digital crypts. Then the management of sanction risks. There is a lot of turbulence in the world, and when developing the products, we pay attention to this. Then the protection of fiat crypto assets. When developing the product, great attention is paid to exclusion of the conflicts of interests and the abuse in the market. This is one of the measures to protect our clients on behalf of the regulator when we develop products. And the next to exclude the conflicts of interests. Licensed cryptocurrencies work with open digital assets. I'd like to dwell upon the advantages and drawbacks of crypto products and the licensed crypto exchanges. This is the advantages, the regulation, the support of the regulator. This is the better protection of the users and transparency. We conform to the requirements of the regulator, and we carry out financial audit of our financial activity and safety. The facility to regulate so this is the facility to then the regulation. Sometimes because we act in the legal field, there are some drawbacks. As compared to other crypto stocks without license, we have a higher commission. The drawbacks of the licensed stock exchanges, the regulation, less requirements to that will enhance the process of getting access to the platform. They can have on their platform some products that are not well known. Then the problem with withdrawing of fiat assets. If the banks of the second tier find out some faults, they suspend the transactions until they find out what is going on. This is bad for the clients. And the transparency, lack of transparency is a big problem, because if you come to a crypto exchange which is not licensed, their location is unknown, and some audits are implemented and some not. This is bad. So, the conclusion, if our clients trade at the licensed stock exchanges, they are quite protected, and if the client trades at the foreign non-licensed stocks, the commission is low, but they confront with great risks. Now I'd like to show you some practical cases. At present, the law on digital assets abides to sell 50% in the territory of financial center. This doesn't work because in 2010 they registered about 98 miners, in 24 they are less, because now we have licensing. According to the data of our stock exchange, now they are less, and we make and plus analysis of the legislation. It shows that for the violation of this norm, about 50% of sales, they cannot be punished, and this norm is not operational. So we are working on this to make this happen. The next point, miners who are residents should conform to the requirements of accounting legislation. They should provide the accounting documents and the bills, and now we allow our miners to make available the covering accounting documents, the supplementing accounting documents. So there are some things happening in the markets. As to arbitrage trade, great concern among the clients, especially in natural persons, is that natural persons are punished more often. And there are 2 points of view about this. According to the law of Kazakhstan on digital assets, in the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the turnover and issue of the assets is allowed only in the territory of the financial center. If the clients buy it from foreign sources, some say that this is the violation of legislation. Thank you, Cornish. Just the very last point. And the second view is that some people believe that if a natural person goes to the crypto stock exchange, this is not the territory of Kazakhstan, so this law is not valid. And it's up to their discretion. Natural persons can buy digital assets or sell them at some stock exchanges. So we are going to clear this out, to sort it out, and our clients will trade in safe conditions. Thank you, Cornish. The next floor goes to Bakhajan. Please, colleagues, let us keep to the time limits. We've got 23 minutes. Hello. I will not take much of your time. My colleagues were telling about their experience of maintaining business and trading, and we can mention 3 periods: pre-trading, trading, and post-trading. And we are in the post-trading stage. Our main functions is the stock safeguarding and We have an additional license. This is the limited license for the maintaining of banking operations. In order to make transactions, security transactions, we need two components, the securities themselves and money. And in this way, we can make deals according to the legislation of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This touches upon the issues of the right of property, and this is the civil code. On the first day of this event, there were good presentations, and they touched upon and they mentioned that in the world financial assets, there are two components. If we have CBDC, there is a second part, the digital financial assets. In Kazakhstan, there is a pilot project, and we see how it develops, and the central depository looks at the requirements of the market, in terms of issuing and storage of digital financial assets. We are in client-oriented and infrastructure organization. We are B2B2B or B2B2C, and we want to find out the requirements of the market in terms of using digital financial assets. One of our clients, some of our clients are emittents, and we want our market and especially emittents to issue financial assets. But we also want to provide a good way of calculations and storage. And by default, our organization provides safety. We are client-oriented, and we are to protect all the rights of our clients, whose assets we safeguard. The market of securities is monolith, and this market uses specific solutions for taking stock and for storage, but we need to create new services for the clients, and R&D and POC will launch the opportunity to use new technologies, and for the digitalization of our activities, we have a methodology as A, B, C, D, and F. A is our architectural pattern. It gives flexibility to the market. API. B is blockchain as DOT. This is the way to store the decentralized data. C is cloud. Cloud is the word which is multifaceted. It implies many things. This is operation. We can upscale. This is operational approach. D is data. There were a lot of presentations about data, and those organizations who can deal with data have all the necessary competences, efficiency. In these networks, we can give the opportunity at the expense of the economy of growth. We can provide better services. F, it is 5 generations. So 5 languages. The languages that we use haven't been updated for many years. And to describe the problems, we use algorithms, and the languages of programming were declarative and domain-driven. We describe the process, and the language of programming can help solve the problem. And G, generative AI, large language models, and the application of such technologies in the sphere of digitalization. We do not want to ban anything, put a ban on anything. We want to discuss things, and before we start to regulate things, we need to assess all the risks. There are many vast risks. These are the risks related to human resources. The technologies require high-quality specialists that are not available in the market, and generative AI includes a lot of experts, a new class of experts that can contribute their knowledge to the training. And this is also about information safety, because we need new specialists who will audit the systems and be part of red teams. If we use training models, there will be some attacks on the models of training. On the whole, the position of the central depository is to be client-oriented and provide services for the market and for the application of digital assets.
Thank you very much, dear Yesengilde. The floor is yours. We would like to see more cases, more past experience examples. So, dear guests, good day. We just gathered here to discuss what is progress, and I believe the progress is equal to growth or development. And in this case, we are not just discussing digital assets, but we're discussing in general our future with blockchain technology. Looking back in history, what's blockchain? It's another method of how to transfer data. This is a decentralized method, which is free to use for every actor in the market, and have an option to check and review your transactions. Us, as a SkyBridge group of company, working in order to improve and grow for our growth, and we are probably the oldest broker who is activated, who is engaged in trading in Kazakhstan. Also, we have been a part of CBDC introduction in Kazakhstan. Allocation was quite significant. Currently, we are working to develop our subdivision, which will be operating on a DeFi, decentralized, and give opportunity to any client in the world to invest in our products. From our perspective, from our point of view, this is a logical step to grow and to develop in the financial market. As you remember, we had Telegraph, then Internet came along, and because of largest investments, we have received just optimized processes how to transfer data. And if we look at clearing data statistics, T+5, T+3, now we have T+1, which is a time frame, how much time it takes for money transfer when you're purchasing securities abroad. Today, nowadays, we are reviewing a new model for atomic settlements, and thanks to our jurisdiction in the country of Kazakhstan, our Astana International Center, our brokers now have an opportunity, and as it was mentioned before by Gali, we have approved the token offerings, which means actually the first revolutionary acts, legislation acts probably in the world. Therefore, our company, SkyBridge, have 6 licenses within Astana Financial Center and providing services, different services, advising and managing deals, managing investments, etc. We also have a license from all the necessary agencies from the government. Our main objective is to be suitable for clients, to be comfortable for clients. As I noticed from our panel sessions, every participant, every presenter is sharing probably the same information, is just from the other perspective. Therefore, we are all providing opportunity for digital assets tokenizations, and now we are currently in the process of registering a fund with one of the largest managing funds with thousands of millions of dollars in management. Therefore, we hope to achieve a proper partnership, as it was mentioned initially this year in Switzerland, together with our partner. And the main idea is the following. The large actors in Europe, in Switzerland, UK, they have a minimal ticket. Usually it's millions or tens of millions of dollars for the client to enter the structure. The actual structure is not optimized for access of big quantity of clients because it creates extra costs. Therefore, considering that they have the key players of the market, they allow themselves to install high checks, high tickets. Therefore, in our case, we want to follow the structure of the fund, and the funds will be allocated in USDT, not in fiat currencies like tenge or US. Therefore, you can imagine that, let's say, the assets for this worldwide fund, we will open access to this fund. Let's say any participant from any part of the world, like Nigeria, Malaysia, Singapore, and others, they will be able to subscribe to the fund and become its payer. And with the assistance of purchasing this unique token, in this case, it's going to be Bitfinex. I believe this is one of the, it's considered to be a large exchange in the world, and this will become the first listing of equity and the allocation under the Astana Financial Center. And I believe this is going to be one of the first listings in worldwide level, not in a closed DLT, or usually which is used by the central banks in the world, but in the general, in a high level, overall worldwide level, which means that any client will be able to use our platform and use it to transfer funds from Binance, from other exchanges, and acquire a solid asset. And this will allow us as well to be transparent and follow up all the transactions, deposits, where the money came from. And we are always using the latest technology, state of the art, in order to prevent some of the unwanted transactions and fraud. So you can imagine the client can instantly purchase assets on our platform in tokenized within seconds, within milliseconds, and at the same time they can declare as a property and transfer to his own cold storage ledgers on wallets, any other wallets that are supporting this particular blockchain. So in our plans, we have not just a fund startup and with low risk conventional funds, but also additionally algorithmic fund, venture funds, private investment funds, and fixed revenue funds, etc. So you can imagine the Astana International Financial Center have passed through some of these stages, and now we want to introduce a tokenized option for every investor with lower threshold of entry, with, well, at least $5,000 entry, and become the player of the worldwide network. So actually for the past decades we have invested, and in general significant investments were made into fintech, into exchanges, into creation of ledgers and cold wallets. Therefore, we are receiving some particular product which can be used as an infrastructure. So we're currently reviewing application of Bitcoin or USDT as mechanisms which could simplify our operations and the listing of securities. And what we obtain eventually, not in a classical shape, but we open up a crypto global liquidity field, and any client who is located somewhere where it's underbanked society, if you compare to Kazakhstan, he will be able or she will be able to purchase USDT. For example, if he's located in African countries like Chad, he will be able to use USDT, because currently Tether is used as a payment tool for hedging risks, and in majority of emerging economies like Argentina and African states. Therefore, currently we are reviewing this as a progress tool, as a step forward for the financial market as a whole, without elimination of other actors and players in the market. It simplifies the boarding processes for our clients, considering that us as a new entity, we're able to create new services and tools, QIC and all platforms that are available, apply anti-fraud limitations, and eventually will receive, until the end of the year, hopefully you will be able to invest in existing tokenized funds with the cryptocurrencies, crypto assets, and this will make us one of the leading and progressive and exciting and very attractive field and market. Thank you very much, Singali. Talgat, the next floor, the next presentation is for you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and everyone who is present for assistance to develop our market of digital assets in Kazakhstan. My name is Talgat Tosanov. I'm a co-founder and the CEO of one of the starting crypto exchanges in our country, and also we are activated in Australia and in Asian markets. Therefore, together with my team, I'm trying to create and develop the market to a certain level and beyond. The very important topic was discussed just initially, the crypto plastic card. It's such an important event and expectation for Kazakhstan, but we are short in time. Just recently we came back from a crypto conference. It's called Crypto 2049, and that's where we conducted several meetings with worldwide known brokers and investors and founders. Therefore, as we understand, considering that the regulation authorities allowed us to issue the first crypto card this year with the assistance of our partner MasterCard, so everybody was shocked and highly excited, considering that the crypto cards that are currently available in the world are usually edited or usually issued by some kind of offshore entities, or not, or provided with not so safe solutions. And our pilot project, by the end of the year, we will announce full details. We are on the final stage to produce and issue this crypto card, and hopefully this product will lead Kazakhstan and will bring Kazakhstan to a leading position, not only inside the country but also in CIS environment, CS space. It's very rare in the world that you will be able to apply and receive a bank card for crypto assets in a safe, secure way. As far as we know, the basement and the baseline for development of this market is regulatory conditions and terms, and thanks to our international financial center, Astana, we are capable to provide our clients with the up-to-date, state-of-the-art services, and which are not available in Southeast Asia or other Asian centers of finance. And regardless that in other countries the regulatory requirements is different, everything ends up with how you control the turnover of, let's say, non-legal funds, which could be used for funding terrorism or funding other illegal, unwanted activities. Nowadays we notice lots of scam events, scam cases, especially related to crypto assets. And together with my team and my colleagues and my peers in the area, we are trying to tackle down, let's say. There are several perspectives, several areas and vectors which will allow us to make a shift of this current state to what can be achieved in the future. As we all recall, majority of banks, worldwide known banks, used to have a negative attitude to all crypto digital assets. Nowadays, we notice a completely different situation. For example, BCG, the BCG Group have conducted a survey, and as we noticed, the expected shock of the financial market and the world GDP is tokenization. And tokenization, not just a financial product, but also assets. Considering that Kazakhstan is well supplied, well equipped with all kinds of natural resources, therefore we are discussing with one of the largest banks in Kazakhstan how to tokenize natural resources, for example, the Golden Reserves Fund. So eventually you will be able to purchase gold, paying with your digital assets, with your cryptocurrency, and there will be no need to store your gold somewhere physically, but it will be supported with a digital token. We have successfully completed the first tokenization project using our own cryptocurrency, like Tether, for example. This year we are now working and developing more detailed cases. However, it's a bit early to announce about the results, but I'm sure that in the near future you will receive full information. Apart from what I've mentioned before, we can notice potential GameFi area when you play games and you earn money. I'm not talking about the hamsters. I don't believe in hamsters combat when you have to find and discover large amount of tokens or bonuses, but there are some particular games when you actually play and earn money, and this can be applied as well with artificial intelligence, and we expect this to become a significant boost. And of course all of these initiatives, they require regulatory management and control. If we consider supercomputers and super intelligence can be as useful but also as harmful, it's capable of breaking through any kind of wallets and crypto wallets. So I would like to thank everyone. I see that the time is up. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers for creating and providing such a large platform for discussion. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. And to summarize and to finalize, I can say that digital assets, tokens, is obviously popular trend. All of us here are participants and active players in this area, in this sector. Thank you very much. I hope that it was useful and interesting. And to finalize, let's take a group photo. So finally, we would like to announce that the lunchtime has started, and you will be able to exchange during your lunchtime during your coffee breaks on ideas, and we'll be back in this room in half an hour. Enjoy your meals.
Құрметті қонақтар, баршаларыңызды залға өтулеріңізді сұраймыз. Санаулы минуттардан кейін біз бүгінгі саммитті ары қарай жалғастырамыз.
Уважаемые гости, просим занять свои места. Через несколько минут мы уже продолжим.
Қымбатты достар, баршаларыңызды залға өтулеріңізді сұраймыз. Біз бүгінгі саммиттің екінші бөлімін бастаймыз.
Дорогие гости, просим занять свои места, пройти в зал. Сейчас мы продолжим.
Dear guests, you are kindly requested to occupy your seats. We are going to continue the session.
Құрметті достар, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Біз бүгінгі саммиттің екінші бөлімін бастаймыз.
Dear guests, please take your seats. We are beginning the second part of our summit.
Hayırlı gün kımmetli hanımlar ve mırzalar. Özlerinizi осы залда Central Fintech Summit'inde
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to welcome on the second day of the summit. We're glad to see you here after lunch. We hope that we have enjoyed your meals and the time for communication. Now we're getting down to the next panel session, the training on manpower in a changing environment. Let me introduce moderator Ms. Jumasheva Altanay, the head of project office in
директор департамента развития человеческого капитала НБК.
Чокбергенова
Дамитов Кадыржан, председатель
Дамитов
Национального
Кадыржан,
банка в
chairman of National Bank in
1998-1999 годах и советник президента Алмау.
and advisor of the president Almau.
Управляющий партнер КАО.
Abdrahmanova Alina,
А также Ли Томас,
managing
старший
director of
профессор
КАО.
Темасек,
Lee
политехник.
Thomas, senior professor, Temasek
Наследник
Polytechnic.
Кункабаева Аги,
Конкабаева
CEO и основатель
Agis,
TechMates.
CEO and founder of TechMates.
Сергей Климов, SEO
Sergey
Solva
Klimov,
Technology.
CEO Solver Technology.
Келесі панельдік сессияны қабылдаңыздар. Сөз кезегін модераторға береміз.
So we are beginning the second session. The floor goes to moderator.
Раз-раз. Здравствуйте, дорогие участники.
Hello, dear friends and guests. For the first Fintech summit in Central Asia, my name is Altanay. I'm glad to welcome you. We'll talk not about of the future of technologies, but the future of those who is behind the technologies, about the talents that implement innovation ideas and move the industry forward and pay for and work for the benefit of our country. In my panel session, I'd like to present the leaders and visionaries and the veterans of the development of Asia for the development of talents for the whole country. In today's reality, we understood that it is not worthwhile to buy, so to say, people. Our market is overheated, and our part of each part of the society is thinking about the development. It has its advantages and disadvantages, and we have representatives of various structures to share with you some cases as to how we develop talents. And the first charming speaker is Sholban Tulibaevna. Every person who has ever dealt with fintech money or thought about the country was dreaming to work for the National Bank. So we have people that have worked in the system for a long period of time and who know the right answer to every question. And so there is a big flow of students, magistrates, those who want to do something good for the country. How do you cope with this? How everything works? What is your growth and how you manage this as an HR director of National Bank? Will you tell us, please?
Давайте аплодисменты, да, пока.
Let us clap to the speaker.
Good afternoon. Добрый день, уважаемые друзья, коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues.
Второй день присутствуете на нашем саммите.
Thank you for being present at this summit for the second day, which is held by the National Bank and the National Payment Corporations. And it is nice to see here several generations that Altanay has mentioned. The topic is really important, a global fintech. But our topic is not less important. Several speakers spoke about the human capital. This is top and foremost, and innovations go after. And we are trying to solve these problems so that our skills and experience and knowledge stay with us.
Хотела бы представиться. Презентация здесь на слайде.
There will be a presentation here on the screen. I have worked for the National Bank for 20 years, 25 years, and today here with us there is Mr. Damitov, chairman of the National Bank, and when I came to work to the National Bank, there were several speakers. Байбакаметов Атажан Маликович, Director of the Department of Payment Systems and Deputy Director of the Department of Payment Systems. When Kabdurjan Kabdoshevich was a chairman, we were the beginners, and at that time we couldn't imagine that we would sit here in this panel session next to you, and there are many speakers.
Были работниками Национального банка, Агентства финансового регулирования.
The Agency of Financial Regulation and the National Bank, and we worked together for a long period of time. And Kuat Bakirovich, who was a deputy director and the representative of the Oskar Zhambakin from KSL. So I can mention a lot of names. So there are a lot of novelties in the financial system due to the competence of our speakers. And thank you to you all for this active involvement. I'd like to give some historical glimpses.
Не то, что совсем не соприкасается с этой темой. Как сказал Калжан Маликович, я не буду жонглировать там, может быть, терминами такими.
Some people have nothing to do with this topic, and the speakers could say even more about this. But as a speaker from the National Bank, I'd like to describe the evolution of the financial system. We were starting with the copper coins, then circulation money, cashless transactions. So this was a great evolution, and it is nice to mention that this was the Department of Payment Systems was dealing with it, which together with the Payment Corporation is introducing digital tenge. And yesterday it was mentioned that our project, the digital tenge in Kazakhstan, won an award which is recognized in the world as one of the major projects in the development of digital tenge is in place. This is the third currency together with the cashless money and fiat money. Binur said that we are not competitors for the market, we are the regulator, and we would like to make the financial system more stable. People are the main assets of any organization, and I'd like to pay your attention to the digital talents. These are the people who are in this audience and who are making presentations. They should have some skills in the field of cyber safety, introduction of innovation and optimization of business processes. So these people will introduce innovations, optimize business processes, and it will increase the competitiveness of any organization. So people are changing, and what key skills are essential? For the specialists in Fintech, they are here on this slide, both hard skills and soft skills, financial knowledge, innovation, adaptiveness, trends dictated by the market, and the participants of the actors of this market should correspond to these trends, and we are working in various directions. We are changing our structure in line with the situation in the market. In what way do we change the structure in the National Bank? 5 years ago, when Binur started to work with National Bank as an advisor, we were creating our Center for the Development of Financial Technologies. And there was a Kazakhstani Center of Interbanking Transactions, and all of them were taking their mode of development. And now, so they joined, they merged, and now we have a single center. And in order, and for the staff of the National Bank to be trained those skills and trained according to really important programs, as a classical central bank and our mandate in the field of fiscal policy, we were training specialists according together with the institute, with the university of economy, and now we are providing grants. The figures here differ from what you have seen: billion, millions, money, transactions, percentage of growth. When we talk about humans and human capital, we understand that all of us are individuals and we are unique. So the figures here are different. We have 790 graduates of the people of the University of National Economy, and about 130 magistrates are working at the National Bank. About 100 graduates work for the Agency of Financial Regulation, and they have positions of heads of departments, deputy heads of departments, and they have long experience of service in the bank. So we created another project together with Nazarbayev University in 2017. According to the Master of Science and Finance program, there are 112 graduates, and more than 50% continue to work for the National Bank, and two graduates now are in leading positions. The requirements are changing, and the classical. Now we are focusing on Fintech. There was a treaty memorandum with the Kazakh British University, Technical University, and our postgraduate students are being trained there. They're trained in data science, microfinance, and financial technologies. So we understand that we need to change the context and approaches to the training in line with the modern trends. And there is another dimension now. The length of service in the National Bank is 13 to 14 years. We have specialists who retire to pension, who have worked for 30 or 40 years, and how to work with the people who hadn't been trained here, according to new programs or abroad. We also started recruiting students for these programs, and every year we refer 3 specialists according to be trained according to executive MBA. And so many people have been trained according to executive MBA. And here is the director of the Department of Fiat Money and Circulation. And 12 people were trained according to this program, and the leadership potential that has to be disclosed. So we do it due to this kind of training. What to do with other specialists who obtained their knowledge a long time ago? Of course, short-term training is useful, but this year there was a course that finished the digital transformation of business. 11 staff members of National Bank have been trained according to this postgraduate program. In the first year, when we launched this program, there were 23 applicants. Now we have 65 people who are willing to be trained. It increases their leader potential, and the MBA program is targeted at the requests of the National Bank and geared to our requirements, tailored to our requirements. Our strength is our unity, and only central bank in Kazakhstan cannot be developed alone, and we act in close collaboration with central banks of the CIS countries, of the Eurasian banks, then International Monetary Fund, World Monetary Fund. So we are planning what training we are going to perform next year, and we share with each other our knowledge and experience. In what way does the National Bank react to the current challenges? We introduce the system of distance learning, create customized courses where we apply various innovation technologies. We obtained a license which allows to our staff to gain the knowledge on the platform. They cannot get it online, then they're trained online, then accounting, auditing, and in the field of cyber safety. So we train in all directions. We compensate for the costs if the person is trained and obtained a certificate. Our staff have an access to the library of Nazarbayev University, when there is a great choice of literature, magazines, business cases, Harvard School, that really help them to use
Therefore, our staff is reviewing this library, this online library, on a very often. Therefore, this is my final point on the presentation, where we are trying to improve and train and the skills of our staff, and considering that the competitive environment is very aggressive, and the level of specialists must be, level of qualification of our specialists must be high in order for a regulator to demand certain conditions in the market. And as mentioned before by my colleagues, we will achieve better results in every area of our operations. I believe that Fintech is our future, and we can achieve the great results together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. All of the figures announced, the figures demonstrated during the Fintech Summit start from your minor details, from your starting figures. For example, we had a historical maximum last event when our corporation processed over quadrillion tenge. And the employees of the company is just 240 persons. So yes, I understand that we don't have enough people employed in the fintech, and thanks to your leadership, thanks to the leadership in the area, we have professionals in action. So the next question to Mr. Kadarjan. You were the main client, the main customer of all these events happening, and you must understand what skills must be represented in the team. Nowadays, you are an advisor to the president of Alma University. So please share, as advisor, what kind of advice do you provide to the president of the university, of how to train, how you integrate with business, and in general, what do you think about the human resource situation in fintech? Well, firstly, I would like to say hello to everyone here. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate. And as we say, if you're a banker for life. Therefore, I'm really glad to see everyone, all the colleagues. My banking career started in 1991, instantly after the August in 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed. So starting from the junior specialists, I reached the top level of management, and after introduction of national currency, I was appointed as a deputy chairman of the National Bank, and later, after a few months, the national currency was introduced and distributed, and as a specialist and expert in international transactions, credit lines, so the National Bank was on top of managing those events, the reforms, the transformations, and as you understand, at that period of time, it was a dramatic change. It was so if you remember the National Bank from 1994, it was a different entity. It was like a team, but without the core, without the middle engine, let's say. We had experienced people from the Soviet system of the National Bank of the USSR, and some fresh interns from the university. So if you look at the following story, is that everybody was distributed into other banks, and we understand somewhere the remuneration is higher, the salary is higher. Therefore, we were very busy to train people, train new specialists, and at the same time communicate with international financial organizations like World Bank and etc. So if we talk about a good advice, but it's, as we say, you can give a good advice, but also provide 10 additional guidelines of how to achieve this result. So let's say last year we had the anniversary of our currency, 30 years to tenge. So we invited some guests, some speakers, conducted some presentations with students, with guests, and I noticed there is a gap in training, when, especially in the universities, how people train young students. Nowadays we all have devices in our pockets, when in the 80s and 90s it was unexpected. Therefore, the operational function of the bank was always hidden behind some thick wall, and the majority of staff were not quite capable, not competent, and they didn't know what exactly needs to be done. But currently, we are all perfectionists. We are all operationalists. You know, we can press buttons and operate on our own as a unit. Therefore, my age right now dictates that I need to share, I need to train and help others. And actually, I'm learning myself by pushing buttons and signing documents, sending payments, receiving payments, starting some legal agreements, and the pace, the speed of operations is extremely high. If you look back last year, it was a year of anniversary for our currency, and all the universities involved in the financial sector, we all decided to come together and celebrate under one umbrella, let's say. So we started from the National Bank as a main bank in Kazakhstan, in Almaty, and of course the corporation, the payment corporation, and together with National Bank, with Binar Muratovic. So we decided maybe we go beyond just a conference, we'd start some kind of a partnership, cooperation. Therefore, eventually, I decided to accept the offer and start my position as one of my positions, let's say, in my career as an advisor to the chairman. Therefore, to fill the education plan for my university, it's a good opportunity to receive data and information from the first source. Therefore, additional comment, my cooperation with the National Payment Corporation eventually ended up with the creation of several projects with other organizations, other companies, and I would like to highlight, first of all, is the large scope of work with the regulatory agencies like National Payment Corporation and the bank. So these institutions actually have formed like real-time tasks for our students, and just to move on and to discuss the subjects for our summit. My students during the summertime, they were busy developing new products, new software, and the tasks ahead of them, in front of them, are quite realistic. So they enjoyed the time in order to achieve some significant understanding of the market and what needs to be done, what's expected from them in the market and during their professional career, what products need to be. So we will continue training. Simultaneously, there is a project with international companies such as MasterCard. Our cooperation project includes certain equipment. The MasterCard equipped a large lab for us with 50/60 seats. So last summer we had an official ceremony for opening this lab together with the MasterCard payment company, and the experts in the following divisions, such as MasterCard Academy, which is currently based in Dubai city. They've completed a few days of workshop for my students, for our students, and we have invited additionally from other universities from Almaty and from one of the partner university in Uzbekistan, and decided to conduct this very important new technology event. So my projects are emerging, they live their own life cycle, and hopefully that MasterCard Academy will help me and help us conduct trainings in the MasterCard Fintech labs, in our lab, to provide training to our bank specialists, which means inside the university in the lab. And in 1 month's time, what we plan is, again, another training course for the students, and we invited some students from other universities, and also another initiative, which is international initiative Girls for Tech, which is destined for schoolgirls who are highly interested to start their career in fintech, in STEM. So what I would like to point out is that last year, in 2023, we experienced a very serious involvement into the project. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank Asel Marchenko and others, to thank you guys for my personal participation. Very highly interesting and lections, highly interested sessions with lots of useful information. And by performing some of the interesting cases, such as cooperation with MasterCard and more, which is more relevant to this current subject, is the cooperation with the National Payment Corporation and Hewlett Packard. What we noticed is that we received significant support in delivery of a special server, which helps us in improve our studies and upload our some personal data from the National Payment Corporation. And we have some ideas that hopefully other companies will also participate and create a sort of a sandbox for potential testing of different options, ideas, startups, hypotheses, and considering this current actual topic, we would like to invite some of you guys who represent the fintech startups. Possibly somewhere, maybe later on, we can discuss the details. I'm familiar with several companies who are capable to come together and improve the academical processes, the vocabulary, the training program of our university, and for fintech companies based on our university laboratory. So we would like to invite you just to create a sort of a club, exchange club, or the opinions exchange. And as to conclude, yesterday you've noticed that we have discussed what's fintech and what's the definition of fintech. But what I liked is the definition of our banking committee. Is probably the main idea of fintech is the technological solutions which will allow and which will help us implement innovational processes in business, in financial environment, and business models created as a result of that. Therefore, fintech for us is directly linked with education in IT sector, and to keep up, with the modern trends. So, additionally, with consideration of artificial intelligence, before we can learn artificial intelligence, we need to keep the natural intellect in a good shape, considering that nothing will have no result with our own intellect. I'm sure that my colleagues will elaborate, and sometimes I conduct this kind of a test in my with my students or others, and the question is the following. Hypothetically, I ask a question: if your company competitiveness or income it's at a percentage. Is it possible that your company will increase? I will specify the better form of question later, but this is a good question to everyone to analyze on annual based kind of review. For you need to be a specialist in finance sector. You need to understand what's net revenue, what's the capital, and even if it's revenue of 1%, but it gives you 1 billion of clean income. Therefore, we believe that for universities, our main objective is to train students to start using their critical thought and logics. And I asked some of the questions to ChatGPT, but I received several different responses, usually very careful, referring to risky conditions and terms that you need to create a proper business plan. But the point is that our artificial intelligence is supposed to answer. I'm always happy when someone tells me or responds me with the question that input source data is still missing. So this question can be answered both positively and negatively. So thank you very much for the attention. So it was a very smooth transformation from our lecture, from our reports to the study, to the training course. So let's record the numbers, and for every staff of National Payment Corporation to have a chance to become a chairman of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, at least. So we have a guest from Singapore. Hello, Thomas.
Incredible examples how you in Temasek develops talents for fintech in Singapore. Could you please share with these cases with us? And the second question is for future, how Kazakhstan and Singapore can collaborate according to talents, but for the future of fintech.
Thank you very much. I'm mindful of time, but I still like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for inviting Temasek Polytechnic into this very meaningful event and to share our experience and also to learn from you. But more importantly, I would like to seek collaborative effort. If any one of you are interested to work with Temasek Polytechnic, I'll be very happy to speak to you after this session to see how we can prolong the partnership. Now, so to answer the first question on how we deal and prepare our workforce or personnel to embrace the fintech era is have in some context to link with the nature and history of Singapore. As I think most of you will know, Singapore is a very small country with no natural resources, and the only natural resource that we have is human, me. So what happened is our government's primary objective has always been devoting to train and develop the talents in our citizens so that they are able to be receptive and adaptive to the environment. So there is no difference in developing fintech expertise in this form. What we do is we actually create a holistic and lifelong approach to train and also prepare our individuals, every age group, to be able to embrace this new era. So what we do is to focus on the skill sets that is required. I think there are three main skill sets based on my experience that we focus upon. I think the first two is very straightforward, which is technical skills, IT technical skills, including programming, coding, DLT, crypto, blockchain, those IT technical knowledge. Second one will be business knowledge, whereby you'll be learning business processes and all that. However, I feel that it is the third skill set that is mostly ignored or overlooked by individuals, and that is what we call soft skills. I believe, and I'm also very happy to see that around the world, most companies and individuals and training institutions are also starting to be aware that soft skills is very important. So, for example, of soft and life skills includes problem-solving skills, includes using of tools such as design thinking tools to embrace the problem-solving process, opportunity identification, innovation and entrepreneurship, interdisciplinary collaboration and teamwork. So these are the skills that Temasek Polytechnic is very heavily emphasized upon. We even create a compulsory module for all our students so that we can inculcate this mindset to all of them and try to achieve successful and seamless amalgamation of all these three skills: business, technical, and also soft skills. So in the hope that we can create human-centric, customer-centric fintech solutions that prove to be useful to the final user. I think what we are trying to achieve here, as with all fintech designers or management or implementers, are to create product that can truly serve the needs of the economy, the environment. So as an education institution, we look upon the human-centricness in our design to ensure that our future designers, our future implementers will be able to come up with meaningful and useful and effective products for the actual users itself. So based on this very fundamental requirement that we need, we identify our target users into 7 different groups, but like I say again, I'm mindful of time, so I shall summarize it. From schooling children at a very young age, our Ministry of Education of Singapore, MOE, has already incorporated the fun yet interesting information and communication technology, ICT, curriculum into the syllabus itself, so that students can have a first-hand experience of information technology at a young age. So this is something that we actually grow from young, and then we build as a long-term perspective for them to understand. Now, as they progress to the secondary school level, we increase the teaching of this through enhanced method, of course, but we also include extra curriculum activities, meaning I believe all of us experienced this in our school days. After our school, we have other activities. Like for me, I joined the Chinese lion dance group, and taekwondo. Now we have information technology group and also other specific clubs, for example, robotics club, coding clubs for our students to join. And to extend it to another level, we also provide them with opportunities for hackathons and competitions so that when they identify their problem statements, they will be using these problem statements and compete in competitions such as hackathons and competitions. Yeah, so that is what we are trying to do to prepare our youngsters from young to embrace that. And one more important thing is at this very young age, it is very critical for us to embrace the digital citizenship, which is the legal and the ethical aspect of using IT. So I think if we develop this from young, they will have a very good moral upholding to do the right things. Yep. So as this group of students progress to the Institute of Higher Learning, which is where I am, including universities, vocational institutions, and also polytechnics like where I am in. So what we do is that now the domain expertise will take center stage. So if you are in IT, in fintech, that will be your key. However, what is very interesting is we combine that with many different activities. So for example, we provide chances again for hackathon. So TP has its own hackathon, Temasek Polytechnic Fintech Hackathon. So what happened is the winners of this hackathon will be given further opportunities to embrace what they are learning and also to be able to have networking opportunities with other institutions and stakeholders. So one such very good event is our Singapore Fintech Festival, which I think some of you might have heard of because our outreach has already been to foreign friends and partners in the Singapore Fintech Festival. So upon all this training, we also provide internship for our students, whereby they will be attached to local or foreign fintech companies to hone their skills. Yeah, so that's the training part for our primary, secondary school and institution. Now, upon graduating from the institution of higher learning, they will go into the workforce. And their learning and training does not end there. So the Singapore continues to provide training opportunities for this group of people. And there are two programs that if you are very keen in our training methods, then maybe you would like to remember this. It's the Professional Conversion Program, we call PCP. This is done for fintech professionals who wish to broaden their horizon into other areas in the fintech industry. I have to admit that I'm not a fintech expert, but in terms of education, we do provide this sort of vertical or horizontal expansion of knowledge for our fintech professionals so that they can continuously improve. However, for those like what I've mentioned, I'm not a fintech expert. What if I'm interested and keen to, take up the stick and actually move into the industry? I will be able to join the Career Conversion Program, CCP, whereby we will be trained specific areas of our interest. Of course, some courses will be with prerequisites, some will be no prerequisite. And that's how we continue the training. In Singapore, there's also a very unique way because our government tried to encourage lifelong learning. So what happened is all of us, including myself, will be given learning credits, virtual coins, that we can use to so-called purchase the courses that we want to attend. So the cost of attending courses, training, development programs will be very, very affordable for Singaporeans because of this incentive itself. So there is a high encouragement value. Now, all this is fine-tuned to the students, the working class, and everybody. And we also did not ignore another group of very important people who are the elderlies and the retirees. I believe some of you who are involved in educating or trying to implement your fintech products will face this challenge that the elderly is always the last to accept your product. So we try our best to also incorporate programs developed by our Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA. They have a lot of silver packages for our elderlies to give them the knowledge, embrace them. So that what happens is in the ecosystem itself, no matter how strong you are, no matter how good your product is, if your users does not know how to embrace it or use it, then everything will be wasted. So we not only build on the people who develop it, we also build on the people who use it. So that's the development process. Now, very quickly, I will give my opinion very fast on how I feel Kazakhstan and Singapore can work together. I find that we can actually define, based on my understanding these few days, I find that we can define that in terms of time frame. So I divide the whole thing into 3 different time frames. Number 1 is in the short run. Now, in the short run, because of a lack of preparation time, we should leverage on our respective strength, meaning taking Singapore's strength and Kazakhstan's strength, and then we try, in terms of training and development, we try to use the experience and knowledge that we have to add into content for our syllabus and curriculum, and develop programs with actual case studies from Kazakhstan, from Singapore, that we can share, and from there, we try to identify gaps. Secondly, in the midterm, we should now, instead of working independently, sharing of info, we should now have joint programs. Meaning, I envisage a day whereby I can take up a course whereby I learn half of it physically in Singapore, and then I fly to Kazakhstan to learn the second half, or vice versa. So if we can fulfill this, I would think in the midterm, it will be a very beneficial one for all of us. And finally, in the long term, we should not look at programs and a specific operational level, but instead look at the fintech talent pipeline, whereby we try to identify gaps and also the problems that we encounter in this entire developmental structure and see how we can improve it. So that's my humble opinion on how we can collaborate among two parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that time in Kazakhstan. Welcome back anytime. We'll wait you here. Давайте перейдем к следующему спикеру, Сергей Климов. Сергей.
Let us get down to the next speaker, Sergey Klimov. When I was getting acquainted with the presentation, I thought that
вкладываете в своих сотрудников, вы не боитесь, что их у вас
So I envied, and I have to hunt one of the
раскроем все-таки, что же вы
staff
делаете
members.
для
So
сотрудников,
what do you do for your staff that others want to steal them?
Спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for your question.
Сейчас вам дам подробный ответ.
I'm going to give a detailed answer to this question. May I introduce myself? My name is Sergey Klimov. I'm technical director of Solar company. And you know, Solar is a young fintech which is widely represented in the market of Kazakhstan. And due to the application of IT and IT manpower. And today I'm going to tell you about our new project, which is not related to microfinance. It is branded as Solar Technology. This is Laboratory 030. We live in a unique time, and many speakers today were telling that we're saying that everything is changing so rapidly, and the amount of changes taking place as of this time is just overwhelming. Never in the humankind has never known so many changes in the history. These changes will increase and increase. Moreover, such technologies as artificial intelligence can make a breakthrough in terms of changes, and we'll find ourselves in the world in which every day will be brand new. So what is the driver of these changes? First of all, this is the IT sector. This is the most quickly changing branch. Now this is the key driver to all changes that we are witnessing. So our government in our country is quite aware of this, and they create opportunities and they support. Our national bank supports us, and the Agency for Financial Regulation also helps to develop the IT sphere in Kazakhstan. Of course, Fintech sector is the greatest beneficiary of this process because we use the greatest number of the technologies, and everything is new, and the changes take place every day. This is the simplification of payments, biometrical identification, and many other things. So such an amount of changes, which is in poor hands or bad human capital, create a great stress from the point of view of IT manpower. Good IT manpower is a deficit. There is a great lack of such specialists. What IT manpower we are talking about? All of us were trained at the university, and we were plunging into the main expertise that is our background. Today, we see that plain developer or plain QA engineer is not sufficient. Market needs wider expertise. Alongside with the main background, such specialists should have more knowledge. And besides, this person, alongside with the ability to developing its future, he he has to present it to the user. And for this, he needs to use the tools of testing and delivery. And the word jar is so widely used. Nevertheless, this is a key to all changes to be done, for all changes to be done as soon as possible, so that now specialists are able to work in a team. It is not sufficient to be a specialist in your field. You will never have this amount of knowledge. And so your value for the company is lower if you are lacking some knowledge and skills. In Solva, we know that, and the company uses extensively the IT technologies. And in confronted with the problem with the majority of big companies, there is no one to implement projects that are in the head of our wonderful specialists. We came to a simple solution, that is to create our new incubator and start to train our specialists for the needs of the company that were necessary. Therefore, when training, we were... so what's the difference between the students of incubator and the student from outside? First of all, such a student possesses practical skills that are used in this company. He understands how business works, how IT in this business works, and he is ready to act. And the student of the incubator immediately starts to work on real tasks. 80% of students spend their time working on real tasks that are put forward by our business specialists. Initially, we were planning that our mentors should not be some artificially created people. These should be the same people that were creating this progress and who are ready to share this knowledge and skills with the students and expectant students. So we involve into the collaboration and preparation our current technical specialists who have great experience of the development of various business projects in different corners of the world. Of course, we give our students the basic technical skills such as fundamentals of development, fundamentals of QA. And as to the soft skills are underestimated, extremely underestimated. This is an asset which is rarely used during the training. In what way do we achieve this? Our students coming to our laboratory are divided into teams, and all the further education is based on these teams. They work at their soft skills, and it is an important skill which in future allows them to be in demand at the market. And any technologies that are standard, tomorrow they will be out of date. And soft skills and the ability to work in a team, the ability to use the knowledge of the team will never become out of date. Why Laboratory 030? We began with a small project which was supposed to satisfy our backend. And alongside with backend, there are front end and business analysis, and we started to replicate this decision in all these spheres, involving all the specialists available in the company and creating cross-national teams who were supposed to solve some practical problems. And they were coping with this due to collaboration, due to the advice of the mentor, and due to the challenge they confronted with. And this project was called Laboratory. So the people that we trained started to quit the company. They were attracted by other companies and financial organizations of Kazakhstan, say Kaspi, Halyk, and many other financial companies. And we understood that our specialists were in demand not only in our company but at the market in general. So there was a Laboratory 3.0 created, and we started to train people who were prepared to work for the fintech market of our country. And Laboratory 3.0 opened only in September this year, and we hope that over the next year we'll help the market and saturate it with high-quality IT specialists. You will say, what's the difference between our company and project from many IT schools, from Yandex, for example, and other schools that are in Russia? We are the first to pay our students money during the whole period of training. This is a unique thing that allows our students not to spend their time trying to solve everyday problems. They are focused on their professional growth. We do not charge the students if we are not able to employ him, to find employment for him. So if we understand that each prospective student will be employed at the market, and if something goes wrong and the student decides that IT is not quite relevant for him, we will not charge him for training. And we developed a unique product, a financial product, which is called Solvatech. And we provide lower interest rate for them to pay for the training. So they repay this loan, the students repay this loan when they are already employed by a company. So these are the features that makes us unique in the market. And in the end, I'd like to say that our previous trainees, our previous graduates found their way in IT in Kazakhstan. They are developing, and we see that they made not only good developers, but they became leaders who can become heads of the programs, not in our company, but in the companies they're working for. If you're interested to train your own manpower, we are inviting you to collaborate. In the foyer there is a stand, and you can look at our information. Thank you very much for your attention. In fact, my question was part of the anecdote which is popular among HR. Are you afraid? Are you afraid that your people will be hunted away by someone? No, I'm afraid that they will not be willing to train and will stay for me forever. As to the training, we have Alina here. Alina, now just every guy is a mentor, coach. Everybody thinks that he can act as a mentor, but you are in the system of classical academic education, and you are representing the business course, the continuing education, and how to create quality educational product. Thank you for this question. I will not go out and stand there to not to spend time. There is business on the one hand and classical education on the other. And we as representatives of classical education, I have been the head of the branch of Geneva Business School, and I was in charge of various educational programs. There is a threat as Infobiz. Infobiz is strong in understanding its client, and we should understand that our client is not only a student who pays money or he has a public grant. This is also a company which employs this student in future. And in Kazakh American University and the institute I founded last year, we try to deal with the companies and be aware of their requirements. I'm not going to tell you what to do and act as a coach. I will just show what we do. This year we launched such a specialty as finance and fintech due to the National Payment Corporation, and we collaborated in Astana Hub, and when I became a managing partner in the Kazakh American Financial University, we started to create this program. They helped us to structure this program, and due to their support, in September we could launch this program, get it registered, and now bachelors are the first bachelors in this specialty who started their training in September this year, and we could conclude a memorandum with Visa company, and Visa, since the next trimester, they will send their lecturers and will start the extension courses for our lecturers as well. This program is an experiment, and in the curriculum we try to attain balance between IT and soft and hard skills and some other subjects. You can look at the subjects, some are specific, and prospective students could not understand what these specialties were about, and we need to popularize them. The market is commercial, and we are just beginning this process. According to the tradition, I will invite everyone to collaborate, and I hope that we'll make this specialty a trendy one so that more students are trained. The next case I'd like to share.
Next case.
I wanted to tell you about another program. Please, can you show it on the screen? This is the program which we launched together with the investment company called Fonka. This is for training specialists for the investment business. This program is targeted at operational specialists. It is symbolic that we are going to announce this program today. This is the first site when we are telling about this program. This program is based on grants. It is sponsored by the fund called Capital, and we'll be raising the qualifications of the acting financiers. We are beginning to submit to receive applications as from today. When Fonta Capital were looking for specialists with specialized skills, including tech skills, then we decided to create such a program. Maybe the graduates of this program will be employed by other companies. And in the end of my presentation, I'd like to say that it is not that institutes and universities act by themselves and universities by themselves. This system is no longer operational, and in order to provide future generation of specialists, the companies should come to the universities and ask, what do you want? But just take them by the hand and lead them and show them what they do and what they can do for you. This is super, thank you. And we are giving the floor to the very last speaker. Please share with us the research that you were implementing. We want all of you to become acquainted with this person before, so I have time to say hello and goodbye. You mentioned that all the banking workers have a dream of working at the National Bank. 15 years ago, I was sending my application for a position in the National Bank by email. But now I'm on the other side, and as a company, we implement various IT solutions. And because I'm pressed for time, I will briefly describe. Then at a later stage, you can contact me via email or whatever. This is the world statistic. This is open data provided by various consulting organizations. By 2030, the IT engineers, the lack of them will be 3 to 5 million. The market of Kazakhstan doesn't differ much. And if we look at the sector, from sector to sector, in our country, there is a 50% of IT talents in big business, about 20% is medium business, and about 30% is small business. Every year, the number of IT companies increased twice. If we look at the breakdown by, so if we look at the figures, about 200 people are involved in computer technologies, and a certain amount of them work as freelancers. So 20,000 of vacancies were announced, and I will not dwell upon what we were doing as a company. And all the companies confront with the lack of manpower and confront with that there are many junior specialists, but there are small amount of seniors, and no one pays due attention, because you need time to train your seniors and leaders. We talked about Z generation. What is important for the young specialists? HR, IT, brand. if it is available or not. Many students, junior specialists, do not want to go to the bank or a big corporation, no matter how banks are trying to retransform. You've got to spend a lot of effort to work on HR brand.
Этими 4 стримами работали. Но что вот важно и ключевое, наверное, что сработало. Первое, мы запускали свой собственный буткемп. Это вот схоже, наверное, с Солвой. У них собственная академия. У нас тоже был собственный 2-месячный буткемп. И в нем было 50 выпускников, из которых 9 мы сделали оффер в нашу компанию. И самое важное, на что смотрят именно IT-разработчики, это развитие. Насколько им интересно будет и понятно развиваться в этой компании. Есть ли четкий вектор развития, есть ли четкие карьерные пути, скиллсеты и так далее. Да? Все вот эти процессы очень важно правильно выстраивать. Но вот, Алтынай, вы тоже задавали вопрос как раз коллеге про то, что вы делаете, чтобы люди... Не боитесь ли вы, что ваших людей будут хантить? Я скажу, что вот за 2,5 года работы на рынке, как небольшая IT-компания, на самом деле в этом году мы столкнулись с тем, что нашим ребятам делали офферы в 1,5-2 раза выше. Мы не можем перегревать так рынок, и мы, конечно, кого-то удерживали, кого-то не могли удерживать, но на это в том числе очень сильно повлияло развитие личного бренда, то, что мы работали над ребятами. Мы запустили свой клуб амбассадоров, и если 2 года назад я ребят только заставляла делать митапы, участвовать, писать какие-то статьи, и они не понимали, зачем я их заставляю, для чего это мне нужно. С точки зрения работодателя мне это совершенно невыгодно на самом деле, но с точки зрения развития людей, когда они понимают, что у них в компании есть возможность не просто работать на проекте и 70% своих знаний, своих скиллов получать на проекте и действительно прокачиваться и становиться специалистами со стоимостью X2, X3, да, через год работы. Но за этот год мы выпустили, по-моему, больше уже 30 разных статей, а если брать еще небольших заметок от наших сотрудников в разные техмедиа и так далее, да, и это мы делаем все с точки зрения работодателя, затрачивая свои ресурсы с точки зрения денег, проводя митапы, когда сотрудники участвуют. Но это очень сильно привлекает и влияет в том числе на HR-IT-бренд. Я, как, наверное, CEO, сооснователь компании, не боюсь вкладываться в бренд наших людей, потому что тем самым мы можем повышать квалификацию всего рынка. И когда мои ребята переходят в крупные корпорации на команды, и руководить уже, он работал на небольшом проекте, а уже руководит 30-40 человек в большой корпорации, как техлид, тимлид и так далее. Да? Для меня это, наоборот, наверное, еще большее повышение HR-бренда на рынке и такой, наверное, классный вклад в то, что наш рынок с точки зрения экспертизы развивается. Поэтому у меня все, я не знаю, там, если есть, но здесь в целом я не буду рассказывать. Вот если интересно будет про митапы, про те, какие мы вещи ведем, вот здесь вот QR-код моего инстаграма, можно написать и чуть позже проговорить. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, это очень крутая речь. Я тоже амбассадор амбассадорства, да, и в том числе как амбассадор Fintech саммита. Давайте сделаем общее фото и передадим другим спикерам, которые уже заждались и рвутся на эту сцену.
Көптен рахмет барлық спикерлерімізге алғысын білдіреміз. Өз тәжірибесімен бөліскен.
Благодарим всех спикеров.
Рахмет, біз келесі панельдік сессияға кезек береміз.
So we are currently continuing to the following panel session, which is related to artificial intelligence and machine learning in the financial sector. So Arman, he's the leader.
Также позвольте пригласить на сцену Ануарбекова Линара Амантаева, председатель АО «Государственная кредитная».
Asakayev Arman, who is the leader of HKO Fintech. Linara Amantaevna, who is chairman of the State Credit Bureau. Aidos Zhumagulov, who is the member of the board of the directors of Freedom Bank. Shinguz Orazalimov, who is the deputy chairman of NIT. Petar Ivanov, who is a representative of Google Cloud CEE, and Mr. Yelisar Nurmagomedov, who is CEO of Black Ice AI.
Рахмет. Қол соғып қошеметтеп қолдап отырсақ, біз модераторға сөз кезегін ұсынамыз.
So please, dear guests, round of applause for our panel participants, for panel speakers. So you're welcome to the panel session dedicated for AI and ML, which are... My name is Arman Asakaev. I will play the role of the moderator and the host of this panel session. And I'm the manager of HKO Fintech AI Center, who is directly involved in development of AI. AI is used, as you know, since end of 80s, end of 90s. The financial regulators are also applying artificial intelligence. Let's say if we talk about the financial sector, we are considered as leaders for introduction of AI, and the new spin of development for AI creates new opportunities to build new products, not only chatbots, but also the financial advisors also generate analytical reports considering the database available. Of course, artificial intelligence creates certain concerns, especially moderators who will be replaced by the AI moderators. But additionally, I would like to introduce our speakers and ask the first question from our first speakers, Mrs. Linara Anwarbekova, who is the chairman of the Government Credit Bureau. And the Credit Bureau is a very valuable player in the market of Kazakhstan. And you can monitor the changes, the fluctuations of the landscape of the financial sector. So please share, how do you see the approaches differ, and what is not changes? What's different and what's not changing in terms of approach for forecasting and algorithms of dependency? Thank you very much for your question. Let me comment on your question and my presentation. So good afternoon, everyone, my dear audience. I feel so great that our summit is so fruitful and productive. I would like to advise the organizers, especially for AI, to engage more women. I am so glad to participate in the round as the only lady in the round of men. However, it's obvious that our women are currently employed by our credit bureau, and they have a great effort, great input into machine learning. They provide their efforts and input in development and management of data that we use. So today we would like to discuss the futures of forecasting of data. I know that I'm short and very tight on time. I will show you the statistics on the screen. So to add some words, I would like to say that our input is significant in order for the state authorities to rely on our data and conduct their appropriate forecasting. When we transfer data to our contacts, our partners, in order to provide other tools from the government, such as services of the state for our citizens to follow up and to conduct analysis of changes that happened in our portfolio and our data to be reviewed in a correct manner. So the data that we use in our analytics is the data of the personal history, state history, and provided from all sources. Data cannot be just data on its own. They're supposed to be analyzed, studied, calculated, and provide internal kind of enrichment possibility in order to just avoid simply statistical results. So I would like to cover 3 topics. First of all is anti-fraud analysis. The data that we provide for anti-fraud, we have reviewed just one product. It's called the GPO BTC. As you know, this is an insurance tool, and all of us, our vehicles are covered by insurance, by the third-party insurance. We have reviewed about 20 links, 20 connections, and roughly 30 millions of interface reliability or dependability. So the slide I was hoping to show you, if you look back at this slide, it's supposed to show the video, but unfortunately in this case it doesn't work. It was supposed to show the current status in case of road accidents and how they cross connected in different entities such as insurance. Maybe they used to be relatives before, and some other data they could turn out as relatives or close people. So I'm not sure why my video is not working, but I was hoping to show you the stages. There's several milestones that any insurance case could be broken down. So who is involved in the market? So I believe that the percentage of 6.8 is a significant share. Therefore, we need to review and analyze how to reduce the share of total insurance cases, So the following slide covers the analysis, the review of primary payments for loans. Let's say we analyze the first 3 payments of the loan just to have a look how our scoring model can work and mitigate and reduce the risks and reduce this liability. So for some reason our artificial intelligence started just living on its own and flipping pages. At some point when we introduced our scoring models and analyzed how it can be used, and we ended up with a result that we can improve X3 in terms of payments for loans, and just to identify if the customer is planning to pay the loan installments further in the future. So by building such models, you are able to improve your selection process for the clients, and especially for the products that you are investing in. We have another product, so-called the virtual assistant, with the name Arman. And we created Arman, not our Arman here, but Arman Online. It's a useful tool which will help you provide all the details about the loans, about the timelines, about insurance, about providing information if somebody already registered some kind of insurance coverage for you. But if you check, sometimes it's a surprise, but it turns out that you are a participant in many insurance coverage agreements. Therefore, it's important for financial literacy. I'm sure that government needs to transfer some of the accountability to the people, to the customers. So this is our citizens' responsibility to fully understand if I need to extend my insurance coverage or not, or if I need to pay my loans or not. So here, as soon as we introduce this tool, we are trying to demonstrate it at our stand that it could be a very simple and useful process. You just use your identification number, create a password, and you understand the structure of your loans and insurance stories. And possibly that you will finally come to a conclusion that some of the requests, some of the loans are surprisingly new in your experience. So what we have discussed today, and as it was mentioned, that let's keep in mind that we have the artificial intelligence and machine learning. Whatever we introduce for the benefit of the big data forecasting and modeling, hopefully it will not damage the citizens. And in order to assure that, we need to analyze and manage data in a proper way. I have received a lot of questions: how do you get access to data, and how can we get access to data? And as we all know, this is the bank confidential information. However, in our platform and NCB Data Lab, we can sometimes provide access, and our colleagues, in many cases, they use our data in order to create new products and analyze risks, potential risks, and existing risks. Chatbot QR, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. 5 minutes ago, I said that there would be another moderator. Now we have chatbot Arman. Now let's go down to the next speakers. Freedom Bond is known that he issues the innovation products. You are on the side of big data and using artificial intelligence. So what are the opportunities for the actors of the financial market, and what are the barriers for the introduction of artificial intelligence? Thank you very much for the question. Hello, everyone. In fact, artificial intelligence plays a role in the banks and financial companies. Talking about hype, whether it is hype or not, generative artificial intelligence. So there is my favorite slide of the Gartner's curve. So all these technologies associated with technologies, they go through this Gartner's curve. You have a trigger, then hype, then the valley of disillusions, then becoming consciousness, and then disillusionment. So AI is the only technology which is at all stages of this Gartner's curve. Someone is disillusioned, someone is on hype, and someone is productive. If we decompose this and look at why artificial intelligence is important, whether it will substitute people or not, but the conceptual things resolved with the help of AI. This is the quality of service, effectiveness, and a certain level of safety. I can quote some examples. One of them, my favorite examples, when we changed the approach to assessing the immovable property. All of you know that there's a process of the digitalization of mortgage, and Gennaro was telling and Chingist was telling. So there is a centralized database, but if the organization itself doesn't change, if you have this API, nothing changes, because the organization has to change itself. And how we changed? We took a model when you can't see a flat and you can assess it. It takes you a second. The assessment company doesn't have to go out to look at your flat, what material is used for refurbishment, and so on. So it is enough to have good access to big data. But how to explain it to the market? We made a great experiment which was very vivid. Our staff member bought a flat at that time. I tell him, go to any assessment company at random. He goes to a company and says, here, I have a flat, and what does the manager do? He opens this website of advertisement, finds 3 objects similar to the one he mentioned, divides it, takes an average, divides by 3, and says that the flat costs 20 million tenge. Then our model also works on it. It uses gradient boosting, the ensemble of trees, and whatever tools, what logics we apply. It also assessed it in the region of 12 or even 18 million. What do? We introduce a fake advertisement on the portal with the elevated price, with a higher price, 35 to 40 million. And in a week, we send our staff member to another assessment company to assess the same flat. And he gets the price at the level of 30 to 32 million, 2 million and 30 million, and in a week's time. So the model can cut off fraudulent advertisements. When we assess one flat, we assess all the flats in this region, then the whole region, then we assess the micro-region and the whole region, then the whole city, and then the whole country. And so this is for each flat to avoid manipulations, so that the model can see in what way the prices change, in what way the exchange rate of dollar changes. So this case shows that the artificial intelligence shows productivity and efficiency. There are cases related to compliance. So my colleague will make a better presentation. If we look at the company Boni or Morgan with thousands of compliance controllers, they look at the payments and transfers. They are under PRISM, so the swift movement of money from A to B became very complicated. And so 1,000 compliance controllers look at your payments. Now we are developing an interesting case when a chatbot and artificial intelligence from the point of view of models can look at your documents, select a matrix of transfers, maintain a dialogue with you, find out whether the documents are sufficient or not. This is the chain which, without people, it won't be a substitute of people, because there are red and yellow corridors, big and small sums, but now thousands of people look at your transfers. If you want to pay $5,000, but the person sends $1,000, $10,000, this is quite vivid, and artificial intelligence helps to perform this transaction. As to the risks, before driving the product to a market, we can take into account all the specificities. For example, we can look at the client. So there are various parameters that can be involved, and all this is important from the point of view of provision of services. there is a synthesis of speech module, and you will not understand whether you are talking to a human or not. The bot is smart, and he will react to all the nuances. There will be a dialogue. Do you want to take this loan? Yes, no, I don't know. We'll call tomorrow. So all these stories are important because you are not grow fast if you have only human capital without robotization. So what is the impediments? What are the barriers? For me, the main impediment is our thinking. The digitalization should change the standards and approaches. It is difficult to change business processes that had been created for years. These processes are not so easy. For example, why neobanks are developing in Europe? So the banks that were historically being developed for centuries, it's very difficult for them to change their processes. Thus, we have Revolut, Monza, and the advent of artificial intelligence is the issues of the preparedness of your business processes. It implies that you should change yourself, you should avoid papers, you should not be afraid of remote biometrics, you should not be afraid of staying away from papers, and so on. So the major issue that AI has shown its effectiveness, and the main issue is whether the organization itself is prepared. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I don't cope with formulating questions quickly enough. I'd like to get down to the next speaker. Shamis Aydabekovich, the national information technologies, we do not associate with them as an actor of the national financial market. We'd like to find out what projects are being developed in your organization that will affect the fintech, what models are being developed that can be applied at the financial market. Hello everyone, thank you for invitation. My name is Razalimov Chingiz. I work for the National Information Technologies Company. Just in brief, the first, recently there was a rating of United Nations where we are on top on inclusive digital transformation due to the digital map of the card. We are the 10th in the index of online services, and we are on top among the CIS countries. So in terms of automation of state services, we are far ahead of other countries. The second is the smart data Ukimet project. This is a big lake of data. And due to this, great number of state systems and second-tier banks are integrated with this system. In fact, we have united all the information systems in one point, collected the information about the citizens. We know where the person lives, what motor car he has, does he have debts, and so we acquired some information technologies, and now every state servant can use this, every public servant can use this system for the benefit for himself or his products. And due to this, we could actualize the digital card of the family. This is a system which allows remotely, in a remote mode, to find out that the citizen has some problems, he needs help and assistance from the state. For example, the citizen always has to prove something, that he needs something from the state, and he had to go to various organizations, collect papers and prove that he needs this or that assistance. And during to SDU and digital map of the family, we have digitalized all the information about any citizen, and the state can understand what kind of social assistance every person needs. So we send push SMSs to the citizens, and they know that what kind of help they will get from the state. We divided the families according to categories from A to E. A category is a perfect family, and E is just the family which is damaged and disintegrated. And the AKIMs of cities and oblasts can see what is going on in their territory, what families are in this or that category of this classification, and in this way we can proactively help the families. So this is an artificial platform of artificial intelligence, and our task is to raise the national platform where we for ourselves So there is the role of the client and the role of the developer of the systems of AI. And due to the accumulated data, we can create models that are requested for your product, and you can submit an application, get an approval from us, and use our models. Also, the developers, as developers, we clearly understand that our advantage is openness. We'll never hire 5,000 developers and let them do something. We want every citizen to be able to use our model, or all those who can code. They can generate their mini products, and it will turn it to a certain marketplace which will be used both by the national authorities and the companies, and banks, the second-tier banks, will be able to have an access and use the ready solutions using the data from the public bodies.
Additionally, we have started to dig into deeper details with the chatbots that we are implementing for the market, for the population, so-called eGov AI, Kazakh law, analytical bot, and taxation guide. Basically, they're created in order to provide quick information, full information. First of all, it's eGov AI for the population, for the people, for citizens. We have passed the first stage where everybody was supposed to walk physically to the official centers of services, for government services. Then second stage, when we decided to implement online access. Secondly, when we third stage, when we decided to collaborate with banks and large public institutions with mobile applications, and the last, the fourth stage is when every person can use the AI bot, and we will try to provide the quickest solution, the quickest response or the service to every particular person. And just this will save you, lots of time of traveling, standing in line, and obtaining data. The second project is called Kazakh Law. It's under experimental testing right now, and hopefully by end of this year we will provide it to the public for the pilot use. So it must contain, so far we are uploading all the legislative database into this bot. So the easy application is just you type in your question with hashtags and you will receive an answer. Next bot is providing analytical reviews based on the inquiries of population for the family, for your personal needs. It's a very good solution. You can ask precise questions with precise wording, and you will receive the best results. The next project is so-called the tax guide. We acknowledge that currently the majority of our population are facing difficulties, facing real kind of pain in the process of sending tax reports or filling in the forms, putting clicks, pressing buttons. You always doubt that you have continuous doubt that you have completed the task correctly and that all lines are filled in correctly. Therefore, this guide will serve as an assistant for you and for the entrepreneurs who are very active in business activities, therefore to pay taxes, to fill in the forms, and to make it all correct, to avoid any issues ahead with the government. A lot of people are applying to the call center on the number of 1414 with numerous questions. What to do next? What's next? I've reached a certain stage of online service, but they don't know what to do next. So in general, our main objective and some broken down tasks are on the next slide with Time LLM, which provides the opportunity to make forecasts for the budgeting and the distribution of funds, also macroeconomical forecasting and forecasting of tax installments. So to explain briefly, I would like to share that thanks to AI, we will manage to cover and to capture these points where hopefully our users will enjoy and be productive. Thank you very much for your presentation, and let's move on to the next speaker, Yelizar. Your company is a global, obviously, reaching the level of a government. Therefore, your clients, and by discussing the bright future in fintech, but in reality, if we look at the situation with a sober sight, let's say sober eye look, what else needs to be resolved? What's missing? What's still hard to overcome in this perspective, in this area? So sorry, the microphone was off. Thank you for your question. I believe that we need to look at AI as sort of some kind of a multiplier. Of course, I understand this is a technology revolutionary tool, but let's say if we observe at the funds and the finances that were invested in anti-fraud, in control of scam and money laundering, if we look 30 years back, the financial fraud, the financial crime increased 30 times since then. In the same style, we can look at the economy. Simultaneously, it was also growing in a significant and similar scale. So if we discuss the criminals in the financial sphere who are laundering money, and very successfully. I believe that AI could be as a multiplier. Let's say before, we used to need, well, not we, it was necessary to have like 30, 40 people of scammers to conduct the hot and cold phone calls, to operate and to conduct scam operations. They achieve your personal data, etc., and then they get access. So, but nowadays, recently, you don't need such a large group of scammers, and you are capable of creating, this artificial scamming structure. So, by talking of the compliance and cases that I've noticed, if we look at the world from the eyes of a scammer who is trying to launder money, or the regulator who is trying to control and have oversight, let's say talking about banks like Bank of America, etc., I'm sure that there are thousands of people who are reviewing every transactions, reviewing every client. And as I know, the largest criminal cases happen in the business world on B2B level. Therefore, they review the companies that have been established and who is the beneficiary, who is the owner. If they notice some kind of a suspicious activity at some Cayman Island, for example, they take a sample of 100 or 1,000 transactions, review them, and try to come up with some result. Reason why it makes it complicated, they make it so complicated, they make so many samples. Instead of 30,000 people, specialists, analyzing this, by using AI, they increase their capacity in a number of times, so they can process many more documents. They can process and develop other tools of AI according to the legislation. For example, they are allowed to push some violation, let's say, or to catch some violators. So this transforms the industry, transforms the financial sector in a significant manner. So expecting the AI to increase the scam and fraud industries, but I think it's not going to increase the threat in a significant sense. Anyway, yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insight. I believe that people have a tendency to exaggerate and to connect and link some of the observations in order to exaggerate the scamming threat. So I would like to ask a question to our last but not least speaker, Mr. Peter. I believe the Google company is probably the first company in the world which started applying AI and ML and using on search engines, therefore earning its status, its capitalization level, and became one of the unicorns of the industry. So we are interested to listen to your opinion from the perspective of a global player in the IT fintech society and the market. So what do you think, us as Kazakhstan, what we can expect from the world? Thank you very much. Good day to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the National Bank of Kazakhstan and the National Payment Corporation for the event. So firstly, I will start in Russian. I'll start speaking in Russian because it's hard for me to start speaking English. The thing is that for 20 years I haven't done any presentations in Russian, so this is my first risk. And my second risk is, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And the second risk for me is that I used to have 24 slides, but I've decided to reduce down to 5 slides. Therefore, Arman asked me to shrink, but it's not a significant change. Anyway, once again, I thank you for everyone who stayed here for such a long period of time, willing to understand what's artificial intelligence. And before I explore, before I tell you more about this. I'll try to tell myself and understand myself. I'm with AI and Google for 24 years, and I ask myself, how much do I know about AI and ML? And the only thing I could answer myself is that I know nothing. And people say about AI, people speak about AI, and they still just discuss it, but without any further knowledge of what it is actually, what it represents. As you probably know, the AI exists for many years, but when we approach our customers, our clients, we ask them, do you need AI? And they always say, of course. What do you need? What exactly? Maybe agent AI or generative AI. So there is no further feedback. They have nothing to select from because have no idea. What I realized is that generative AI became possible when we taught the computers of how to communicate, what's the style and the manner of communications that we maintain. Previously, the process was different. We were trying to apply programming languages for computer to understand us, and now we swapped positions. We are teaching the computers to speak our languages. Therefore, it's important to create models for every language. I'm not sure, I cannot make any cases with Kazakh language because I don't speak Kazakh, but if you look at Asian languages where they use signs and symbols, you can imagine how complex it is. If you memorize and remember one thing, is that you have to think about it. It's not just to buy a product. It's something similar to replacement, something like to complete reshaping of the processes and the organization. And the most important is to allocate the information to so-called data lakes. A lot of people think that digitalization is like scanning an image or a text document and just throw it into the digital medium. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Digitalization is different. In most cases, people don't record time, location, date, etc. So AI will be useless unless you have a sanitary service for housekeeping of your data or like a cleanliness of your data storage. Therefore, I believe that's where you have to start. And talking about your sector or your financial sector, as an example, after the financial crisis of 2008, 2009, all of the regulatory officers, all of the agencies in the financial sector have increased their imposed requirements. Therefore, up to 60% of activity of every banking and financial institution was supposed to satisfy that requirement. One more update: the new banks that appear, let's say we had 12,000 startups in 19, and it's increasing on the yearly basis to unlimited numbers. This demonstrates that we are supposed to introduce information technology and artificial intelligence if we implement it as a project, as a complex solution, but not just a product that we go and buy from the market. One of our representatives just mentioned recently that it's doubtful that they will use some of the new products. Possibly there are some youngsters like that, but currently the modern young generation not using so many options, starting from social network, starting from chats, starting from all the digital identity. Every customer holds a digital identity nowadays, and how to receive this data and how to exchange data. So the independent channels of information and data exchange. So I encourage you to think about AI in a in a different style. What, first of all, is identify for yourself what's agent AI, what's generative AI, because these details are very important, and it's not just a project, it's a desire of all of us. I would like to thank everyone again, once again. I feel Kazakhstan with my heart. I feel the mountains. My city is located at the higher level of 3,000, under 3,000 meters. Sorry, I probably made a mistake because I've been to Astana for 7 times, but Almaty, located at a high elevation, and your mountains are even higher. But I feel like home, and I feel that you are my kind of people. Just feels like home. Thank you very much to all speakers. Thank you, guests. Let's continue to the new panel session after a brief group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the speakers, for your participation and reports.
Рахмет, қымбатты достар, спикерлеріміз өздеріңіздің қолдауларыңызбен шығарып салайық, және мы переходим к следующему выступлению.
Dear friends, let us thank our speakers.
Қымбатты достар, спикерлеріміздің бүгінгі панельдік сессияларда айтқан өз тәжірибелерімен бөліскендері барлық
Dear friends, our speakers have shared their experience, and I hope that for us and for our participants, all this was important. So this is the presentation by Konurbayev Ruslan. I work for the National Payment Corporation, and I'll try to describe what we do for the digital tenge project. So the international agenda, the national the national currencies, digital currencies are in the center of attention, and the development is in process. Now countries are studying the digital currencies, and there are some trans-border projects, and there are some wholesale digital currencies. Kazakhstan is the leaders in studying these currencies. This is not our assessment or our personal opinion. This is the scoring by the International Monetary Fund as a result of their research and their publications in 2024. We're proud to say that our digital tenge has won an award and became a leader in accepting digital currencies. Let us look at the topic of our presentation. What is digital tenge? In spite of all the theories and hearsay, this is not the substitution of the acting system. This is a separate currency. This is two-tier architecture. First of all, this is a payment tool, but not a means of investment. It is impossible to get a loan in digital tenge. We guarantee that interests of citizens are above all, and we pay much attention to the control of data. And we try to get prepared to new challenges, that is tokenization, distributed ledger, and DeFi. In 2023, we attained an important mark. We launched Tenge into the pilot industrial exploitation. We created the digital voucher, RID, contact, experimental contact, within which we were making research and experiments with transboundary payments, integration with stock exchanges. So this helped us to make the platform functional and introduce the digital Tenge into the industrial turnover. This is one of the major steps. Here we should plunge into theory. We confront with many questions. Why digital Tenge is such as it is? Just for your information, there are two main approaches: the token-based model or account-based model. Account-based is clear to all. We got confronted with it in the banks, and there are some tables in which they signify what is your balance. And token-based system, it seems complicated, but it is simple in fact. The analog is currency. For example, you have currency, you have money in your wallet, you have assets that you can use, and the transfer of this token, this is a currency or coin, and in token is the sequence of symbols. Why are we focused on token-based models? When I talk about token-based model, the most important feature, key feature, the feature for which we are prepared to suffer some negative features, this is in 2024, with the help of tokenization, which is inserted into the digital Tenge, we implemented the main archetypes. The first one is marking. We experimenting with this archetype in the past, and now we experimenting on marking the tokens for targeted use, for example, with the help of white sheet of the receiver, black sheet. In order to, we implement the project on the targeted use of the assets of National Fund. This is for the construction of the road district Mainty. And now we are studying the opportunity of the implementation of VAT, and we are looking into the scenario of allocating the funds for the repair of roads. The second scenario is holding. For example, the holding of assets on the account before the so this is for certain cases related to certain credit lines or archetypes of holding for the subsidies for the purchase of agricultural facilities and machines. We're also actively working on the crypto cards in order to give the opportunity to test the payment of services with the help of cryptocurrencies through digital Tenge in order to test in what way it is going to work. And I must say that we are just testing. There will be some impediments on the way, and
является одной из основных задач цифровых валют вообще и цифрового тенге в частности. Поэтому мы
So we are going. So what is going to happen next? Now we are in a certain. Well, now we are on the halfway. We have overcome some experimental difficulties, and now we deal with the testing of the smart contracts. This is the contracts with the involvement of the state and trans-border payments and the functionality of the platform of digital tenge. This is for the goals that we have on our roadmap. This is the launching of the platform of digital tenge. It will happen next year. This is a very brief presentation because we are pressed for time, but at the same time, we'd like to mention that we are open for the dialogue. Please contact us via social networks and Telegram, ask questions. We are prepared to give the answer and provide whatever information through the information channels. With this, I'm finishing my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Ask questions, follow the news, and we'll be glad to communicate with you.
Мы переходим к следующей сессии. Модератор Дина Балгина, директор Департамента развития платежных систем в АО «НПК».
Director of the Department of the Development of Payment System, the advisor to the head of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Mr. Binur Zhalenov. Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Aset Turusova. And the advisor of the finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Argun Kipshakov. The founder of Uchot KZ, Maxim Baryshev. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We are opening our session on the digitalization of state finance. I'd like to ask my first question to Argun Maktabayevich. I was preparing to be a moderator. I studied your career from Chief Inspector of the Tax Committee to the Deputy of the Chairman of the Committee of State Income. I studied your career, and when I did it, I recollected my first experience of dealing with the taxation bodies. In 1971, I had to pay my transport tax, and knowledgeable people told me that I had to go to the tax inspection at Ablayhan. So knowledgeable people told me, and I had to. There were 3 windows. In one window, they would give you a paper saying that you have no liabilities for the previous year. And in the second window, they calculated the amount of law and they wrote there is no fine or the fine is such and such. And in the third window, you had to pay the tax itself. And you had to keep the paper provided in the second window so that next time you can do it again. 20 years have passed. Now the tax is one line in the invoice for when you pay for your flat, for the utilities. So there is a trend. When we talk about the national services and banks, we just curse them among ourselves. But when we tell the foreigners about Kazakhstan, we say, look what cool systems we have. Argenek Tabavich, the question to you. When you were working in the Committee for National Taxation, there was a word informatization. So you had to collect all the data within one information system. What was the goal of the taxation authority at that time, and in what way did the Kazakhstani market and the information system differ from how it is implemented in the countries, in the neighboring countries? 30 years ago, we had the same start, and comparing us with the neighbors. And there is another point to be made. Now we are launching the digital VAT. So there will be two taxpayers communicating within one platform. In what way will it change the communication between the state and business? Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers of this summit for perfect organization and for the invitation. Looking back, in 2000, in the year of 2000, all the declarations were on paper, and the problem with the calculation, it was done manually. For the first time in the year of 2000, we prepared this system, and the VAT declaration was provided by 15 big VAT taxpayers. Though the minister was not glad, he said that there are so few, and now 99% of customs and taxation services are made electronically. People are reluctant to do it on paper. As to the project of electronic invoice, we studied it, the experience of South Korea. And in order to perform this control, so the supplier makes 3 invoices. He issues 3 invoices, one for the tax inspection, the rest 2 would go to the customer, and the customer would would send the 1 copy to the taxation inspection. So all these papers were compared, and there were many problems because there were many mistakes. We got rid of that procedure, and we had several provisions that we have to introduce the electronic invoices. First for big taxpayers and all the taxpayers of VAT, and annually 150 million such invoices are issued. So this is the scale of turnover. As to the comparison, the Committee of State Revenues, they have no special rating. And the Kazakhstani business, which works in several countries, well, they can tell you where to submit declarations better. As to the digital VAT project, for today, the VAT return. So according to the procedure, there should be a tax checkup. So people will have to come to the place and check. Usually it takes 55 working days, 2.5 months. So this digital VAT is an alternative to the VAT recovery due to the features of the digital tenge. All the documents, electronic invoice and the payments will be available. There will be no checkups organized. So we can return money quickly. During the pilot project, we established 15 working days for that as a procedure, and I believe that we can reduce it to 3 or 5 working days. So 3 exporters with the supplies last year.
And upon results of the pilot project, we will scale up. That's it. Hopefully, your project and your pilot project will be completed successfully, and eventually next year we'll introduce the digital tenge. Dear Asset, you as obvious representatives of the young generation of management, and when I entered the website of the National Tax Police, I noticed that they have a separate 12 informational systems, and I guess there are spaghetti integration options between these systems. Let's say, for example, if Mr. Argun and the previous generation of managers have been struggling with other obstacles and issues, yourself as a young manager needs to manage much more in order to keep what has been built in terms of payment to the countries and the multiple transactions and business processes where the Ministry of Finance is interfacing other agents, other entities and authorities. So to simplify the tasks and objectives, and I'm sure that you receive more tasks, new tasks on daily basis in order to implement, and obviously there's high expectations, high demand towards you as a digitalization officer, where everybody is expecting quick and efficient results. So please share how you're managing to delegate, to allocate all the tasks and top 3 objectives in front of you. Thank you for the question. So I would like to once again share that good day and thank you everyone. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend yesterday. However, today I came here and I noticed that it's a very current and popular subject for discussion, especially digitalization and other topics of the summit. Initially, the tax police systems were built in a different style and manner at a certain periods of time, and as we discussed just now, for the VAT declaration, just to fill it in, we needed like lots of time. However, nowadays, currently, and in the modern world, we can notice many systems. Some of the systems are still old and we are using them because they're still functional for our needs. So the challenge was at the time is to make the transformation to the new infrastructure, to build our processes on the new infrastructure. And the third is to organize seamless and smooth transformation, especially in the income part of the budget. So currently, I believe that together with all our participants have developed the appropriate infrastructure. We have a clear understanding in the Ministry of Finance, and it's not only taxation, not only it's also customs, it's budget planning, this is treasury, this is state purchasing, and it's lots of layers and layers of functions and processes. However, if we look and segregate it into three key areas, first area will move a little bit away from the taxes. The operational activity of the authorities, the state authorities, the budget planning, so accounting system of authorities and treasury, purchasing and supply, all together. All of the items need to come down in a single strategy, and we need to build a profile for the government, a digital profile, and break down the steps and the strategy of how the government will be able to manage the businesses, the national companies, the state enterprises, the properties, and to become more effective in management of processes. So this is the first task for the Ministry of Finance, is to build this government profile and to increase efficiency. Second stage and second part in this area is the taxation, so-called the Committee of State Income. So eventually we'll have 5 systems where we will force the population to use. Currently, we have a project going on until the end of the year, and our main task is to replace and improve the systems that are currently used, and we need to upgrade them, update them until the end of the year in order to start with collaboration with banks in order to make sure that this transformation will become smoothly, considering that banks are our main counter agents and our main tools, let's say, for improvement. So if we talk about smart contracts and other modern technologies, however, we will keep the risk management and the smart data finance tools operational, meaning that the taxes needs to be proactive. Therefore, I believe that we have to build a digital profile of the taxpayer and the business owner, or the entrepreneur. Why it's necessary? It's just for the reasons for us to upgrade, improve our communications with the citizens, improve our exchange with the business owners, for them to have a clear instruction, clear guidelines, what they need to submit, what they need to just to avoid this approach, the timeline that similar to eGov, where you clearly see the date, the red deadline, where you have to complete all your reporting and payments to the government tax office. Therefore, I believe we need to supply the full profile of a taxpayer. If we talk about big data, is the big data that we are using and sourcing to understand our business enterprise. There's so many forms of reporting, and in my opinion, this is the second area of concern, is the taxes, customs, and the complex system of government incomes. And the third objective for us is to build the ecosystem under which we will be able to interact and cooperate with business, with large business companies. For example, as everybody knows now, when you enter the personal profile of a taxpayer, we can provide the similar approach, let's say, for customs, for state procurement, in many areas where he's supposed to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance, different types of call centers. And additionally, when you work and cooperate with banks, I'm sure that all of you have contacted banks and Kaspi, for example, where you have to submit the tax declaration. Therefore, our additional task is to simplify access for business, for citizens, for population, for every person in the country to obtain the state services, the government services, through the partnership of banks and mobile applications. It's all clear for us. Not all of businesses would like to have their own accountant, considering that it's an extra expense. And I believe that what we're building is an ecosystem that will provide similar services to the accountants in order for you to have a clear understanding what forms need to be filled in and submitted as a report. The potential is high for this project, and at the pace of digitalization progress, we must understand that digitalization must happen simultaneously in all areas with full exposure, full depth of integration. So let's say application of digital tenge is also additional future expected benefits. In my understanding, let's say in a few years when we'll start to analyze and evaluate the state authorities, how prepared is the authority to process this digital tenge. But hopefully until then we will achieve a significant improvement and upgrade our systems and change the format to allocate digital tenge. Dear Asset, it sounds like music to my ears, especially when you're talking about digital tenge. I wish you to overcome all the obstacles and to achieve the best result successfully. So my next question is addressed to Maxim, and for the past 15 years you have managed to build a product which is available and necessary to all. I've analyzed and I've noticed that you started from training for accountants. After that you have purchased like a box solution, customized it, upgraded, and then brought it back into the market. It's a kind of a client-oriented product based on what's necessary and what's in demand. I'm confident that you have a large base of accountants which at the time and they're providing you with feedback of what's necessary, what could be useful. It's sort of what they heard from the previous speakers. The large scope of work is now under management, under completion, development. So my question is about accountancy and bookkeeping. What's the most painful and let's say bottlenecks in your processes that could be improved? Thank you very much for the question. I believe thank you everyone for the historical drop back into history of our country and our financial sector under the same summit of Fintech. It's highly important to keep up the dialogue and to keep up the society that we have finally formed. It's nice to remember 25 years ago how you paid taxes for transport, for example, and our country as Kazakhstan, were one of the pioneers to launch digital invoicing, digital acts, digital documentation. Our services provide like a cloud solutions based on our servers, and that's how every accountant that we engage, he is able to apply and use the data, get the reports prepared in a correct way, correct form, and submit it to the state authorities, especially in particular to the tax police of the Ministry of Finance. So what's currently available and what's currently operational. I expect that the processes in the future year, in the upcoming year on 25th, 26th, I expect some reduction of reporting in the overall scope of reporting. And what I would like to share and open up a little bit what we're working on right now is since 2021. This is 2020. We have prepared and submitted so-called the 910 form. We have uploaded it directly to the server of the Ministry of Finance. So we kind of saved several processes, saved several actions. It's just seamlessly connection of our servers with the Ministry of Finance, and the first instance of reporting form 910 was submitted. Nowadays we are working on a similar project to introduce other forms, form number 300, 200, and etc., where we can use this technology to submit forms directly to the tax police under the Ministry of Finance and into the systems. So out of 12 systems that are currently existing in the Ministry of Finance, we expect them to reduce down to a certain more enlarged systems or ecosystems that are currently developed. Probably they were developed in the previous years, 2013, 2015. At the time, they used to be like a state-of-the-art technology in the whole CIS territory. And what we expect to come in the future, so most probably we will be able to refuse to use some of the forms of reporting completely. For example, if we use the electronic invoice and electronic act of completion forms, it is possible for us to create the, let's say, the tax form number 300, and let's say if they fill it in correctly, electronically fill in the invoices and the acts of works completed, there is a possibility that we could reduce the level and the scope of reporting to almost none. Another possibility that we will be able to manage our digital documentation through a certain application for accounting, for bookkeeping, exchange, and hopefully if we tune up these systems in the best proper connection, make it work, make it match, and possibly it's going to be the first case in the history of humanity that we will be able to eliminate all the reporting whatsoever, as long as we learn how to fill it in correctly online, electronically. So ultimately, hopefully, we will gather the data lake with gathering big data, and it will be an option that will provide opportunity to analyze by the Ministry of the Finance, the Statistical Bureau. Therefore, as a result, all of the data will enter on real-time mode to the general database. Of course, I can share that I can currently state that we have been dreaming about what's happening in the future, what we can expect. However, theoretically, I believe that we can get the state authorities also prepared to upgrade to future expected innovations. And yesterday, under the summit, what I noticed is that by resolving one big issue, the most important is to avoid creating more issues followed up, let's say. So hopefully together with maintaining the communication and interface with state authorities, I believe we are capable to create the electronic VAT, the pilot project that I would like to mention. And the product that I've mentioned used to be under the pilot project, and it was able to demonstrate the best features, the best specifications, and in most cases, some of the players, they separate VAT in order to expedite the VAT refund for any company. They will probably may apply this kind of a segregated account for VAT taxation purposes, and hopefully this will become one of the best solutions for the exporting companies. Let's say out of 125,000 VAT payers, the importing and exporting companies are not a big share of that, about 1,000 companies, and for the VAT refund, roughly from 100 to 200 companies per year, per annum, they issue like a requirement to refund VAT, and hopefully under the pilot project that we plan to implement, we can cover all the exporters for the VAT refund kind of acceleration. As it was mentioned today, that we can achieve the refund down to 3/5 days, and even 15 days of VAT refund. It's something extraordinary, extra positive for the entrepreneurs, and if the business people will witness this kind of experience in the future, this will be a dream come true. So the week, if we talk about 3 weeks of VAT refund, I think it's going to be a breakthrough for our environment. As you know, what entrepreneurs are doing, they pay. For example, they take a loan and they pay, waiting for VAT refund, considering 55 days timeline. It's like a whole pyramid that needs to be covered until you take your time in the line. A lot of time passes. So usually the business entrepreneurs are playing with the turnover money, and it's 12% from the total turnover, which means sometimes it's a very significant amount. And if we reduce the timeline to 15 days, every company, exporter, they will feel this process as a simplified process, and us as a country and as a financial sector, we're prepared to implement technologies, and some of the technologies are already introduced and applied. For the main purpose is for the business society to grow and to thrive, and we will take all the necessary steps, especially in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxim. You just mentioned that
you said that the businesses get loan from banks, and well, I had shoes. So the term of disruptive technology was introduced in '95 by the professor of Harvard, Christensen. He described the disruptive technologies, the technologies that change radically the existing markets and create brand new, undermining the positions of the current companies and technologies. And I will not tell you about that. I will not tell you that story as when someone transformed and lost his business. In fact, the National Bank in 1920 introduced this technology. So there was a very skeptical attitude. People would say, who needs your biometrics? So that was the story. And in 2020, when there was a COVID epidemic, everyone understood that the remote identification is an important and good work, and R&D, which was on the side of National Bank, and the implemented technologies turned out to be in demand. So CBDC plus biometrics on the basis of blockchain, and CBDC is the digital currencies of central banks are the undermining technologies. The introduction of digital technologies can change the market and the way the payments work. What effects are you expecting from the introduction of such a disruptive technology? Thank you for this floor. Thank you, colleagues, for joining this summit. The undermining innovation, disruptive innovation, is not a technology. So the technology itself can not bring any positive result. As to the biometric technology, this technology were widely accessible, but there was no benefit from them because there were difficulties with the model database, and those who dealt with this is a great job which is underestimated. This is just under the on the bottom of iceberg. And if there was no KDFL, there wouldn't be any digitalizations. So this is due to the proper work of national databases that all this was introduced. These technologies, these new technologies will bring benefit and be useful coupled with already existing things. And in order to be smart, they've got to have external resources of data, registered ledgers, whatever. And in this respect, great thanks to the government and the Ministry of Finance for their proactive support of this work, because the first time of application, when we see the potential of this digital tenge is transparency in using finance. Why? Because we create rules according to which the transactions can be implemented. But in order to create rules, we need to have the data. And this database is allocated in the Ministry of Finance and in some branch ministries. And what we start to do in terms of national state purchases and other things, this is a proof of concept, but to make it really useful, we need to look at the model ledgers and so that we can operate them. I agree with Mr. Barshev, because sometimes hell is paved with good intentions. But if we if we do not create the proper rules, we can scale up the chaos or something else like that. But we need to be pragmatic and understand that digital tenge should be geared to the sources and the digital profile of state bodies. And here there is a big potential of the undermining innovations. Very often we look at the programmability in line with other transactions. This capacity to be programmed can be used for other things. Maybe an escrow account can be used. So there are dozens of applications, and OLX or Caspio or Classify, when two persons concluded or have a deal, usually this implies risks for both parties, but potentially the escrow account of Digital Tangi can serve a guarantee to protect both sides of this deal. For example, I send the money, but the money won't be blocked for the seller when the commodity is available for me. So as soon we achieve the production grade level and we have more actors at the financial market, there will be more scenarios. And from the point of view of programmer, I see big potential. The programming of money allows us to program the treasury processes for big companies. For example, duly performed transaction can cost millions of dollars for the companies, and it can help companies. Sometimes companies introduce tokenization in order to manage their liquidity. And with the growth of maturity, this will appear, but these cases are impossible until there is no adoption technology of the banks of second tier. As a state, we are not going to develop all this. This is up to the market to create this. This is the problem of the chicken and egg. The banks cannot bravely invest into any idea, so the evolution of Digital Tangi will progress as follows. Due to the support of many institutions, as we introduce the digital VAT, we'll feel the transparency of other organizations, and it will help us create the main pool of real adopters that will create a market that will be of interest of second-tier banks that will find out how to monetize it further. So this little by little approach without administrative pressure will be successful. Yernur Muratovich, thank you. To be honest, I'm looking at the timer and I see that we have 11 minutes. I could speak about the Digital Tangi and digitalization till late at night, but we are pressed for time. My question, very often I hear from my friends, all those who have been in Europe and the States, they say the financial system is we are sort of in the space, but they use paper checks. When the tax inspection sent the paper check on VAT, and there were for it was for $15. So big giants invested into the structure. They have legacy. They have the rule. The users are used to use paper checks and go to the bank. I don't think that a single American can pay the tax in the last day for 3 clicks, in 3 clicks. And it looks like it is not so much needed. So the digitalization takes place very slowly there. And we had just an empty landscape, and our digitalization was very abrupt. Now we have enough legacy, and it is easier for us to make some breakthroughs. So I want every speaker to comment in scientific popular films. We know that there are various technologies, but there are no systems or procedures. How would you see the future of the finance on the basis of the present opportunities? Can we give way to our fantasy? Maybe it will be some super future. In fact, this is not fantastic. Due to the work of policy, we have the model ledger of people, and it is great that there will be model ledgers of commodities and services, and it will be at a granulated level. Oh, I have my own interest, of course. And this will allow us to use the potential of programmability of the digital tenge. So what's the issue? What is the goal? What is the dream? If we are talking in the context of state finance, if we have a legacy, this is not a legacy. It is with government technologies, and so we have some things that we are used to. And I suppose that in terms of dream or goal, every businessman should not see anything. He must do his job and perform all the necessary operations and transactions. He concludes an agreement, he formalizes it by there was a model architecture created some time ago, and now we're working on this basis, but now we must go to another level, whether we are in a virtual world, because all the actions should be performed properly. The taxes, the customs, and so on. All the life cycle should proceed as it is. If something is wrong, a person is warned, and here the state might push or help or direct or the business or the citizens in this or that into this or that path, and so in my understanding, in 10 years period, that PR technology will be more workable, and we'll be discussing the geo-information system. As to the digital tenge, this is the key thing that should become a model which will help us to achieve this. And I do hope that we'll be able to digitalize things in such a way
Dear colleagues from the Singapore tax office, let's say, for example, they say, when talking about objectives, the best tax service is complete lack of necessity of such services. As it was just mentioned by my colleague, if there is no declaration, VAT declaration, we need to try and achieve this this certain goal in our plans. So hopefully then when the digitalization will start to be implemented, all the acts, all the legislation acts need to provide a certain block diagram how to digitalize. Let's say if we achieve this kind of level of expertise, then I hope digitalization will cover all areas of the economy. as it's mentioned, the dream, which is limited in time, becomes a goal. So basically, in our process of dreaming right now, I believe that it's possible to set a goal and step by step achieve its completion. And hopefully in the near future, the first task for us is to create sort of a copy, like a replica of the enterprise in the digital world. So imagine if it's a similar financial system, similar fiscal requirements, similar structure, functions, quantity of staff, companies working with trusted and tested agents. Therefore, the works, the services and goods that are sold internally and for export, and as a result is the taxation paid. Secondly, it's going to be very suitable and comfortable for the entrepreneur and business people to fulfill their duty as a back office. And for example, it's accountants in the back office. Maybe it could be a shared responsibility. Maybe the bank will be responsible for back office management. And I believe that in some banks they have divisions. They have the separate departments. For 20 years ago, when they used to have lines, lots of people attending. Nowadays, the bank office is 5-6 people, including security guard, very small offices, small branches. So hopefully in the future, these existing branches of the bank will become, will take a different function as a back office for business, and provide consulting, conduct liaison with government, and therefore banks will become the providers of this particular logical diagram to support business and entrepreneurs. Therefore, if we look at it from the perspective on top, it's going to be a bank, a society of business people, and the government regulator. Therefore, hopefully this will create perfect conditions to develop business environment, and also we will keep the accountants who are planned to be active in liaison with the government authorities, government agencies, and will respond and react to the needs of a business society. Thank you very much for your opinion, and I would like to point your focus on that the future of digitalization is a dream, and nobody never mentioned some kind of particular technology. Everybody's discussing business processes, improvement, some kind of a seamless transformation. So obviously it's a good conclusion that we could focus, hopefully, and unfortunately we have to finalize this panel session. Thank you very much to everyone who have managed to attend and to visit us here at the summit of Fintech. Thank you and have a good evening. A great thanks to all speakers. Let's gather for a group photo. So, dear friends, again, thanks again to all of you guys, and with great expectation and interest, we would like to invite the chairman of Elevandi Japan, Takeshi Kitu, and Dias Savetkanov, who is in charge of the communication and international cooperation sector of the National Payment Corporation of Kazakhstan.
So, good afternoon. I'm very excited to come to Almaty and to see this great success of inaugural Central Asia Fintech Summit. My name is Takeshi Kito, co-founder of CEO of Elevandi Japan. So I'm very happy to support this event as a partner of NPCK and also this Central Asia Fintech Summit. So first of all, let me introduce what is Elevandi. So Elevandi is headquartered in Singapore, and it's a not-for-profit organization, it's an NPO. And we are facilitating public-private dialogues and also collaboration among many stakeholders in the fintech industry. And Elevandi is it's already 3 years, has a 3 years history, and it was founded in 2021. And before that, Elevandi was part of the Singaporean government. It's a monetary authority of Singapore. And the team was from fintech ecosystem development, and they have been running Singapore Fintech Festival. I think some of you already heard about it or joined Singapore Fintech Festival before. But the Singapore Fintech Festival is a quite large fintech event in not only in Asia, in the world. And it was started in 2016 with roughly 5,000 to 10,000 people, but now it's getting bigger. And last year we had 66,000 people. So Elevandi is basically encouraging fintech people to work together and establish a better financial industry. And let me move on to the introduction of fintech Elevandi Japan. And unlike Singapore, Japan has a little bit of different story because Japanese fintech ecosystem is driven by a private sector, not public sector, because our regulator, FSA, is taking a market-driven approach. So before starting Elevandi Japan, I worked for Fintech Association of Japan for 6 years. And I tried to stimulate the Japanese fintech ecosystem. But due to the delay in the digital transformation or fundraising from international investors, Japanese fintech ecosystem development is a little bit behind. So I thought that we need to collaborate with Elevandi Singapore and have more collaboration with international stakeholders. So that's why we established Elevandi Japan, and we started the Japan Fintech Festival in 2023. So it's quite a similar kind of event like this. And we started small, but we are getting bigger. So this year, in March, we had a Japan Fintech Festival 2024, and we had roughly 4,000 people from 52 countries. And we will see more collaboration next year in Japan, and also have more strategic partnership with the Central Asian region as well. So let me hand over to Diaz. Maybe he will talk more about what Elevandi Kazakhstan and what you are trying to do in this region.
First of all, I want to thank Takeshi for coming to Korea. He had a 6-hour flight from Korea Fintech Week to participate in our event. Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, я бы хотел в первую очередь...
So dear friends, now I've switched to Russian just to thank you all and for your presence, for your attendance, for 2 days of events. We have managed to attract 2,000 people, and we have 70 speakers participating on stage. We have covered subjects such as digital assets to digitalization and on. And hopefully by the end of our summit we will present a company which will be able to organize events for FinTech Summit in Central Asia. So hopefully and preferably we'll start with statistics and figures. As you can see on the slide, you are obviously observing the growth in money-wise. Hopefully the Asia and Oceania will become one of the leading markets in and leading ecosystem in the globe. Kazakhstan is a part of this large Central Asian region, and as you noticed, we had 3 speakers from Singapore. I know them all personally. Therefore, I believe it's necessary for us to create two-side relationship, and Elevandi creates and plays a significant role for this task. So in Kazakhstan, we are hoping to create a society supported by the regulator, supported by all the actors of the market, and hopefully we will support the development, the growth, and adopt the market, create a market adoption for all innovations, for payment technologies, tools, and digitalization. Also, we would like to establish some training opportunities for others, for everyone, considering that knowledge drives our future initiatives. And on top of that, there's several projects and initiatives in collaboration, like market research, sandbox research, and global vision from the perspective of Kazakhstan location, and Kazakhstan being like a master sort of workshop for creation of something new in the world and the fintech. As far as you know, we have several speakers from other Central Asian countries. We are planning to focus on events such as this one, this summit, considering that it attracts a lot of people, creates perfect conditions for networking and for theme events in the Central Asian countries, including all countries, and large events in Dubai, in Singapore, and the nearest upcoming is the Fintech conference in Singapore, and we represent the Central Asian stand pavilion together with our partners, and hopefully we will organize the full support to the market, to the business, especially regulatory support in our region. And what's specific about fintech is the regulations. And also, possibly that's it. I will be brief. The next upcoming event is the Startup Battle. So hopefully you will stay and see how it goes.
Also, yes, and most are organizing delegation to Singapore Fintech Festival, right? Next month. Yeah. So please join us, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in Singapore as well. So thank you very much. Rahmat.
Thank you. Arigato.
Благодарим спикеров и предлагаем сделать паузу на 7 минут.
Thank you, dear speakers. Let's make a break, 7-minute breaks. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce a quick break for 7 minutes break. So we'll be back in the room in 7 minutes.
Дорогие друзья, через 3 минуты мы начинаем стартап-сессию. Дорогие дамы и господа, сейчас настало время для следующего важного этапа нашего мероприятия. Мы начинаем Fintech.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is time for our next activity. We are starting Fintech Stars with the support of Visa and most ventures. Today there will be 10 projects in this field of Fintech. The prize fund is the investment in the amount $50,000 and the organization of the trip to the head office of Visa to Dubai. Inka Ruspanova, Investment Director of Most Ventures. Visa, Sanjar Suleimanov, Head of the Movement Solutions in Ukraine, Georgia and the countries of CIS. Jana Musripova, Head of the project Open API in the National Payment Corporation of Kazakhstan. Also, we remind about the time limit, 3 minutes for the pitch of startups and 5 minutes for questions and answers. The first project, Asma Finance, Alisher Alimov as the founder. Asma Finance is online accounting for small business in Uzbekistan. The product helps the entrepreneurs to make accounting and calculate taxes. And there is Alisher Alimov here.
Добрый день, здравствуйте. Меня зовут Алишер Алимов, я основатель сервиса.
Good afternoon, my name is Alisher Alimov. I'm the founder of Service for the Small Entrepreneurs. The main problems that the majority of entrepreneurs confront with is how to present the reporting documents and how to pay taxes in time and how to avoid mistakes. And we developed a solution. This is an automatic service which calculates taxes and provides reports in the end of the month for the entrepreneur, which On the average, our revenue increases 30% every month, and almost $1.5 billion. The market growth is 16% annually. Talking about our competitors, our competitors are the outsourcing companies which provide accountants for the outsource. The business model is SaaS model. Average check is $100. Gross margin is 41%, LTGP 2,040. So the oldest countries is already for 9 months with us. Other clients are the IT entrepreneurs, service providers, e-commerce, and sell it on marketplaces. Now in Uzbekistan there is a boom of marketplaces and there are more and more sellers. The product is omni-channel, and now the users use our interface of chatbots, and every month they send what reports were presented and what taxes paid. We are launching the pilot version, and inside there is a company which is called Click on Uzbekistan, and our service will be available there as well. We present mainly reports, taxes, documents, and the support of entrepreneurs in terms of all this. Talking about the marketing strategy, it is clear we use social media. We provide internet content in Yandex and Google and create a community with the entrepreneurs. Talking about roadmap, we have AVP, we have sales. So your time is up. It's time for the questions from the jury. A question. Are you self-sufficient? There is an operation. How many people are on the team? 15. So the your main market is Uzbekistan, yes. Do you depend on electronic government in terms of integration? Are there any barriers in terms of entering into the market? No, we have two models of work. Now in Uzbekistan, we work according to simple scheme. We are connected directly to the tax inspection, and we see all the transactions, the wide transactions. As to markets, we have similar vision as to how we can develop it if we cannot be connected. This is a traditional online accounting when the entrepreneurs feeds in some data and the product works itself. I have also a question. Zhana Musrepova from NPK. From the point of view of innovation, what do you position? I don't think that we are inventing a bicycle. This is a clear product, and we are oriented at the entrepreneurs, not the accountants. If we look at our market in Uzbekistan, and we have been 10 days in Almaty, and then I try to analyze, it is difficult for the entrepreneur to sort out things. He needs to hire people. So this problem we resolve. We simplify. We make the life of entrepreneurs easier. Then another question: competitive advantage in comparison with others. So what is your advantage? We had only one competitor in online accounting. They closed down this division, and there is an outstaffing, but they did it for big enterprise companies. So far, because we do not have direct competitors in online accounting, it is difficult to say. As to the advantages as compared to freelancers and accountants, we are not limited in time. The client doesn't have to wait. We are protected. Talking about Uzbekistan, all the communication is in Telegram. Sometimes it is not clear whether the accountant is available or not, but we are officially responsible. So we are liable we have a liability for this to the state. It is clear that the main strategy now is to gain speed, but in what way you are going to develop this product further? In the middle term, we are oriented at Middle East market, and we looked at Southeast Asia. Our friends have commented upon it, and Middle East, it is everything is much better. First of all, it is Saudi Arabia, more than 5 million of entrepreneurs, plus, according to the legislation is rather soft.
Подскажите по раунду, какого размера вы сейчас ищете деньги? Мы полностью bootstrap компания, мы ни разу еще не привлекали.
What round are you looking for? We haven't tried to find any round. Now we are negotiating with the local ventures. We are not looking for money. We are looking for the partners who will help us to establish, to communicate with partners. We are not seeking to create a separate application, but we want to become a part of banking products in order to serve the clients within the banking services. What indicators are you going to reach next year, for example, in late 25? There are two strategies. If we are going to do everything ourselves, but if someone helps, we are going to gain about 3,000 users. The next project is Factor, platform for the risk monitoring of digitalized business for banks, MFO, and factoring companies. We are inviting you to the stage.
Всех приветствую. Меня зовут Асхат. Я фаундер компании EasyFactor.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashat. So EasyFactor is a system of financial monitoring for banks and other financial organizations. FSMG, these are commodities that we use every day: food, drinks, domestic chemistry. So the pain is money, over 340 billion in sales lost due to out of stock, because there is no normal finance. And they're looking for the alternative sources of finance, of funding. How to solve problem? These companies do not any collaterals, and they have only turnover, and this has to be monitored. So there are credit departments and the departments of risk management departments. This procedure takes place once a month, once a year. And this is done on the data. We have a solution how to do this quicker, at least once a day, once a week, so that the bank, if they give a loan, so bank gives a loan, and in 3 months they find out the problems, and it is too late. So we have a system which is connected to many operational systems of the company. 1S, ERB, something that we can connect to within 15 minutes. We monitor this data, analyze risk anomalies, and for the banks to see the welfare of the companies, cash flow, debit accounts, credit, the movement of trade agents. We do it on dashboards and introduce risk monitoring so that the chief risk officers are glad. This is an example of dashboard. We analyze all this data and make available. If the market is large, if we cover 10% of the market, so this is business model SaaS, $5,000 per month commission fee. We make the funding cheaper. And so our team has great experience in finance. We know the distribution, cloud services, financial directories. This is our traction. We earn money on the basis of automation and risk monitoring.
Спасибо. Если есть вопросы, уважаемый жюри.
Does the jury have any questions? Very interesting product, but it's interesting how is the implementation, because over the 15 minutes to get connected to the system of the client is very difficult. What number of indications are you analyzing, and what is the real time for the integration? We get connected to the DNS because 90% of all softs are 1S, and we get connected to the real systems, and the residues of stock, it's the problem. And we are getting connected to these services over 15 minutes.
Через которые более 1000 компаний пришли. Сейчас monthly active users около 200. И у нас самое быстрое подключение к DNS в СНГ.
We have the quickest connection to 1S in the CIS. We have configurations for all the 1S. We do not take all the data. You asked how many indicators. This is cash flows, debit, credit, the movement of the trade representatives and sales and the residues of stocks. That's what we are tracking, so these are the foundation. And who is your client in this case, banks or companies? Now the companies are paid for automation. Now we are negotiating with financial organizations to introduce risk monitoring. Now we are launching a pilot with one bank. So initially you made dashboards for the companies, and now these dashboards are selling to the banks. We can analyze 15,000 companies per day. We help to monitor the companies. The question, what is the impediment for your scaling up? No barriers, no impediments. Now we need to scale up, we need more people. We have found a point where we do it, and now we want to scale up. Before that, we were looking for ourselves for a long period of time. $15,000 pay the banks once a month. So the banks pay. Yes, in Kazakhstan these are 10 banks, several dozens of MFOs, and about 20 factory companies. Then we deal with MENA and US. Now there the stakes are higher. So no questions, thank you. I have a question on the storage of data. So is the data on the servers of clients? Yes, it is kept in Kazakhstan because there might be personal data, financial data. The data is on our servers, in thoughts and our servers. Everything is secure. We provide aggregated data. We copy one S and make a breakdown. And as to the client profile ICP, what kind of company is it? Now these are digital banks and all the companies who want to finance business quickly and monitoring, scoring. This is in Fintech. So all the progressive banks. In which sector, agro, what? If we look at the sector of the clients, it's MFCG, the production and distributors, companies and e-commerce. Now e-commerce is growing fast and the more models go to marketplaces, there are IPs and all things go from so we have, how much time do you spend per client? Technically, 15 minutes. So the first click, we deal with the client. 1-2 days for negotiations and then technical integration. Thank you for your presentation. We wish you every success.
So, dear friends, the next project is so-called Sky Depot, and from Kazakhstan, Mr. Denis Cheremisis. This is a service for food and beverage service on board, and payment assessment of 95% success. So, let's welcome our next presenter. Just to remind you, you have just 3 minutes to present your project, your company. Good afternoon, my name is Denis. I am from Sky Depot. Sky Depot is a management system for extra incomes for especially companies that are looking for opportunities to improve and to increase their non-aviation income. When a company is trying to implement the sales application on board, they face lots of multiple obstacles and issues, and the most important is how to accept payments without access to the internet. All of the above mentioned obstacles can be resolved with the assistance of Sky Depot, cutting-edge technology which was created to gather and to combine all the systems into one. For example, timetable, for example, booking system, fiscal system, customs clearance, all of these areas can be combined in Sky Depot and provided to particular relative staff, some on-board staff, and some of the some of the passengers. And the main system that we are servicing is the delayed transaction, so-called proprietary card processing. So we can call them offline transactions, considering that we have higher results than our competitors. In general, in the world, in all aviation companies have resulted with 38. According to our forecast, it's $36 million for CIS countries, and Southeast Asia is considered to be our market for our particular software. So our main competitors, we can segregate them into two camps. First of all, solutions and products which are made in-house by larger airlines, and second is solutions by larger players in the market, or actors in the market, especially in entertainment and catering providers. Our key difference is that we are the experts in financial technology for transportation. Currently, we are covering 100% of market share in Kazakhstan and 40% of the Russian market, Russian Federation. In November, we are planning to enter Uzbekistan market. So we are planning ahead, and hopefully in the near future, we are hopefully to go into Vietnam and Philippines. We have 14 team members at the core, experts in financial technology, aviation, and IT. Thank you very much. Perfect timing. Now, let's move on to Q&A. First question is related to financial area of your business. What's required for you to expand, and when is your break-even point? Concerning the revenue and our status of break-even, considering our since the first day of our existence, it was profitable. It was competitive, considering that we are always making money. We have first tested the application, we have tested the demand, entered other markets, but recently we started to realize that we have a critical necessity to have a certain boost of growth. Therefore, this will be possible only with appropriate team members, and that's why, for this purpose, we are currently modifying our strategy. We want to become a company that will become huge at its own expense, at its own experience, and with help of our own team. For example, what is the limitation for acquiring bank is to provide a similar service. To receive payment without internet is probably a very available option in many banks. As usual, there are small details, nuances. For example, the system of delayed transaction is very different from offline transactions. The delayed transaction was presented in 2019, and we became the first company in CIS who became a certified provider and install the terminals. However, for the banks, this kind of product is probably not interesting, but if you look at the overall activity, overall turnover of the banks, it's probably a very insignificant for them to pay attention, and banks will never have a full expertise in aviation in order to implement. Possibly I didn't have enough time, maybe 3 minutes was not sufficient time, and it's not just the POS terminal, it's like a partner to the steward on the board of the airplanes, and it helps in many ways. And what I'm just saying is just the top of the iceberg. Inside there is many options in software for airports, for airlines. Okay, next question. If you enter other markets with the same proposal, for example in GCC or in Asia, with a very strong lobby where they have their own suppliers, that's an excellent question. In reality, we don't have many competitors, not more than 10, and I know them all personally. Considering that our industry is not a big one and still growing, we meet at conferences and summits. It's very popular to speak up about the Southeast Asia market, and therefore it's inspiring. And to add, the Southeast Asian market is not spoiled with such proposals. If you look at Europe, US, we have plenty of competition, but if you look at Asian countries, it's still an open field for us. One more time, let me ask you a question once again. Are you selling the software solution, or it's some kind of a market transactions. What are we talking about? 36 million evaluation. Yes, let me answer regarding the actual financial model. What we represent is a flat fee for every POS terminal. The more clients in the shape of airlines, the more of a total amount will be accumulated in our direction. It depends, of course, how many terminals a particular airline is using and how many airplanes. For example, the amount of 36 million, which I mentioned before, was calculated based on the open data, open information on quantity of aircrafts in the regions mentioned here, in Kazakhstan, CIS, Southeast Asia. Possibly let me repeat my questions, and hopefully you can explore more on what are you facing, what obstacles, what issues that you're facing everywhere in your everyday activity. Well, considering that startups and startup projects are like a continuous flow of problems and issues, that's why we are all trying to tackle all of them on a daily basis. Thank you very much, Denis. So the next project, it's called OZEN. OZEN is a modern platform combining smaller companies with large finance institutions based on the universal credit conveyor, loan conveyor. Good evening, dear colleagues. Let me tell you more about OZEN platform, considering that's quite a huge platform, and I want to be brief. As you are fully aware that the main obstacles for small and medium business is lack of access to capital. So you understand that we have noticed that small and medium business, they don't have available collateral means to get a loan. Those, in most cases, they approach sources of finance. In many cases, it's just personal loans from relatives, from friends. So, according to the president's declarations, it's just 42 billion. And we have decided to create this updated platform. The module is a kind of block platform which will unite the businesses or sometimes follow the open banking principle. So this is the brief structure of our fintech section. So let's say OZEN was created specifically for markets, outside markets. We have more than 12. And the second side of it is for the medium business. For example, maybe you know what's a factoring. It's not an application, but it's a website. We have our own internal kind of accounting system, acquisition and registry, where we can register a big quantity of indication. If we're talking about markets, let's say there is a request from clothes market, and I don't see it as my auntie Marzia, but as a store which sells toys on the market. We can identify the sales peaks, graphs, movement on the location of the site, history of administration. So our AI is processing all the details, all the data, and provides us with a conclusion. And some of them are credited by us, or we can transfer to other leasing or n-factorial organization to process potential clients. So if we talk about n-factorial, then it's not large business, it's just large manufacturers and wholesale companies. So as you can see on the screen, the process, the protocol of how the information is processed from the personal profile to the credit bureau, etc. This is outdated information for the last 6 months. We have issued roughly about 3 billion tenge to our clients in the last 6 months. So thank you very much. Your time is up, and our judges or the jurors, they have the chance to ask you questions. What's the main attraction for the client in your, let's say, if we talk about markets and sales, we have a big amount of clients coming from that section, and considering that we know every boutique and how it's integrated, that it's acting business, when the request comes to our system, it means that our client is integrated and tested, so we can issue a loan, pay out a loan during the one-day period. So it could take 1 day when everything is organized. He simply enters the applications, enters his data, and so how it happens. Considering that we are like trying to digitalize the classic bazaars, the markets outside on the streets. So some of the markets outside are digitalized with QR codes, with all the necessary details. It's a 4-year project, so it's not quite fresh, and our business model provides us an opportunity to share the best rates, sometimes to smaller business, to minor business. Funding, we have our own license for funding. Let's say this is like an exchange. We generated a sort of a flip, and then we sold it on the market ourselves by our own means or through our partnership. Next question: what's your limitations is to respect to regulations? Classic, the rule number 217 for online loans, online credit. We are typical actor of the market under the regulatory requirements and limitations. We submit all the necessary reporting. And how about your team? How many people do you have? Our team is not a large one, so we, considering our quick growth and quick startup and development, in Astana we have 3 markets, and we are still struggling to service all of these assets. So how many people you've got? We have 15 people in our team. If we don't consider, just some agents, like key people, 15. And the last question from my side. The finance that you obtain, where do you spend it? Do you spend for training, for staff, for additional staff? Most probably we are looking to invest in other markets, Azerbaijan, Turkey, but of course our priority is to create a team which will be able to manage all the requests from the markets. We're short and we cannot manage them properly right now. Thank you very much for the questions, and thank you, Yerken. I wish you all the best. Wish you luck. Next project, so-called Ready Bank, and the co-founders with Rocketech, Mr. Roman Nadin. Ready Bank is the ready solution which will enable you to open up and develop your own bank. Also options to digitalize existing banks and create neobanks. This entity includes all the main activities of a digital bank and provides services to the clients. So you have 3 minutes as it is established for everyone. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being here until the end. I'm a CEO of this project, of this particular product. Ready Bank is a platform which allows us to kind of open from the box and establish a bank and provide banking services, minimize expenses for development. So if we can imagine the interface, that's how it will look like for clients, easily customized, easily changed for their business style. It's an application which can be used both on Android and iOS operating systems. The Ready Bank Box Solutions provides a platform which allows other banks to launch digital services in a very quick manner, like Ready Bank with the CBS, ABS systems. And what we have noticed that many banks are trying to transform, trying to grow quickly, and they're facing some issues to hire people, and the costs are growing, therefore the results are not always satisfactory. Our solution allows you to establish this kind of services from the bank within 3 to 6 months. We are also focusing to the Southeast Asia markets, considering that the fintech systems are developing rapidly, especially for the countries and companies that are coming from the CIS countries. Also, another potential interest that we are reviewing currently is the Uzbekistan market. What's interesting for us is the small and medium business, and we believe that we can adapt and match our services to the demands. Considering that our countries, our clients are large international corporations focusing on providing services, so in our turn, we suggest support of these services and support our clients on how to develop the product within their own team. So the business, under the business model that we have subscription to the SAS model platform, there's a commission to develop. What about marketing? Marketing captures like main channels of promotion, direct sales, etc. These are the main key players, the core team of our company, and Rocket Tech, which is in charge of development. That's where it came from. Let's skip. Thank you very much. These are our contacts. Thank you very much. And the question, I need to understand your competition analysis. You demonstrated some of your competitors, but obviously they are focused on ABS, not front-end solutions. As far as I understand, your parent company is a development company. Yes, including development, but also you need to consider a great expertise and the basis for development. Why I listed companies
because they propose frontal decisions, but these decisions do not conform to the requirements of climate. They take the core system and do the fronts themselves. Another question. So you take into account all the banks or banking products, deposits, loans. This is a complicated process, and every bank has its own system, not only ABS, but more than 3 or 4 systems for each product. This is a good question. We take this into account. We have several integrations into the core systems. Culver, OpenWay, Compass Plus, and there is another one which opens as Open API. These are costs for the integration, but the front will be ready. The last question. Do you have a successful case which you can show as an example? Yes, we have cases. I will not tell about them. These are local companies. They have launched their products, and we have one installation in Uzbekistan. I have a question from the point of view of to what extent you are more economic, so to say. So you unfold this during 3 to 6 months, but then so what is your selling point alongside with the speed? So speed is first and foremost, then price and the format. Well, I show the cost. There is a single payment for a permanent license, but If the client wants to buy a CRM, we can buy it sell it with a license. And the economy is 1.5-fold.
Сколько вы с клиента зарабатываете в среднем?
How much do you earn per client? From 30 to 35% of profitability. And in dollar equivalent and in absolute figures. It depends on what products we integrate. It may be $500,000. And the first touch, about half a year. That's it. Thank you.
Благодарим за вопросы.
Thank you for questions and thank you, Roman. The next presenter, the project is called EasyTap. The founder is Tulesh Makhzum, Moralo, Kazakhstan. This is a time platform for seeking the personnel. With the help of EasyTap, companies find reliable specialists for temporary work during their peak loads. And you have 3 minutes. My name is Makhzum. If I don't cover any questions, you'll ask them. If your business is not on the internet, then you lose. Now all the business is in the internet. Then came the time of artificial intelligence, and everyone started to say that if you have this technology, this is cool. But AI is now everywhere, and it is accessible for school children. The same goes to Fintech. Previously, now due to visa and due to new actors, you can introduce any fintech. So what is the value of fintech for people? And we see as fintech companies are creating new verticals. And we also asked ourselves, and we solve this with our mission is to improve the quality of life of people, making employment available, accessible. When you come to the supermarket, you look on the left, there is a line of people, and we go away. On the other hand, there are people who want to work, but they want a flexible timetable. And we created an online service to find work and freelance work on an hour basis during the peak times of load. How it works? On the one hand, we conclude the contract with the companies and we have so natural persons can sign a contract with us, but they work for various companies, and every time we work 20% per person, but we not charge these people. Only companies pay us. So a person goes through mini training. So these are the profiles of the executive, and within 2 clicks you can get your salary. What is the result? Over 3 countries, we made pilots in Latin America. There are 130 companies, clients, and 65% on our platform are women. In our gig economy companies, there are only 20. We provide people with work and pay salaries. So, what's in the end? I'd like to say that EasyTap plus FinTech tools value. I came here to collect 50,000 because with this I will provide work for more people, from which I will gain $100,000. If you have questions, please. Thank you very much. Very emotional presentation, which is really touching. Is there any guarantee for the employer that the qualification of this person comes up to the mark? Because sometimes I'm afraid to hire people whom I don't know. There is a key difference. We are not a platform C2C. We won't find a person for you to come home to provide services. And how to persuade business that the person is qualified? We have ratings, we have micro training. The person before he goes to work, he must see videos, and in the end of every video there is a question. He has to answer the question. And our key task is to bring in an adequate person. We work with the networks of the food networks. On the first day he fries food, pours drinks, and he liberates other people. Now we are implementing something like taxi. In taxi there is Comfort Plus business. One person shows his good skills, he will get a better job. So we are improving our system of ratings, and we have an hourly payment in online. Not hourly, but there is a payment for the amount of work and the results. My question is, what prevents you from scaling up faster, and how are you going to win competitors? There is one answer to two questions. Our main competitor is ourselves, and we do not create company in competition with someone. We are providing value for our client, and we are not competitors to someone. And this is the matter of time when these companies go out of business. So what is your indicator of reliability of your staff? For example, you have selected some. The answer has two parts. The main economy. The main thing is you can work when you like, but we have a retention indicator. It is more than 40%, and believe that it is lower. We are seeking to attain 90%. Now we understand that there is a great demand for health companies, clinics, medium-level health personnel, nurses, and about 40%, but we want to attain more. Sometimes a person gets registered and he stays idle for a month, but he wants to buy something or pay a loan, and he comes and earns money. Thank you. If there are potential clients, I will glad to discuss collaboration with you. Thank you. The next presenter is Azamat Kazakhstan with the project Partners Pay. This is single solution for automation of work with part-time staff in order to improve the control of your staff. My name is Azamat. I'm the founder of the social system Partners Pay. Let us imagine a self-employed courier, and all the problems are solved without Partners Pay. This is a key-turn solution. And we solve the problems on the part of his employer. And these services are integrated. The service of instant mass payments. The uniqueness of the business is that the business can sign millions of documents in 2 clicks in our mobile application. Automated online accounting, payment of taxes and reporting in 2 clicks. And we cover all the interaction between the client and its workers. We are planning to grow up to, so our goal is 100 million tenge of annual revenue. We work with a great amount of part-time workers. Our technical partners, that is the Committee of State Revenue, and our business model, we own on the part of business and workers themselves. Now we launched automated accounting for 3,000 tenge per month. We signed one contract in Uzbekistan, and we are planning to go to the market of Indonesia. This is our team, operational technical team. Here is Yerzhan, who worked for 5 years for Kaspi Bank and improved our architecture. Social mission on workers. We want to improve the life of people with the help of ecosystems. We started, we are in close collaboration with the second-tier banks, and we are planning to launch these services. This is the development of partners in figures. Our results with Berke Bank, 1.3 billion tenge per month for factoring. We help business to get rid of too many staff members. My favorite question, this is from competition to competition. Where is the main point of So there are many competitors in terms of factoring, accounting, payments. What is the key feature in all this? The killer feature is that we develop as a single ecosystem. This is the principle of one window, and our users of mobile application are people with low education. They are technically illiterate, and we create all the solutions for them from one window. And we finalized all our works in terms of our services. We are helping business
Сейчас
to
мы там а-ля как один из банков Казахстана, который в свое время далеко ушел от других банков за счет
now we
экосистемности.
are
Мы
like
сейчас уже
one bank
начинаем
of
развивать нашу
Kazakhstan,
экосистему,
which
запускаем новые сервисы,
became
их начинаем
prominent
апселить и
due their
кросселить уже даже
ecosystems.
текущей базе клиентов. Если сравнить с нашими потенциальными ближайшими конкурентами,
To compare with our competitors, they think only about current services, and we are thinking about something in the future useful for our partners and clients. To be honest, I didn't clearly understand about business model. Who is your main client, business or people?
На самом деле и бизнес, и люди.
In fact, both.
Да, так уникально получилось.
This
Конечно, мы
is
продаем в первую очередь
unique.
бизнесу.
First
Если
of
мы
all,
продали
we
бизнесу, к
sell
примеру, у Вольта
products
5000
to
курьеров,
business.
мы подписали
If
эксклюзивный
Volt
набор, и
has
сейчас все его 5000 курьеров
5,000 couriers,
автоматически
and now
образуются в
they
нашем мобильном приложении.
automatically are created in our mobile applications. And these entrepreneurs, as couriers, they pay to accountants and those who help about 3,000 to 4,000 tenge. They pay taxes in time, and we don't want their accounts to be arrested. So you have a large market. I can see 3,000 tenge per month. And so this is for business. We have a starting package depending on the service on behalf of business, which is getting connected.
Да, есть отдельно взят, вот, допустим, компания Бухта, она
For
изначально
example, Buchta
бухгалтерия,
company is initially in accounting, but there is a company which makes payments. So far, they don't have this electronic document for this niche to cover problems with the rotation of the documents.
Да, это вот как раз-таки, видите, мы поняли, что процесс подключения клиентов, он очень длительный.
The process of this connection of clients is very long, and we decided to create one own module, one from the Partners Pay. We provide this to the client, and we say you have nothing to do, and we will solve all your problems. And we want to launch even a big business over 2 weeks. As a global Vault, this is we have to negotiate with them because local team depends on the head office. And in this respect, we became flexible. We said, okay, let us sign a contract in parallel, and we'll invest and carry out technical works at our expense. So that is to speed up.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much.
Приглашаем следующего участника.
We are inviting the next presenter from Belarus, Andrei Derinok.
The project Karta Me, that's a universal card with the possibility to pay without certain necessary identification in all the retail markets. So it's a loyalty card for the citizens of retail loyalty program. Good afternoon, my name is Andrei. I'm a CEO of the Mir banking card, Karta Me. This is the application that will simplify processes for us, for all of us, receiving bonuses, cashbacks, etc., and to serve the customer. I'm sure that you know that every brand issues their own loyalty card programs where you need to sign off on every, but Karta Me project decided to fix this situation. So our application turns your cell phone, your smartphone, into the universal hub, let's say, for many loyalty cards. Therefore, you can use the application to see all of your bonuses, all other applications in one place. Apart from that, you can issue a special card which will combine loyalty and payments. It could be digital and actual plastic card. Our clients are as follows: Visa, banks, and simple basic users, and retail companies. So we are also assisting offline boutiques and shops to identify customers at the cashier. So we have revenue streams as main, transactional, and secondary from ads. For example, for the prior bank, we have issued 8,000 cards, and 45% of which was new to banks. So competitions, as you can see, Karta.me can cover all of the options from the competitors. So we can cover many countries, and Karta.me saves time to everyone, saves time for businesses, and simplifies the processes and receiving bonuses. Our nearest competitor, 100 cards, it was purchased 3 years ago for $100 million. So today what we have is a product market feed, revenue, bank cards issue, and our scaled up financial model allows us to launch projects in many countries simultaneously. Hopefully by the end of next year we will receive the fundraising, and our team, our main key players, have a vast experience in cooperation with other companies and combine all the best functions under Karta.me, and we received the award of a brand of the year. So hopefully you will support us in creating a global environment for retail, with using one application and one card as one single entry source tool. And so my question is, what are the main segments of your business? Just to understand the logic, sometimes large companies, they increase the loyalty to their brand and they would like to create their own applications in most cases in order to have a direct interaction, direct interface with the client base. So the unified applications that combine many clients, many companies, probably are in most cases not so attractive to the larger representatives of the business. Yeah, so we integrate usually with large retailers with high frequency. They all have their own applications. We have above 30 clients, and we suggest the service not only to integrate but also to promote their applications. In many cases, we use the resources of retailers, therefore they look at us as an additional tool to promote their own loyalty programs, their own decisions. But in the end user, the customer, is the one who decides. If somebody is used to have 20 applications, or comparing to just one, simple to something like Karta.me, he's just using Karta.me in order to save time and space. What's most important is that our clients and their loyalty programs are usually transferred in a different environment under the banking services, and so in many cases they are attached to the bank cards. So my question, as far as I understand, according to the application that you have created, you create a profile, a sort of a personal cabinet of the client, and they supposed to register, go through some kind of a registration. So you have a single application product, or there's additional functions to this application? Does it provide some kind of analytics, maybe statistics for the shop, for the retailers? Yes, exactly. So all incoming data is recorded and transferred. This way we are able to digitalize their clientele and keep it in good shape in a digital form. So you can imagine that all the information, all the details, the contact details, the location details is transferred from the retailer and transferred onto the official web page. But under our structure, we don't have sales of particular goods. I didn't mean goods, but what I mean is that possibly you share with your clients some kind of analytical metrics where they can use it and improve their operations. And yes, we have this kind of data. We can share with them all the details of what customers is concerned about, what pages are most popular and most opened, most used by the client, and we share full information about our observations to the retailer. And my additional questions, I believe that you're quite a mature company. What limits you from scaling and expanding? Well, we're not so mature, but according to your data, you have a lot of clients, figures. We're a project which is built on infrastructure, and we are active when you're moving from one country to another, and basically we help you to save money. We help you to use this card, Kartami, in digital or plastic shape, and therefore construction of this kind of infrastructure is similar to building autoroads and highways. It takes a long to build, but then easy to use. So we have entered the market of Kazakhstan. We have integrated with Magnum, with Meloman, with the largest pharmacies network, Sadehan, and we are now fully active and busy with scaling up our services. That's why we're still concerned and we're waiting for the additional resources. However, we are planning to change the game in the market of commerce and sales. Therefore, at some point we will be able to pay and use this card as a payment card. Sometimes, in most cases, the cashier is always asking first if you have a discount loyalty card, and after that he is asking for the payment method. So thank you very much. We have a couple of projects ahead to complete. So the founder, Mr. Beksultan Anwar, investments with the social elements project. So-called PAYDAX. So, good evening. My name is Beksultan. I'm the founder of PAYDAX. It's a new generation of startups. Historically, investments in the funds in the stock market is something extremely difficult, especially with limited knowledge and resources. Nobody knows how to invest, where to invest, what tools are available for investments. On the other hand, there are experienced investors who analyze the securities and stocks, and they want to monetize their knowledge. So PAYDAX is a mobile application that provides access to our customers and help them follow up on deals, record different transactions and manage assets and follow up on the news. We provide access to different variety, the big variety of companies and industries. So additionally, we have a training academy for financial literacy, and hopefully in the future we will provide the option to invest in digital assets and tokenized assets. According to the storage main storage of Republic of Kazakhstan, the volume of the market is $60 million and the global is $2 trillion. So hopefully we will focus our efforts on the Central Asia and other neighboring regions. Starting from 2022, we have obtained our brokerage and dealership licenses. Also, we managed to accumulate over 50. We have automated all internal processes of a trader, of a back officer, of a broker. So we have different ways to monetize. If the deal is up to 100, we have 0 commission fee. Also for premium accounts, also for other options in more details. This is our team. We have some successful history in startups. We have good experience and our partners are very active and well trained to participate. So this is our future plans, strategy, and hopefully through Fintech we are planning to issue cards, and by using such cards you can buy, you can transfer, you can withdraw cash from brokers' accounts. We are now attracting $500 million, and we're planning to invest into liquidity, marketing. We started the project in September in the invite mode. Currently we have 485 angel investors, and November will be the next So my question is, what's your competitive benefits? What your competitive advantages, let's say, comparing to your competitors? Maybe I didn't quite understand all of the features of your application. Let's say, for example, other interactive brokers, they have a similar application. They have a chatbot, AI, training. Yes, you know, interactive brokers are mostly developed for experienced investors. In our case, we would like to cover everyone, including starting and new investors. So we are focusing on the social networks. The beginners in investments, they're still exploring what options, what tools. So basically here you can track the experienced investors, copy their deals, copy their transactions. So for the real beginners, we don't take commission, we have free commission. We can start investing from $1, and comparing to other brokers in Kazakhstan, this is a fully automated processes. The main core team, like 10 people, only 2 of them are operational staff. The rest of them are developers. So we don't have traders, we don't have other divisions. All other processes are automated in our company. Next question. So, question is, how big is your team? Is your sales team? We don't have any sales people, so we will soon reach 3,000 downloads without any marketing, without any sales. So, considering that it's an invite-only option, considering that it's a B2C product, and I believe that a big share of your expenses is dedicated to marketing. Please share your marketing strategy. Our marketing strategy is initially built to serve the community. There is this, according to some of the studies by Arman, by other active players in this area. So let's say one of our investors, he's got 800 subscribers. Other partners, 1 million, less, 500,000. So each one of the team members have their own students, and they train young people to work in this sector. So 90% of our new users is the first time, lifetime experience, and they've never invested in the digital market previously. Thank you very much, Sultan. The next project is 3AI. Ademir from Kazakhstan. First of all, this is the LLL, Deep Learning Investments, and especially for life insurance company. Good evening, dear guests and colleagues. Thank you very much for your attention. And get prepared. This is going to be exciting. We are highly excited in 3i company and what we are doing. So it's in more detail. Let me show you. The main problem that we are facing is that insurance products are finding the end users by the work of insurance agents. So considering that he is a person, human being, in many cases he could get tired, emotional, stressed out. So it takes many hours, tens of man hours of the agent and the end user, potential client, which means for us it's too much time. And similar situation is in risk management, risk analytics. So to develop one product, we spend 1,000 man hours. So currently at this particular stage, we're able to overcome the human factor in order to maintain, to reduce the timing from hours to minutes, and also the speed and the pace and the accuracy of product market fit increases x10. If you can imagine the market, it's overwhelming actually, and we were surprised that it's equal to almost 10 trillion. And if you have a look and pay attention to the cross-national AI in insurance, we expect in 2033 to up to 1 billion. This is our business model. We have recently made a shift and we have decided to become more client-centered, and the CP committee also we are generating a huge storage of information, and we can suggest data science to process data that we have generated as a service. The key functions, first of all, is consultancy, as I mentioned before, reduction of timing. Everything is in Telegram, WhatsApp. You can give access to your relatives, to your elderly relatives. And what are the new proposals? Referral program, referral options is also very suitable for our business. As you all heard, the tap games, the clicker games, nowadays we are focusing to become next is a data flow and data science, considering that we gather large amounts of data and process them. Our competitive advantage is that we are a cross-functional company with experience in other markets, and myself personally. So if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask. So the main question from me, I guess you didn't have enough time to say the word traction. And I would like to ask you how your product is tested. Thank you for the question. It's just 2 months where we're working together as a team. I understand we're still immature, and in Almaty we have gathered information, data from insurance companies, from insurance agents. So initially we were planning to conduct business in a B2B layer. However, then we decided to turn down to the client and start working with BCA. The potential clients that we have, and by focusing into the scale, we decided to downgrade to B2C. So people who are now currently waiting to work with us are the insurance companies. And in Kazakhstan, let's say, we didn't accumulate the insurance culture, and this is usually the main element, the main factor, which is an obstacle for development. And additionally, all the mandated payment for insurance are usually imposed before the person creates his own choice. So in this case, how do you survive? Yes, you're right. There's a famous meme that insurance agents are the most annoying in terms of sales. Our founder is very experienced insurance agent. So at a certain time when he was questioning me, And I asked him, what if we use the generative AI models and agentic workflows in order to mitigate and minimize the human factor when you have to waste time listening to some wasted information, but to be more specific in very short, instant response, because if you look at the algorithm, the perfect selection of the product is like connection of the human nature and math, and it's actually working nowadays.
Thank you very much. It was the last project. Thank you for your attention.
Рахмет, қымбатты достар, ендеше біз 3 минут қана өздеріңізге үзіліс жарияласақ дейміз.
Dear friends, 3 minutes break, and now the jury will count the votes who became a winner, who will get the tour to Dubai. That's in 3 minutes. The prize will be $50,000 and the trip to Dubai.
Друзья, только 3 минуты, перерыв.
3 minutes break.
Просим оставаться на местах.
Орындарыңызға отыруды сұраймыз. Санаулы минуттардан кейін біз жеңімпаздың есімін білетін боламыз.
Keep your seats and don't walk out of the room. In a couple of minutes we'll find out who is the awarded winner.
Да, качество такое. Технологии говорили, на бумажке голоса подсчитывали.
Я же говорю, мы как в этом,
Все-таки олдскульная школа.
на референдуме.
Все честно было. Ну,
Как дела?
Рахмет, дай болса қазылар алқасын сахна төріне шақырайық. Приглашаем членов жюри на сцену.
We're inviting the members of the jury to the stage. Now we'll find out the name of the winner.
Сейчас мы узнаем имена победителей.
The names of the winners.
Раз, слышно. Так, всем участникам спасибо. На самом деле я за последние
My thanks go to all the participants. Over recently I took part in many battles, and today's one is the most vigorous. We admire you creating such products, and in all the battles there are leaders, and there were three top solutions that were just outstanding. So everything was honest, and we were looking at various parameters from the point of view of cumulative factors. The third is Startup Zen. The guys are creating a cool product. This is a digitalization of market places. And in our regions, there are many marketplaces and bazaars, so-called, or the markets have their clients. The second winner, the trip to Innovation Center to Dubai, is a patent. I missed the name, I'm sorry. On behalf of we are glad to be part of this event. Startup is no easy, it is important for the economy of Kazakhstan. The quality of pitching is improving. The uniqueness and innovationness of projects becomes higher and higher. And I'm announcing the winner of our prize. The winner is Makhzum.
Давно наблюдаем за проектом. Очень $50,000.
$50,000.
Стартап ENG Тулиш Makhzum Марал, Казахстан. Қосу қошмете қояқ. Қымбатхан мырзалар.
Tulish Makhzum is the winner.
Поздравляем наших победителей.
Our congratulations to the winners.
Поздравляем компанию ENG. Рахмет, қымбатты қазылар алқасы. Білдіреміз өздеріңізге.
Я тоже скажу пару слов, если позволите.
Our thanks go to all the members of the jury. We are very grateful. Today's presentations were great, and I didn't expect the level of such maturity from those who presented the companies. It was a pleasure to listen to you, and every product will be in demand in its segment. The guys are great, and all the presenters, it was felt that they know about their product, they're very emotional about their product. And as Sanjar mentioned, they were the best of the best, and EasyTap just has won our heart. Thank you again. Congratulations to the winners. We know the name of the winner, and we thank all our participants, the speakers and the guests for this today's Central Asian Summit. Thank you for being together, for being involved, and you have made your input into our economy. We wish you every success, and we believe that there will be new initiatives for the development of our economy, new possibilities for collaboration. We are sure that the discussed topics and ideas will become a basis for new initiatives and projects. To be honest, we are tired. Please pardon us. Thank you again for participation, and we wish you every success. Take care of yourselves.